Good morning, Hockenheim. Welcome to the final day of the FSG23 competition. It's Endurance Day. So we are here, joined by our commentary task force, Matthias, Egor, and Jonas, and myself, Mickey. We are here today, all day, and we'll be trying to give you some extra information about the cars that we see on track. We will give you some feedback from the teams themselves, because a lot of teams have filled out their commentary forms for us, so we have actually some issues to talk to you about. And also we will have direct access to the officials channel. So that means that we will have a bit more explanation about what's going on behind the scenes. So Egor, endurance. We just had a little bit of discussion. This is actually quite an amount of points that are to be gained today. I believe it's 225 points. What are the rules regarding the competition here? While Egor is just turning on his microphone, here we are. He's back. There you go.
Well, Mickey, you say 225 points. I think it might actually be 250. It's been a while since I last read the rules. Maybe we can give ourselves a little refresher here while we prepare. But more broadly, each car that has passed through scrutineering and is eligible to drive will be taking on the endurance track. They will have to do a total of 18 laps with a driver change after lap number 9. And yeah, in order to finish, they have to successfully complete the 18 laps. All of the same rules and penalties that we have seen in the past still apply. Hitting a cone would give you an extra 2 seconds on your time. Going off course, I believe, is an extra 20 seconds. So at the end of the day, after all the penalties are applied, after all the times are tallied up, the team that has the fastest endurance finishing time will be crowned the winner.
Yes, and yesterday we've seen really quick times on the autocross, which is essentially mostly the same track. For the endurance, it has been widened up a little bit here and there, just to make it a little bit more easy for the drivers to get to the end. Let's remind everybody, this is a very difficult track to navigate. You don't get any pause or any rest during this track. You really have to work hard for it. The other thing is that we have also overtaking lanes. If you look carefully, you will see a blue overtaking lane, which is marked with blue cones. That means if you are shown the blue flag as a driver, you have to pull in and you have to wait until the other car is going to pass you, and then you will be allowed to rejoin the track. Why is that? Because this is strictly not a wheel-to-wheel racing competition. It's a design competition, and which is fun to also be able to drive, obviously. But you don't want to have wheel-to-wheel action. In fact, getting close to another car is also, well, highly not recommended, and even really penalized if you do that too aggressively. So that's the overtaking procedure here. And like Egor mentioned, a swap of drivers. All these drivers are, well, non-professional drivers as well. And yeah, we will see what happened. If we look at the times yesterday, Matti, what can we expect today?
So we had some very, very quick lap times from the Aachen car. The times seem to be varying between 100 seconds and 72 by Aachen. I think we might see similar times because the track has been opened up a little. The tight corners are less tight now. But of course in endurance the cars will be slightly slower. They need to take their energy management into account. Also the temperature of the motors, the brakes and so on. So they have to do some management. But I definitely think we'll see top times in the 75 seconds.
Yes, and we're looking at the well, carnage or attrition rate yesterday from all these non-finishers on track. So all these cars did, well, 4 laps, maybe 5, because they got a rerun. And a lot of cars actually did not finish, even 1 or 2 laps. So looking at the weather today, 33, 34 degrees, a track which is rubbed in, a lot of aero cars, and the bumps are still here as well. It should be very interesting if these cars manage to finish and what kind of percentage we see.
I hope as high as possible, of course. But indeed, endurance is challenging. Autocross is just one lap after the other. If you fail at autocross, as in if your car stops, it's not too bad. It's your fastest lap that counts. But in the endurance, you cannot stop. You cannot pull out. You need to finish it in one go with a driver change.
And as you were talking, Matti, we have our first competitor going onto the track, 288 from University of Oulu.
Yeah, I hope they can finish the endurance. So there is a running order here in the endurance. We start off with the cars that have set the slowest time in autocross, and this way we can actually bunch up all the cars with similar speed, and none of the cars are being held up. Mickey explained you how the overtaking procedure works. There are actually 4 overtaking lanes here on track, so plenty of opportunity to overtake a slower car, but given that the cars are quite similar in pace, no one should lose too much time. Meanwhile, the car from Oulu making its way halfway down the first lap. So far it's looked quite clean from the driver. You can definitely see a difference here in endurance and autocross. Drivers do not want to make any mistakes, certainly not in the first lap. So we should see less carnage in terms of hitting cones in the endurance.
And Matti, you mentioned that there is a running order for the cars, a effectively reverse finishing order for the autocross. What happens if a vehicle is not here in time for their allotted slot?
Indeed, we go from slowest to quickest cars, so it will become more exciting and exciting. If you do miss your slot, so if you're not ready in time, you will get a penalty, running out of order penalty. I think it is around the range of 2 minutes that is being added to your time, and that's quite significant.
Yes, and we have a big track today, quite large. I think it's over 1 kilometer in length. So that means that we will have at any certain time 4 to 5 cars out on track. So we will have a lot of action. So it might be that we miss some things, but luckily we have a couple of sources of information as well. So we should be able to commentate on what's going on the track and behind the scenes as well.
For now, there's only one car on track, the car from Finland, University of Oulu. So also us for commentators, it's a nice one to warm up, to wake up as well, and to get our voices ready.
Yes, this is the combustion car from Finland, obviously, and it makes actually a nice little sound to wake everybody up on the grandstands and in the paddock. I'm pretty sure they can hear it in the paddock as well, because there are no other sounds. Yeah, it's a good way to wake up this morning.
And I wonder if the Oulu team had issues during autocross, because if I'm looking at how the car drives and behaves, it looks really, really well driven, also by the driver. So I feel like they maybe missed some pace at the autocross, causing them to be one of the slowest cars here. Just looking at the lap times, you see a fastest lap already of 94 seconds. I think that's quite decent.
Yeah, looking at the fastest times yesterday, which were, well, below the 80-second mark. Obviously, there's some time for improvement. However, let's not forget, this is all about getting home. And scoring points means you have to finish first. And then this is actually a very appropriate one for this car. To finish first, you first have to finish the finish car.
I see one cone being hit by the car from Ole in the last couple of corners. But it's been looking pretty clean throughout the rest of the running so far.
We should be having more cars on track. To me, this indicates that some of the cars might have missed their slot. I'm looking down here to see what other cars will be next. I think we will have our first electric car as well from Uniporto, followed by the Delhi car, who did quite a few laps yesterday here on the autocross track. And then probably the fourth car we will have on track is the beautiful car from Estaca with the red and blue livery side by side. And I do see the car from Uniporto being lined up. And away they go for the start of the endurance. Second car on the track today. So while combustion cars, they usually can push all the way through on endurance, for electric cars it can be a different story. They of course need to manage the energy they have in their accumulator, and they really need to focus on regeneratively braking and getting some energy back. So sometimes you see electric cars taking a bit of a cautious approach in the braking zone to get as much energy back as possible, while the combustion cars can just go full ham.
Yes, and of course, let's not forget that in addition to the endurance score, cars are currently also being assessed for their efficiency.
Yes, and actually, guys, this car and this team is one of the teams that filled in the form. So we actually have a little bit more information to give you guys. So let's start with the car name. The car name is actually La Gamborghini. There's no explanation why that is, but actually it's a very funny name. And we have the driver names as well: Murito Muribetta Eusebio and Annabella. I think it's a lady. Anarillo Teles. So that's very interesting, and this is also their first ever car, Matthias. What do you think about a first ever car being driven like this?
Okay, I did not realize it was their first car. Given that it is, I think it's a pretty decent job for a first-year team with a first-year car to get through scrutineering in the first place, also qualify on the autocross, and so far they are very cleanly navigating their way into the first lap.
Yeah, and they also indicated that they had a major brake line failure, and they were helped by the Munich Motorsport team, which helped them like there was nothing really going on as well. They had a tire exploded on their van on the way from FSUK, and a lot of other stuff, which is very interesting to read, and I'll keep you updated on that. We have a couple of more laps to go.
Hearing quite a lot of cheers from the grandstand along the Noordkurve as the Porto car passes by. You can see quite a bit of dancing even now as well. So definitely quite a lot of positive team spirit, positive vibes emanating from the competition already. As we have our third contestant rolling up to the green flag, car number 117 from Delhi, and away they go.
Yes, and just coming back to the Porto team, they also want to thank a couple of people, Donna Sana, the teacher Rui Cavallo, Mai Dolores, teachers Jose Fechera, Enzo, and their faculty advisor Luis Galamba, and last but not least all the families and friends. That's really nice to be able to give back.
As you say that, Mickey, unfortunately the Porto car has stopped on track and the T-Sol light indicates that the car is discharged, but hopefully they can get going again.
So now there's a car stalled on track. I see the car from Ulu approaching. Probably the car won't be restarted in time, so the marshals will wave the yellow flag to the Ulu car. The Ulu car will take a cautious approach in the next section and will be guided around the stalled car. And we'll be able to get going again. The Finnish driver from Ulu being very careful, respectful for the marshals. That's nice to see. And off he goes again. He gets the green flag, which means the sector is clear again and he is ready to go. Needs to find a gear, and off he is.
And we see the Delhi car now making its way through the infield as well, soon to be approaching the Porto car, as Ulu clips a cone in the final chicane. How many laps has Ulu completed already, Mickey? I think they are nearing the driver change.
Yeah, they're on their 8th lap as we speak, so they completed 7 laps, fastest time.
Started their run.
It's a lovely sight to see. And you could see the driver taking a very cautious approach here in the first corners, getting into the rhythm, and already I can see him upping the pace, going a little bit quicker. Meanwhile, the Porto car is still stalled on track, so there is this
arbitrary boundary has been reached now. The Ulu car has lapped Porto twice. And we see the officials, unfortunately, putting their hands on the Porto car, and I believe that means a DNF for them. They were unable to restart. But nevertheless, a very valiant effort for them on their first car.
And Ulu has been given the last lap sign, so the driver knows this is his last lap, and he's really pushing to get his fastest time in before the second driver jumps in the car, and will also do 9 laps. Estaka, meanwhile, looking very smooth in the last chicane.
And now we have our next car, car number 20 from Magdeburg, making their way onto the track. As the car from Oulu is rowing back through the infield, and they should be about to pull into the driver change. They clip a cone in the last few corners. Delhi still going along very nicely. As I say that, they overestimate their braking point and take out a couple of cones, but are back on their way.
This was an instant commentator curse again, Igor. It's only 8:50 and you managed to curse one team already. But yeah, the Delhi team completely overshot its braking zone. And we have the Ulu car in for the driver change. So the Ulu car is allotted one of the slots we have here. The driver is getting out first, getting out the steering wheel, shutting down the car.
And meanwhile, we have one of our favorite teams here in the commentator booth. Car number 250 from Lubeck, affectionately called Lubeck Fire, making their way onto the track. I'm sure we'll be able to hear them very well for the next 18 laps.
So I'm looking at the Oulu driver change here. One of the drivers already got out. They are rearranging the seat belts to make sure the second driver can go in. There's even a little Hans device, so protection for the driver's neck, being transferred from one driver to the other. I heard them talk a little bit, probably giving some advice on some of the corners here at FSG. And the second driver is in. He's being strapped in with his seat belts.
Looking back at the track, I think we're about to see our first blue flag of the day, I believe. I can't quite make out which two teams it is. They're currently behind the...
I think it's Lübeck and Istaka. But Istaka is slowing down just on the transition from the track to the parking lot. They were so close to the Lübeck fire car. But then looks like the Istaka car stalled. Marshals are running towards the car to figure out what is wrong.
Yes, and the car name of the Lübeck actually, it's Lachmöwe, and the driver names are Daniel Menzel, or Daniel Duse, and Johannes Zoberger, affectionately named Kitzberger. Oh, and they don't know where the cracking is coming from. It might be the combustion or the aero.
And as Lübeck is about to complete one more lap, we have our next car waiting at the green flag, car number 53 from Lemgo.
The driver from Oulu here in the pit stop being checked by one of the officials if he is strapped in well. So this whole procedure here can take up to 3 minutes, and the teams are allowed to use 3 minutes. If they are ready in that time, none of that time will be added to their endurance time. And I can hear the Oulu car starting up, so that's good news.
And looking over at the track, I see what I believe to be the Istaka car being rushed away by the recovery team. So unfortunately, I think that is a DNF for that team as well.
Yeah, just looking at the driver from the Oulu car that got out, he's absolutely, well, sweating, he's tired, he's panting, he's trying to catch his breath. And he's just talking to the lead guy from the team, and he's just explaining how difficult all is probably. So respect for these guys, because it is quite a workout out there.
Yeah, and you're strapped in there with a fire retardant underwear, with a big suit. It's not that hot yet, so other driver will struggle even more this afternoon. But indeed, he's explaining to the other engineer what happened on track.
And now Lemgo has been given the green flag. They've been waiting there for a few minutes, but now they're on the track and in the action.
And Lübeck Fire seems to have come to a halt just after the slalom section. I still heard some bangs, so that would indicate that the engine is still running. So the car from Magdeburg will be getting a yellow flag. But it looks like just when the Magdeburg car is arriving, the Lübeck car got going again.
Yes, we have Oulu back from the driver change waiting at the green flag. I think the officials will wait for the cars from Lübeck and Magdeburg to pass first. And then we should see Oulu's second driver rejoin the track.
Magdeburg just pulling off the track. Probably the driver noticed something on the car, decided to pull into the overtaking lane, not to hinder other drivers, which is a very noble gesture. He did seem to manage to get the car going again, so let's hope it can continue. It did slow down just in front of our commentary position, so there was definitely something wrong with the car at that time, but they're going again, so that's good news.
And Oulu is going again as well, out of the driver change and back onto the track. And Delhi has been making some very nice progress as well. I think they should also be nearing their driver change soon, right, Mickey?
No, actually, it's a bit premature. They're just into their sixth lap. So 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's
Mickey, I'm going to interrupt you here. The Magdeburg car is stalled just in front of the grandstands. I see marshals running. But luckily the Magdeburg car got going again. This is their second stoppage of this lap. I really hope for them that it won't continue like this.
It looks like we might be about to get a bit of a traffic jam situation, as we have 4 cars spaced very close to each other out on the track. And Magdeburg, I think, might have stopped again. As Delhi now is being caught up by the car from Lengo, probably going to see another overtaking situation soon. As now the car number 101 from DHBW Mannheim is giving the green flag and joining the track.
Yes, and looking at the Magdeburg car, the driver names are Seppmann and Anton Brandmeister Heuschen. So that's interesting. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but that's driver names. And they want to have a shout out to Jonas Wojcik from Too Fast. Thanks for the 1 in a million seat.
Oh, Mickey, we have a suspension failure on the Delhi car in the final chicane. The front left wheel breaking off. The car from Lengo waiting behind, being given the go round right now and continuing on their way. Magdeburg is quickly approaching the position of the Delhi car as well, and it'll have to be a few minutes, I think, for the recovery team to remove the Delhi car properly.
The Delhi car is trying to continue, but I don't think this is a smart idea. The left front wheel is just completely off. The chassis is on the ground.
Yes, and the driver now getting out of the car. Magdeburg getting the yellow flags as they approach the position. Oh, we have an interesting overtake now as Lubeck overtakes the Magdeburg car, which was waiting to be given directions to go around the Delhi car. But I think the Magdeburg car might have stalled, as we have seen them do on a couple of laps, but they get going again. And we have 2 more cars approaching, both Mannheim and Oulu, now being asked to go around, and Mannheim will not get a blue flag immediately as the marshals seem a little preoccupied with the Delhi situation, making sure that that is resolved safely. So I'm sure we'll see Mannheim get a blue flag in the next section, and I see some more yellow flags being waved further
Yes,
down
it's
the
the
track.
Magdeburg car. I can see the rear wing. It's stalled again. Just in its lost chain.
The officials rushing to get the Delhi car off the track. As car number 53 from Lemgo approaches the start-finish line. Oulu now has successfully overtaken the Mannheim car, which has been shown the green flag along the Nordkurve. And I believe all of the cars out of track are in motion now and running well.
Apart from the Magdeburg car, who is stalling again. Of course, all the cars do get the chance to finish endurance, even if it means stopping sometimes. It's bad luck. But if you can finish it.
Yes, and it's only their second year electric vehicle. And they finished endurance and won efficiency in FSUK. So that actually says something about the performance of this team.
And Matti, is the endurance situation with the driven cars similar to the track drive for driverless, where you get points per completed lap, or do you only get points if you finish all of the laps?
I think you need to finish them all. I remember in the past there were a little bit, if you finished half of it, you got some points. It's very minor, but you got something out of it. But I don't think it's in the same fashion as the track drive. I think if you finish most of your track drive, you get quite a lot of points, but in the endurance, if you don't finish it, a big chunk of your points is lost.
The Magdeburg car has started, stopped and started again a couple more times as we see Oulu overtaking the car from, I believe, Lübeck. And then we have car number 216 entering the track.
What do we know about the 216 car, Mickey? Do we have some commentary input? I see the hands of frustration or disappointment, I should say. They did not fill in the commentary form, so we should guess. And indeed, the Magdeburg car, is it the Magdeburg car? Has stalled again on track. The marshals are waving the yellow flag. But the high voltage light is still on, so they might be, and they can continue.
Yes, and it seems the Magdeburg driver is already getting used to this driving situation. Every time the car is nearing the stall, he very professionally pulls off to the side so as not to impede the other drivers. So good job to the Magdeburg driver, being considerate of all the other teams competing as well.
Magdeburg car pulling to the side again. And coming to a halt. I hear an electric beep, which means the car has been recharged again.
And we're about to see another car from Finland join the track, 278 from Tampere. As Magdeburg stalls once again close to the finish line, the driver has again pulled off the track. Lemgo getting shown the yellow flags, slowing down nicely and continuing on their way, seeing the green flag now as Magdeburg gets going once again.
Yeah, and this was a pretty tricky situation. The Magdeburg car wanted to rejoin the track, but there was another car coming. So luckily the marshals were there in time to signal the driver to wait one more second, and no drama.
Oulu driver getting an off track in the last couple of corners, overshooting their braking point, but continuing nicely on their way, not hitting any cones. And we have two Finnish cars in a row now, going after each other. I see some more yellow flags being waved out by the transition to the GP track. Matti, was that the Magdeburg car again?
Yeah, it was. And I think was it the car from Tampere that just was just launched? Basically rebuilt the whole entire first section of the track here.
We see Mannheim catching up to the car from Lübeck, probably going to see some blue flags soon. But just as I say that, the Mannheim car slows down for a little bit, but now speeds up again. And we see car number 216 getting the blue flags, led by the car from Oulu.
Yeah, and for car number 278 from Tampere, the drivers are called Sami Testo-Sami Sulkala and Jussi Mononen.
And I have to say really quickly, now that I'm counting the number of cars out on the track, there are 7 cars going simultaneously.
And who is fastest currently? Is it the Oulu car?
I don't have the timing in front of me, but purely off the eye test, I would say it is either the car from Oulu or maybe the car from Mannheim, although they seem to have slowed down.
Yeah, it seems to be the car from Oulu. I already had a feeling that they were going so quick in their first laps. They must have had some problem during the autocross, having to start as the first car here. Definitely pushing now, and they are the fastest one on track right now.
Mannheim getting a bit of a power slide through the horseshoe, clipping a couple of cones, and Lübeck is hot on their tail.
Yes, and we have Lübeck on their 8th lap, so that means only one more lap before the driver change for them.
I see some people getting ready here in the driver change. Which car can we expect to finish half of their endurance?
It would be Lübeck finishing soon, but as you say that, Matti, we see Mannheim pulling off the track. The driver experiencing some issues with the vehicle. I think there was a loss of power. Magdeburg driver slowing down again, pulling off the track too, to led by the cars from Lemgo and Oulu. Hopefully they can get it going again, as they have done so successfully so far. And indeed he does. Magdeburg running on their own power again.
Yeah, and I'd like to highlight the nice driving from the Magdeburg driver, respectfully going next to the track, not holding up other drivers anymore. I think that's really nice from the driver from Magdeburg, even though he is struggling with some issues, clearly.
A little bit of a traffic jam here by the start line. We just saw 3 cars go side by side. The Mannheim car off the track, the Oulu car in the primary track, and the Lemgo car in the overtaking lane.
Yeah, and just also some extra information about the Mannheim car 101. They want a shout out to KA Racing, thanks for the testing area. And also they want to have a shout out to the transmission messiahs for raising a child instead of racing wild. I'm not sure what that means, but probably the one involved will. And also Big Booty Strunje because of his intelligent cooling fan control, and Hannes' mom for her sewing skills.
And Matti, I believe as Mickey was giving those wonderful shout outs, there was a car that DNF'd right next to you.
Yeah, it was the Mannheim car, what Mickey was talking about. They stopped here just in front of us at the start-finish, and indeed they were rolled back to the dynamic area.
And Lübeck now making their way through the first half of the endurance and into the driver change. Well done, guys.
And also Lemgo is on their 8th lap as we speak, so one more to go before the driver change. And yeah, it's very nice to see that we have 6 or 7 cars out on track, a lot of action.
And I just saw Oulu get the last lap sign as well. Is this their final lap of the endurance? And indeed, Lemgo getting the last lap sign before the driver change.
Yes, indeed. Well spotted, Egor, because it is their 18th and final lap for Oulu. So let's keep our fingers crossed they can make it all the way through.
And we see the car from Lausanne lining up on the starting line, car number 127, and getting the green flag, and away they go.
Oh, and in the first braking zone, the Lausanne driver missed its braking point completely, locking up the rears, spinning, taking a few cones with him. That's not the ideal start to your endurance.
As we see Oulu now making their way to the last few corners of the endurance. Going into the horseshoe. The driver already used to the track, no trouble at all, keeping it nice and clean. Onto the back straight. Into the final chicane, and they get the checkered flag. Congratulations, Oulu, completing the endurance, the first team to finish today. And just as the car from Oulu finishes, the car from Diepholz gets the green flag and begins their 18-lap journey. The car from Lemgo has completed their first 9 laps, pulling in for the driver change. And Mickey, I think cars 216 and 278 have also been quietly but surely putting in the laps. They should be getting close to their driver change as well.
Well, car 216 is on their 6th lap, and 278, if that's the one that you meant, is on their 5th lap.
The car from Lausanne seemingly having a little trouble. They have stopped on the track. The driver was throwing his hands up disappointedly. Hopefully he can get going again.
And I hear the Lübeck car driving out of the driver change area. So they will be launched onto the track shortly.
And they've been launched onto the track already. The car from Magdeburg stalling once again. Yellow flags being waved for the passing vehicles. The car from Lausanne, unfortunately, has stalled right in front of us here at race control as well.
Yeah, they seem to be having the same disease as the Magdeburg car, stopping every once in a while to restart the car before it gets going. The Magdeburg car learned to stop next to the track. I think the Lausanne car still needs to learn that trick.
And we have quite a traffic jam here. 3 cars right behind each other and approaching the position of the stalled Lausanne car. Diepholz getting the blue flag to let through cars number 216 and 278, and now both of those getting the yellow flag and the go around around the stranded Lausanne car. And the Diepholz driver getting around them nicely as well. Well done by the marshals to manage the situation. And unfortunately, we see the Lausanne driver getting out of the car. And the officials now pushing it away from the track. Fortunately, they don't have very far to go. As the car from Magdeburg stops once again. Car number 250 from Lübeck going around them very carefully. And Magdeburg gets going once more. It's a familiar rhythm for the driver now.
Yeah, we've been joined by the car from Diepholz as well, car number 288. And the driver names for the endurance are Jan and Henry. The car name is Jok. And they have car van Staff, which is Schwachstelle and guiding principle for design. In CAD, it would normally have fit. So that's interesting. We probably know where it comes from. And there you have a shout out to Michaela from Accumulator Scrutineering, because they were probably helped big time by her.
Yeah, and the car from Diepholz actually dusted a 360 in the pendulum. The driver spun around but managed to get it 360 degrees around and was able to continue.
So we have a flurry of activity here. Magdeburg stopping on track, or rather off track once again, being overtaken by 216 and 278. Magdeburg gets going once again, and car number 78 from Hamburg has started their endurance run as well.
Yeah, and just to finish the Diepholz information, they have a special feature. They built the car with dual students during the semester, so they had very, very little time to finish the car and to test it. So that's actually a very interesting feature, and well done by the team.
Magdeburg has done another reset of the car. Maybe a small reminder as well for the drivers that are yet to come. If you go off track just to restart your car for safety purposes, that will not count as a penalty if it's for safety purposes.
Lemgo, meanwhile, has successfully completed the driver change and are starting the second half of their endurance run.
But the electrical car from Hamburg is really flying on track right now. I feel like they're a lot quicker than the current cars on track. And they will be meeting the Lübeck car anytime soon now. Not before the next overtaking zone, but maybe the one here in front of the crowd.
You say that, Matti, but Lübeck had slowed down a little bit, allowing the Hamburg car to catch up, and they did get the blue flag just before the start-finish line.
And the marshals did some really quick reacting. Good job by them.
Yes, and the car name from Hamburg is called Fritz, and the driver names is Till, the Ex-Owl and Eric der Lenkungmeister.
Car number 216 has just been shown the last lap sign, so this must be their last lap before their driver change. We have now car number 122 from Diepholz passing us in a little bit of no man's land. You see there's a lot more action on the track closer to the grandstands at the moment. There are 4 or 5 cars very close to each other. And I do see yellow flags being waved and marshals rushing to a particular part of the track. Matti, is that the Magdeburg car again?
I think there are currently 2 cars stalled on track. I cannot, the Magdeburg is one of them, but on the transition from the parking lot to the track I can also see another car that's being stalled. I cannot identify which one it is. I do miss the Lübeck car, so it might be them.
And we have car number 216 from Castellón getting the checkered flag, completing the first half of the endurance and pulling in for the driver change. As Tampere right behind them is getting the last lap sign as well. I see Magdeburg car has stalled once again in front of the grandstands, and Hamburg just got around them as Magdeburg gets going once more.
I think Magdeburg is still on their first part of the endurance, right? They are in for a long morning.
Diepholz clipping a couple of cones in the last chicane, but continuing nicely. Hearing some cheers from the stand as they pass by. I have to say, you can definitely hear the distinctive absence of the Lübeck car. Have we figured out where they might be?
That was probably the car that was stranded, but this is just guessing. It's on the other part of the track, which we cannot see from our position.
Mickey, can you see anything in the timing sheets that might help us out?
Now the only thing we can see is that they're on their 12th lap. Let's tune into the radio from the officials, because then we should have a bit more information.
And Tampere is in for their driver change. So far the Finnish teams have done very well here in the endurance. Oulu finishing the endurance completely, and Tampere already half of it.
And the track gets very quiet now as we wait for a combustion car to come back. I do hear an engine starting behind me, so that should be pretty soon. But the electric cars, maybe they're a little bit quieter, but no slower. Hamburg car still going very rapidly around the track.
I see some happy faces from the team of the 216 car. Driver seems to be quite happy with its performance, and they managed to drive out of the driver change area and onto their second part of the endurance.
Yes, the driver stalled but has restarted the engine now at the green flag, and they should be getting going soon. And Hamburg does look pretty quick out on the track. Are they beating the time set by Oulu, or is Oulu still the record holder for the moment?
Oulu is still fastest with an 88.93, but Hamburg is getting closer with a 92.0. Let's not forget they have had some hindrance from a couple of stalled cars out there. So let's hope they can pick up the pace and threaten the time from Ulu.
Yeah, you can see the Hamburg car is really quick in the corners, but you do notice that they need to do some energy saving, so they're not as quick on the straights. They are limited either by a speed limit or a power limit, and it is set quite conservatively.
As Castillon, car number 216, makes their way out of the driver change and back onto the track for the second half. The car from Magdeburg has stalled once again on the changeover. The driver once again very nicely pulling off the track. And he gets going again.
And we will be having a new car on track. It's the car from Ostrava. I am being corrected, it's Ostrava.
Ostrava getting the green flag and off they go. Tampere has made their way out of the driver change and back onto the track as well for their back half of the endurance. What do you say, Matti? It's pretty ideal conditions for an endurance right now. It's dry out on the track, it's not too hot, it's not too bright. I think the teams that are going later on in the day might have a bit more of a challenge with the conditions that they face.
Yeah, indeed, it's quite chill at the moment, I would say. A nice way. I think it can be a little bit hotter to get a bit more grip, but definitely nice conditions to drive in.
The Hamburg car has now caught up to the contestant from Diepholz. We'll be sure to see a blue flag at the next overtaking opportunity. Magdeburg car had stalled in the meanwhile and gotten going again. Not the most conventional way of doing an endurance, but it is working for them so far.
So we just had a new car on track, the Ostrava car. I do have a bit of information about them. So their car is named Vector, and the drivers are Jarda Sudek, the baby driver, and Denek Petra, the intermediate driver. Apologies if my pronunciation is not exactly correct.
The car from Lemgo, number 53, seems to be going a little bit slowly on the straights. Maybe just a risk management strategy from the driver, but continuing along.
And a bit more information about the Ostrava car. In the last night before the races, instead of packing the tools, they actually just swapped the engine. And a bit of fun stuff. They have some bronze tubes in the car, but they identify as aluminum.
And the Magdeburg car stopping on track once again. It feels that the distance that they're able to drive before each successive stall is getting smaller and smaller. The officials still allowing them to continue, and hopefully they'll be able to, well, get as far as they possibly can.
Yeah, their lap times are obviously arguably not good. 225, 250, and now even 441 seconds. So that's 4 times or 5 times even slower than the fastest out there.
Magdeburg car has stopped again after just 30 meters from their last stall. As the car from Ostrava is catching up to the Diepholz car ahead of them. Should be seeing a blue flag for Diepholz very soon. Lemgo car seems to have slowed down quite considerably. But the interesting thing now is that they're going slow enough to do all of the corners without braking as well. So it's very fascinating to see the car keeping a very consistent, constant pace throughout the entire track. Magdeburg car this time did not even manage to pull off the track on their next stall. Car struggling very hard to get moving again as Ostrava and Diepholz are giving the go around.
Yeah, while Diepholz is heading towards the driver change area because this is their 9th lap. So in a couple of seconds we will see them pull into the driver change.
Yes, and I see the Magdeburg car has given up the ghost and is being pushed off the track by the recovery team. And I see further in the back there by the grandstand, I believe that is the lost car from Lübeck that we see being pushed, or is that 53 from Lemgo?
I think it's 53.
Yeah, Lübeck was out some while ago, I think. So attrition rate is still high already this morning, while the temperatures and the track conditions are actually ideal, as Diego just told us. So let's hope the coming cars will have a better rate of finishing.
You see the Tampere car struggling a little bit. Hamburg is catching up to them, but Tampere gets going again. I think just a little trouble with shifting gears. And the field is relatively bunched up now. Tampere being given the blue flag for Hamburg to overtake. Castellón not too far behind them, and we see car number 76 from Freiberg lining up on the green flag.
The 216 car taking a cone here in one of the first corners, and it looks like they're still carrying it with it. No, it got dropped in the kinky chicane.
Ostrava flying past us on the start-finish bit, and now Freiberg gets given the green flag, and they're off for their endurance run.
Yeah, looking at the Freiberg car, he almost missed its first braking point. With these electric cars, of course, if they're charged fully, you cannot always use the regenerative brake in the first corner.
And we see the car from Deggendorf being given the green flag as well. The driver had a little wobble of the steering wheel, but they managed to get it back into place, and they get going too. Castellón most likely about to see a blue flag from the for the Ostrava car to be able to overtake them. We see Tampere pulling into the blue lane. I'm not sure if they got a blue flag or pulled in of their own volition. I highly doubt that. Ostrava now overtakes, and Tampere and Castellón both given the green flag to go ahead.
Yeah, Matti, I'm looking at the Deggendorf car. I think they have filled in the form. I also noticed that they lost their four-wheel drive and FSG, and now they're only using the rear-wheel drive. So considering that, it's nice to have them here.
Yeah, and apparently their car only drives when the weather sucks. So that is bad news because it's actually super nice weather. And the Deggendorf also want to make a shout out to LAE Racing for always eating their food. Stroom and Zone for the nice and long evening after Embedded World.
Cars are now bunching up once again. We see Tampere actually stopping on the track. Hamburg are patiently waiting right behind them for instructions from the officials. Sorry, not Hamburg, Freiberg. And Freiberg now navigating around the Tampere car, which does get going again as well.
And the last bit of information about the Deggendorf car. The car is called Jenny 13 GDX. And this is also actually inscribed on their bottom plate of their aero package. Really nice in blue. Definitely something to watch.
In all this excitement, Matti, did we miss the Hamburg car going into the driver change? Could you check? Yes, I see very enthusiastic head nods from Jonas. Hamburg has completed the first half of their endurance and are now in the driver change.
Well, even more, they just got out of the driver change. So they did a successful driver change. I see a thumbs up from the officials, some happy engineers from the Hamburg team, and they are ready to go on track again.
The driver from Tampere seems to be having some trouble with the car. It has stopped and started a couple of times. Seeing some good acceleration from them now, though. As Hamburg is giving the green flag to resume endurance for the second half, the final 9 laps. Hearing some cheers, but also seeing a car stalled right in front of the grandstands on the GP section. Matti, can you make out which car that is?
Ooh, that might be the Tampere car. We do have some binoculars. We will definitely make use of them. And the cheering was actually for the Diepholz car, who managed to restart at the driver change, and they're also ready to do their second part of the endurance. It was Tampere, but they got going again, and they can join the little traffic jam that is happening there in Pendulum. Of course, if you have stalled cars on track like the Tampere car again just before Pendulum, you do tend to bunch up the cars a little bit. And also Hamburg now, they were in the blue zone for the overtake. Not sure if it was voluntarily or if they were pushed into the blue zone. Had a short stall, but got going again.
Yes, I think they did get a blue flag and are now going considerably slower than we saw them go in the first half, but they are going.
Of course, if you get pulled into the blue zone, you are a bit out of your rhythm. You need to do something less usual, and then maybe things can go wrong with these cars.
As Tampere is still stranded just after the hairpin. Driver having more trouble getting the car going again than he did before. But I see the marshals waving him along, so he might be about to start moving again. And yes, he does. Tampere on the move once more, but very slowly coming to a halt once again. Yellow flags being waved for Deggendorf. Deggendorf getting the go-around and seeing the green flag. Freiberg now catching a cone between the side wing and the left front wheel, taking it along for a ride.
Yeah, that sounded like a big impact for the Freiberg car. I hope the front wing is okay.
And the impact with the cone seems to be having a bit of an effect on the Freiberg car as well. I think we're seeing some debris have come off from the Freiberg vehicle. But they're not having any trouble keeping going, so let's hope they can continue and finish. And I see the Tampere car is now being pushed away by the recovery team. Unfortunately, that will be a DNF for them. Nevertheless, a valiant effort, a lot of effort put in by the driver to get the car going again after it had stalled many times. So congratulations to you guys, very well done. Matti, how's the queue situation looking? How's the driver change window?
So there's currently no car in the driver change. I do see one driver making himself ready. So I think we might be expecting one of the cars soon in the driver change.
Yes, indeed. Just as you say that, Ostrava is being given the checkered flag and pulling in. Car number 216 from Castellón has a suspension failure on their front right wheel, just onto the bump into Horseshoe. I did not hear too loud of an impact, but I can see the front right wheel is very, very skewed. So unfortunately, I think that will be a DNF for them as well.
Yeah, that's a big shame, because by the looks of it, that would have been their last lap as well. They were so tantalizingly close to the finish.
The driver started the engine and tried to see if the car can still move under its own power, but now giving a very disappointing hand wave and head shake. Very unfortunate for Castellón on their last lap.
I think we will have a new car on track.
Yes, car number 249 from Niederrhein getting ready to join the endurance. Deggendorf still continuing very nicely. They should be getting a last lap sign soon, I believe, for their first half.
Yeah, Deggendorf is now in their 6th lap, so it will be a little bit before that last lap sign comes out.
Yellow flags being waved in the Horseshoe as the marshals recover the stranded car from Castellón.
Yeah, Hamburg and Freiberg clearing the scene of the crime. I think Niederrhein will be held at the green flag for a little bit until Castellón is recovered.
Yes, and I think Freiberg might have been expecting to see a blue flag there, as they are quite closely following the Hamburg car. Fortunately, seeing the blue flag now, the officials, I think, were a little preoccupied with the Castellón situation, make sure that's resolved safely. As Niederrhein sees the green flag and joins the track.
Yeah, we have seen yesterday that it's not that easy to get these cars with suspension failures out of the way. They use these trolleys underneath the car to get it rolling, but even then it's still a tricky situation. And the marshals are still eagerly trying to get the Castellón car out of the way and to clear the track. Meanwhile, there's still a yellow flag situation in the Horseshoe.
Yeah, some of these cars can weigh 200 to 300 kilograms depending on what the drivetrain is like, and yeah, depending which wheel is broken, it's also incredibly difficult to have a safe point to lift the car from.
Yeah, you can just see the disappointment on the driver from the Castellón team. Hard brake, they were almost there.
We have a new car joining us at the green flag position. Car number 50 from Lisbon is ready to start their endurance.
And this is actually one of the favorite cars from Mickey. They're also participant in the Formula Student Underground, thanks to their fancy light, a purple light or blue light on the bottom of the car. The Lisbon car has been doing very well also in the driverless sections. But here, of course, they are at the start line with a driver in their car.
See, the Hamburg driver has experienced some issues with their car. He pulled into the blue overtaking lane of their own volition. just in case. So very good precaution from the driver, but he did manage to get the car going again and is off on their way.
There's some weird noises coming from the Niederrhein car when it passed us. I'm not sure it was scraping the ground or it was something else.
I think it's a noise that I've already noticed during the autocross yesterday from them as well. It sounds like a bit of a wet fart into the exhaust, some kind of backfire, not nearly as bad as the Lübeck car though. We do have some information from car number 50 from Lisbon. The car name is Jarda. The driver name, I think it's only one, is Spin DT Old Guy. Their goal for this year is a top 10 position overall. Judging by the number of events that I've seen that car in, I think they might be headed the right way. They blew up 6 low voltage power supplies this year, which is never a good thing. And they also have a Ronaldo sticker installed in the car to pay tributes to him.
Freiberg car also now seems to be going a little slower than they did on their first few laps, but they have just been shown the last lap sign and should be about to pull into the driver change.
Yeah, they're dragging a cone around in the rear left suspension. That will be hot and hopefully be removed carefully during the driver change.
Niederrhein car now making its way past us with that very recognizable rattle, Jonas, that you talked about.
Another cone being carried around all the way through the horseshoe by Diepholz.
Yes, another member of the cone delivery service. Meanwhile, in the hairpin, I can see Hamburg catching up to car number 50 from Lisbon. I think they might see a blue flag there soon.
Oh, and on the Freiberg car, we have a bit of a failure. Through the wings, it looks like the nose has actually dislodged.
Yes, the nose cone is hanging off by a thread.
It's hanging loose. Luckily for them, I think they will be coming into the driver change area soon. So I don't think, unless it falls off, the officials will be doing anything about it just yet.
Wow, that is spectacular. I've never seen something like that in a Formula Student competition.
And just behind them, Hamburg has been stuck behind the car from Lisbon for a little while now. I'm sure he'll be frustrated they didn't get shown a blue flag before. But they do get shown the blue flag now. Lisbon pulls off and Hamburg overtakes as Freiberg pulls into the driver change. Mickey, Jonas, what can you see of that nose cone?
Oh, it's definitely still loose. The team members are getting ready to swap the new driver in. I'm a bit curious about the fact whether they will just be able to take off the nose cone and run without. Safety-wise, that shouldn't be an issue. I do see a dedicated impact attenuator below.
Meanwhile, we're about to see the other team from Hamburg, Hawks Hamburg, onto the track. So both Hamburg contestants on the track now simultaneously. I see officials rushing to the very beginning of the GP section. I think it might be the Hamburg car that is stranded there.
No, that might have also been Niederrhein, or are they just being guided around the yellow flags?
No, I think I see Niederrhein making their way towards the hairpin now. And Lisbon is driving as well. As Deggendorf gets the checkered flag for the first half of their endurance, going into the driver change.
I do have some information on the Hamburg car that just joined the track. Their car name is Naira, and their drivers are Lulu and Schwingi. And they also have a few shout-outs. They want to make a shout-out to the High Speed Karlsruhe and Joanneum Racing Graz for having them, probably in between the competitions. They do have pink brake lines, and they are confident that it's making them braking faster.
The nose of the Freiberg car here in the driver change area, meanwhile, is in its position again. It looks very well attached. I'm not sure if there were any quick fasteners that were loose and allowed the nose to dislodge a little bit. The fresh driver is installed in the car.
And I'm just getting confirmation here, Jonas, from our eagle-eyed colleague Mickey, that it was indeed the Hamburg car, number 78, that got stranded going into the GP section. And they have already been moved away by the recovery team, so unfortunately that is a DNF for 78.
One more fun fact on the Hamburg car that is still driving, the 196. The last time they actually completed an FSG endurance was with their combustion union car that we will probably see later today. And they're both here today, so maybe today they can both finish the endurance here at the FSG 2023.
Unfortunately, not finishing the endurance will be car number 289 from Ostrava. They were having some bad luck here in the driver change area. They were unable to restart the engine. And continuing with bad luck for Freiberg, they are being waved out of the driver change area as well. So I think due to the mechanical fault of the nose being dislodged, they are not allowed to continue with their second driver.
The cars out on track, meanwhile, continuing nicely are car number 50 from Lisbon, 249 from Niederrhein, 196 from Hawks Hamburg, and one more in the background there. Let me wait until they get here to get a closer look. Ah, yes, that unmistakable cone stuck on the front wing. It is 122 from Diepholz.
I think they're getting close to the record for cone carried the most distance. In the driver change area, Deggendorf has installed their second driver. They're charging the high voltage system and are about to set off.
And the Hawks car with a massive improvement, 6 seconds quicker than their first lap, which brings it to a 95, one of the quicker cars on track, but they're all evenly matched.
Well, we have a little bit of a quieter moment here. Matti, what is the fastest lap? Is it still the one from the Oulu car at the very beginning?
Yes, I think it is. That car was so quick. It had an 88.9 on their fourth lap. And it was not beaten ever since. We are currently lapping around the 90, 96, 97 seconds, all the cars here. Very evenly matched.
There were big cheers from the grandstand here right next to us for the Diepholz car. I think that's in order because this is their last lap.
I believe they've been cheering every time the car passed the grandstands, the team showing good support for their driver, as we see Deggendorf starting their second half of the endurance.
I was briefly taking a peek at the running order for the rest of the event here and into the queue. And I think the last couple of cars in the regular running are waiting in the queue. I see car number 225 Manresa, 110 from Augsburg, 326 Dortmund, 169 from Ljubljana, 43, 90, 111, and right towards the back. The number eludes me. But this to me says that we're also going to see some out of order running cars for this morning session soon.
And Diepholz is now in the horseshoe, about to finish their endurance. They're still carrying the cone with it. Super spectacular.
Checkered flag at the ready. I hope they get to take that cone home because they've been caring for it so well.
Massive cheers from the crowds. And rightly so, they're the second car to successfully finish endurance. Wow, congrats to Diepholz.
Yeah, we have been seeing an incredibly high attrition rate here, both out on track from suspension failures and electrical issues, as well as issues that were spotted here by the scrutineers in the driver change area. So 2 cars that have successfully finished so far from the many cars that we've seen run already shows what kind of exhaustive testing this endurance here is.
And lovely to see this team spirit of the Diepholz car. They are so happy to finish endurance here at FSG, which proves to be quite challenging, as Jonas was mentioning.
Yeah, we were already guessing at this based on the happenings from the autocross yesterday, which of course runs roughly the same track. And yeah, the ups and downs and bumps and scuffs that this infield track and the GP lap transition puts on these cars, yeah, it's taken its toll.
And so, Igor, you were asking me about the lap times, and actually the Hamburg car, the Hawks car, is going quite a lot quicker in the recent laps. They started off with a lap time of 100 seconds, but already in their fourth lap, they managed to improve it to a 92. So maybe, just maybe, they can reach that time from the Ulu car. The driver of the Manresa car is struggling to get all the power on the ground, wiggling its tail and taking a few cones in the process. Meanwhile, the Deggendorf car is given the blue flag for the Lisbon car, and the Lisbon car is absolutely flying past. And we do have a bit of a race on our hands. The Hawks and the Lisboa car are almost doing the exact same lap times. And it's great to see.
And as the car from Niederrhein gets shown the last lap sign, so they should be pulling into the driver change soon as well. We have 5 cars on track at the moment, and a 6th is about to join them. Augsburg, car number 110, waiting for the green flag. We see Hawks Hamburg catching up to Deggendorf. Deggendorf being shown the blue flag, moving out of the way nicely and giving the green flag now. Car from Lisbon hitting a couple of cones in the last few corners. There are 3 cars about to pass the start-finish line, and I think after they're out of the way, the officials will give Augsburg the green flag to join them as well.
And I do have a bit of information on the 110 car from Augsburg. Their car is named Rocco, and their drivers are Simon and Bine Haya. And they have a really bad habit of forgetting things on their aerodynamics, and so on their wings, things like laptops or other tools and stuff, which is not a great idea if you want to do a dynamic event.
And as you're commenting, Matti, the Augsburg driver is having some trouble getting the car off the line. He's shaking his head at the officials. The T-cell light is now green.
Good news for Niederrhein though. They are pulling into the driver change area. Have successfully completed their first half of the endurance, though the driver does stall right as he pulls into, off the track.
And indeed, the Augsburg car is stuck at the starting line here. The driver is shaking no. The official is giving the opportunity for the car to get going, but the driver does not look happy.
Well, the green flag I did not see waved yet, so I'm not sure what this means for the team as far as any DNFs are concerned.
And the last lap sign has been given for the Lisbon car, who's absolutely flying on track right now.
Yeah, Lisbon has been lapping in the low 90s the last couple of laps.
The Augsburg team, meanwhile, have pulled up to their car with the pull bar, and they're pulling it away from the starting line. We'll have to see whether they are allowed to come back and try again later, or if this is the end. How's it looking for Niederrhein in the driver change?
Calm and steady. They have already installed the second one inside of the car. No big rush. 3 minutes is usually plenty of time to be able to remove the first and install the second driver. There are very little other things that the team is allowed to change anyway. The only thing pretty much would be to change from slicks to rain tires or vice versa.
The Lisbon car seems to be slowing down just a little bit, but that is no matter as they are being given the checkered flag and pulling in for the driver change. And Hawks Hamburg right behind them gets shown the last lap sign as well. And we have car number 326 Dortmund lining up for the green flag next.
Yeah, and the Hawks car is also flying. They managed to break the 90-second barrier. They are now into the 89.6, 89.8 seconds. Still the fastest time from the Ulu car. The 88 seconds still stands. But who knows, the second driver of the Hamburg car might beat it.
Yeah, the Ulu car this morning was very impressive. They were definitely showing off the fact that to finish first you have to finish.
And they finished quite convincingly, I would say. Didn't see their car having any trouble at all. Very, very successful endurance from them. Great way to open the day.
Hawks Hamburg now pulling into the driver change area, car number 196. Being ready for the last 9 laps.
And I think I can hear Niederrhein starting their engine in the driver change area.
Yeah, that exhaust note is definitely unique to them.
Officials just waiting for Deggendorf, car number 44, to go past the start-finish line.
And I do have a little bit of info about the 225 car, the Manresa car. The car is named Rebecca, and their drivers are Victor, the Bulgarian, and Carlos, the Porcupine. The car apparently comes with a very special feature, and when activated, the vehicle will turn into party mode. They say for more info, we should check FSG23 night acceleration event. So looking forward to that one.
Lisboa in the driver change area seems to have fully readied themselves. They are now getting the thumbs up from the officials to pull towards the green flag. Looking a little bit further into the queue, there is car number 43 from Constance, car number 90, what I think is Milano, car number 111 from Trento, and a little bit further back, the last runner of the morning session in order is car number 322, Napoli, preparing as well.
Yes, Jonas, and while you were checking on the queue, Lisbon, having been ready, have now rejoined the track for the second half. As we see the car from Manresa catching up to Niederrhein. Niederrhein seems to be going a little bit slowly, as car 43 from Constance gets given the green flag as well.
And the Manresa team wanted to make one more shout out to Paco and Jade. And those are actually the dogs from the drivers, and apparently dogs are currently watching the live event.
Niederrhein now shown the blue flag for Manresa to overtake.
Niederrhein again with that wet fart in a napkin kind of sound from the exhaust. I'm not sure if that is healthy, if that's normal. I mean, we've also had Lübeck fire here on track for quite a while, so I don't know what kind of noises these combustion engines can make. Good thing or bad thing, depending on who you ask, is that this will be the last year that we'll be hearing these kind of noises here at FSG. This year is the last time that we're seeing the combustion class here. This will hopefully be commemorated a little bit later today with the endurance of the historic cars that we already saw at the acceleration and autocross in the last few days. They were invited here from all over Europe for this last hurrah of the combustion class to commemorate old combustion cars still being around. This will depend a little bit on how quickly the session B this afternoon goes. We hope to see the historic cars before the session closes at 5 p.m.
And Joseph, I think looking at the driver behavior, the drivers have tried to take some lessons from the suspension failures that we have seen today and are trying to go a little bit more gentle through the horseshoe bump, both on the entry and the exit.
Yeah, of course, the attrition rate was very high. The endurance is long and arduous for the drivers without any assistance in the steering. This is all Armstrong. So I think the drivers are just in self-interest taking it a little bit easier. Depending on the settings, especially for the electric cars, they are also dialing back the power a little bit so that the accelerations are slightly lower and the battery lasts all the way until the end. I have also heard a pretty interesting theory about why we're seeing so many suspension failures here this year. The weather, of course, is baking hot and also extremely humid. That coupled together with the intense sun radiation on the carbon rods seem to be conditions that the glue might not be liking all too much.
Seeing some yellow flags out on the track now. Car number 43 from Constance has stopped. Manresa being waved around.
Yeah, and we had the 326 car from Dortmund joining us quite recently, and I have a few fun facts about the team. The car is named the Rhino 2, and their drivers are Marcus Diwade, so that's the first driver, and their second driver, Nick Raket Nuxhol. Apparently the car received the name Brennwagen because it caught fire 3 times, but the team is sure that it won't happen again and the issues are resolved.
Well, issues have arisen, unfortunately, for Hawks Hamburg. They could not restart in time. Their allotted 3 minutes were over, and then the tractive system was not cooperating anymore. So unfortunately, Hamburg only made it to the halfway point. The push bar is attached and the car will be removed from the driver change area.
But meanwhile, Deggendorf has made it to the 100% point. They have finished their endurance. We heard a big cheer from the grandstands. Congratulations to Deggendorf, car number 44.
And the 326 car from Dortmund want to make a shout out to Roerprot Bros, Get Racing, for providing a test area and the fire extinguishers.
Car number 43 from Constance still stranded on the track. The T-cell light is flashing red.
Interestingly enough, I just witnessed an overtake of a non-aero car overtaking the aero car from Niederrhein. So Dortmund was pulling ahead of their local compatriots.
And Milano, meanwhile, got given the green flag to begin their endurance run. The T-cell light is now a solid green on the Constance car.
Taking a quick peek into the queue, we have the last 2 runners that will be running in order from the looks of things anyway. Car number 111 from Trento and 322 from Napoli. Behind them, running out of order, are car number 232 Iassi, car number 65 from Pisa, and a couple more that I can't see properly.
And we had the 90 car from Milano just joining us in the endurance, and I do have a bit of information. Their car is called La Burlona, which is Italian for the prankster. Apparently the car makes some jokes from time to time. Not sure how exactly that works. And their drivers are Valentini and Brigatti. And I think they're about to do their overtake. Is that on the Niederheim car, Igor?
Yes, that is indeed on the Niederrhein car, being shown the blue flag, and Milan is overtaking. And meanwhile, two more things have happened. I believe the car from Manresa, 225, has pulled in for their driver change, successfully completing the first half of the endurance. And car number 43 from Constance, unfortunately, was not able to restart and is now being pushed away by the recovery team. Unfortunate DNF for car 43.
Yeah, we couldn't quite make out what was the issue, but judging by the fact that the car is on dollies, I'm suspecting that this is the return of yet another suspension demon.
As car number 111 from Trento gets going a little bit slowly through the first sector, but surely nonetheless, as Napoli is given the green flag and joins the track.
Oh, we have a spin on the infield.
I believe that is Dortmund.
Just before the wings section, Dortmund is spun around in the overtaking lane. Milano pulling past them, yellow flags being waved. I don't think Dortmund will be able to restart. By the looks of things, the rear left suspension, at least the track rod is broken. The wheel is definitely not pointing in the directions that the other wheels are.
Yes, we did see one car with rear-wheel steering at this competition. I believe it was from Esslinger, but Dortmund is not one of them.
No, and there are also more yellow flags on the grandstand section on the GP lap.
Yes, yellow flags. The marshals are obscuring the car number from us a little bit. We see Trento also making their way through very, very slowly, but not stopping. As Manresa has successfully made it out of the driver change and are given the green flag to resume the second half.
And the car from Trento that just joined and is probably on their second lap right now is called Fenice Evo, and Fenice, apologies again for my pronunciation, is Italian for Phoenix. So they might have had some issues with fires before. Their drivers are Giacomo Mason and Enrico Blasi.
Yeah, unfortunately for the last car in the normal running order, car number 322 from Napoli, on their first lap they were stricken and are now stranded in front of the grandstands of the GP lap section. Still lots of yellow flags being waved. I don't think the car has moved in quite a while. Obviously the driver will try to restart as much as he can for however long he is given until a car has passed him twice.
We just saw the car from Lisbon overtake the contestant from Trento.
Yeah, there was quite a speed difference between the car from Trento and Lisbon. I think the Trento car probably needs to do some energy management in order to finish the endurance today.
Dortmund is now also slowly being recovered from the overtaking section just before the wings. Napoli, meanwhile, still stationary and a little bit of a train of cars forming behind. Lisboa a little bit ahead of Trento and Milano.
As we see Manresa about to catch up to Niederrhein. Niederrhein getting shown the blue flag on the first straight. Manresa overtakes with a bit of a power slide, and Niederrhein gets going with the green flag again.
Yeah, and Milano is stuck behind Trento, but I think the Dortmund car is blocking the blue area. So the Milano car unfortunately has to wait a little longer before they can overtake the Trento car.
Yeah, this pace looks a little bit more intense than just a little bit of energy management. So maybe they have had some motor-related issues. The Milano car is getting very close as the Trento car continuously gets slower and slower and slower. The next overtaking section is only coming up at the last straight before the start-finish line. So,
well, you say Trento is getting slower and slower, but I believe they've consistently held this pace from the very beginning.
But when you're behind, then you feel like it's slower and slower. But finally, Trento moves into the overtaking zone and Milano is free again.
Bad news for Napoli. They have a confirmed DNF. They are being pushed off. My guess is that it just timed out for them. They could not get the engine restarted in time. That's a big bummer. They were on their first lap of the endurance. They were quick enough to be the last in-order running car for this morning session of the endurance. Were unable to convert that into any time set during the endurance event.
So take a quick peek at the queue. I believe this would be then the out-of-order endurance runners. We have 232 from Iasi, 65 from Pisa, 312 from Cadiz, car number 17, which I can't quite make out the name of. Then we have 323 from Stralsen, the yellow contestant, very yellow, from Malaga, and one more car, but it is a little bit obscured. We'll tell you more once we can see it. Lisbon being shown the last lap sign.
Yeah, they've been going at a pretty good pace. Let's take a look at their times. Low 90s. There were, of course, 5 or 6 laps where there was a bit of a traffic jam in the hairpin section where they had to slow down. But Milano, actually, looking at the times, just set the fastest time of the day in 87.12. That's sort of getting close to the sort of pace that we were seeing from cars in the autocross yesterday.
Yeah, literally as you say so, Milano crosses the line with an 87.1. Fastest lap of the day so far.
And just as Milano crossed the line, the car from Iasi has joined the track for their endurance attempt. Trento still keeping up their steady pace, now being shown the blue flag a little bit preemptively, but I'm sure the Manresa driver will be very happy to see that it was shown.
Yeah, I did see some signaling from some of the team members here, I think to the Trento car, giving the speed up, so maybe the Trento driver is driving a bit too cautiously. Engineers are saying, yeah, it's okay, you can push a bit more, but this is just pure speculation, of course.
Yeah, they did manage to complete 3 laps so far.
Sorry, Jonas. Niederrhein just shown the last lap flag, and Lisbon being shown the checkered flag and finishing the endurance.
Congratulations, guys.
I hear some singing in the grandstands, amazing to see. They did so well in all the driverless events as well. Great performance by the Lisbon car.
Yes, and I believe our third finisher of the day.
Iasi is slowing down at the section where Dortmund had spun earlier. Got going again though.
Manresa now being held up a little bit behind them. And the next blue section is still quite a little bit away. We might even see Trento catch up and maybe even Niederrhein.
Yeah, it's a really bad position to catch a car there because the next blue zone is quite far away, as you mentioned. Also, if you're following a car that closely, it's really hard to see the slalom actually, where the cones exactly are.
And now Pisa is getting onto the track, but going at what I honestly can only call a rather unsafe pace. It is very, very steady.
Yeah, the marshals are getting concerned enough that they are basically running alongside the car just to see if it stalls or not. There is a bit of a bunch of cars hunting them down. There is an overtaking lane just before, and now they're actually coming to a stop. So Manresa, Trento, Niederrhein. No, Niederrhein is getting the checkered flag.
Yes, Niederrhein has finished. They have completed the endurance to massive cheers from the grandstands.
And yeah, a traffic jam right in front of the VW Tower grandstands. Trento and Iasi being shown around the stranded Pisa car, and Milano is now also in the mix.
Niederrhein driver celebrating very hard, just waiting for his teammates to join him, all very happy, massive smiles all around. Congratulations, Niederrhein.
Meanwhile, the beautiful Pisa car is still stuck just is that kind of in front of one of the grandstands, the smaller grandstands here on the paddock. Emiliano gets to overtake the Iasia car. Both Trento and Iasia were actually in the blue zone. That's quite a unique sight.
We're just hearing a little bit of the radio that the Milan driver might have been a little bit overzealous when going around the stranded car from Pisa. So just a reminder to all the drivers starting later and driving right now, please be very careful when going around the stranded cars. Make sure to follow the instructions from the marshals, and only when you see the green flag rejoining the track, then you're free to go full speed ahead.
Yeah, slightly bad news for Pisa though. They did not manage to get it going again and are being pushed off the track. That's another car that, upon joining the track, basically immediately ran into issues and had to be pushed away again.
We see Milano. It feels like they only joined us a little bit ago, but already seeing the last lap sign for their first half of the endurance.
Yeah, they are of course the current holders of the fastest lap of the day so far. Their last lap was a little bit slower, most likely due to Pisa. They are on course to take the crown of the fastest endurance so far from the very first car that we saw running here today from Oulu.
And we now have car number 17 being waved, the green flag, and joining the endurance. I have to say, similar to the Pisa car, also going a little bit slowly out of the gate. Let's see if they can speed up. They seem to be going at a pace similar to the Trento car, which has not had any trouble from the marshals. So I don't see any problems coming up.
Yeah, the number 17 car. Their car is named Thunderblade and the drivers are Bushla and Patil.
And Milan seeing the checkered flag, pulling in for the driver change.
Next up at the green flag position, car number 323 from Stralsund. And looking further back in the queue, we have next up car number 364 from Malaga, the car from the Ruhr-Uni Bochum, Darmstadt, and two more behind the fence. I think that's car number 51 and car number 169.
Trento clipping the cone close to the start-finish line, going through still very gently. As we see now Manresa catching up to the car number 17, the Thunderblade. And again, they have to wait quite a while before the next overtaking opportunity.
Lots of rev limiter from Malaga on the first straightaway.
And quite interesting, we have the Trento car followed by the Iasia car. Initially the Trento car was a little bit quicker, but looks like the Iasia car is now catching up again. So they did find some speed there. Not on this overtaking zone. Most likely in the next one we will be able to make the overtake.
Stralsund is now getting close to the back of the Pune car number 17.
And the Milano car rejoins the track after a successful driver change. So this is the second part of the endurance now for them. They did set quite some quick lap times. Unfortunately for them, there are a few cars out there slightly struggling, so hopefully the Milano car will not be held up too much.
You see Stralsund overtaking E17.
Milano also being allowed to pass Pune.
Manresa going a little bit slower than they have been before.
Yeah, Trento is catching up to the back of them. I don't think they'll get to overtake on the GP lap section, but maybe just before wings on the infield.
I think you're thinking about Iasi. I'm talking about Manresa coming around to the finish line here, Jonas. They're being shown the last lap sign. This is the last lap before they complete the endurance. And we see Milano catching up to the car from Stralsund. Let's see if they get a blue flag yet, or if they'll have to wait until the next zone. Yes, they get the blue flag already now, and Milano is free to overtake.
Bit of a slide from Iasi through the horseshoe.
Yeah, we also noticed a lot of drivers yesterday making that mistake there.
I see the car from Stralsund slowing down, but now speeding up again. Oh no, sorry, not Stralsund, Manresa, 225 on their last lap.
We can see the marshals being a little bit tentative with the blue flags for Iasi. The pace between Iasi and Trento is a little bit hard to tell whether Trento would really be able to pull past Iasi just enough on their last lap to make it stick.
We did see Malaga pull ahead of Pune just now. And Manresa struggling a little bit in the last few corners, but getting closer and closer to the final checkered flag.
This is the blue flag for Iasi, though. Trento are allowed to pull past them.
Yeah, that's quite interesting because just a few laps ago, actually the Iasi car was behind Trento and Trento was given the blue flag.
And Manresa now sees the checkered flag. Massive cheers from the crowd. A couple of backfires from the car to celebrate as well. Congratulations, Manresa. It looks a little bit unsure there at the end. The car struggling a little, but they've managed to pull through.
Stralsund is lapping rather undisturbed by the other slower cars that we have on track so far. More blue flags for Pune, though I think the driver didn't actually spot that blue flag, and Milano is stuck behind them until the next overtaking section.
As we see Trento seeing the checkered flag for the first half of their endurance. Not the fastest laps we've seen so far, but very, very steady, going without any problems. Hope to see them soon for the second half.
There are a lot of cars in the queue at the moment, so I think we are about to finish the first session of the endurance today pretty soon. After that, I think there will be a small break of 30 minutes before we proceed to the next session.
And we're seeing a bit of a train now develop behind the Pune car. Milan and Stralsund right behind them as well. Pune now pulling off for the overtaking lane. And Milan and Stralsund set off. Let's see if Stralsund can keep up with Milan.
This is nice. This is a proper race between two cars. The Milano car and the Stralsund car. Will indeed the Milano car be able to pull away? It looks like yes. But really nice sight and lovely to see.
We might be seeing more overtakes later on. Malaga is getting close to Yassi. By close, I mean a couple of 100 meters to go.
Yeah, and they do seem to have quite a bit more pace than the Yasa car. Meanwhile, Yasa eating a few cones in the wings section.
Leaving them right in the middle of the track. The Malaga car probably has to either hit it or avoid it. They managed to squeeze past without a problem.
So as the heat picks up, we see a lot of team members in the queue using clipboards to provide a little bit of cooling for their drivers. And we saw Bochum now make their way over to the green flag. I am surprised not to see a front wing on that car. Jonas, if you look over to your right.
Yeah, we've had some other cars joining without a front wing. Kit was one of them. It could be related to damages that the front wing occurred. We have a meatball flag being readied here at race control. I'm not sure for which team this is. I highly doubt it's Stralsund as they pull past. This might be in preparation for the Pune car, since they are lapping very slowly.
Trento, meanwhile, has successfully completed the driver change. Second driver is strapped in and ready to go.
The Yasa car had the blue flag and Malaga got past, and I think also the Milano car got past. And now we have the Milano car chasing the Malaga car. And I assume that Malaga will get the blue flag shortly. And I wonder if they will let two cars past. Malaga might really lose out here.
Yes, while Malaga is letting the Milan car by, and also the Stralsund car, and the Yassi car had been asked to pull into the overtaking lane behind them and going forward now. We've had Trento rejoin after their driver change, and Bochum has begun as well with their, from what I can tell, continuously open DRS.
Yeah, well done by the officials and the marshals there. They managed to pull in Malaga and Iasa in the blue lane. Otherwise, Iasa would have overtaken the Malaga car as well, and we would have this switch around once again.
Last lap sign now being readied for Stralsund. I think they are about ready to come in for their driver change. And I think the meatball flag is, well, was coming closer to the track. It isn't. I'm still not sure which car this might be for. It's now being put away, so it might not be an issue after all.
Yeah, sometimes the officials can talk to some of the team members, and then team members can explain what might be wrong. And then, yeah, the meatball flag is not necessary, but I feel like you have a bit more info, Jonas.
Yeah, I did hear that it was originally intended for Malaga. However, after some discussions, the officials here at Race Control have decided to let them continue as is.
And we see Milano once more stuck behind the Pune car, reaching them just after the end of the overtaking zone.
And yeah, this is of course the risk if you don't set the representative autocross time. You end up kind of running out of order, not really running out of order.
And I see yellow flags being waved in the background there. I believe that is for Bochum, and behind them in the grandstands another car has come to a stop. I believe that is Trento.
Yeah, Bochum was stuck in the infield transition. Yassi briefly stopping behind them, and Trento indeed is just about to get going again on the GP lap section.
We have a little bit of a train again, the same people as last time. Pune being asked to pull over for an overtake, and Milano and Stralsund setting off. And Stralsund has completed the first half, coming in for the driver change.
Yeah, we already alluded to it. Milano now running with the out-of-order cars. This is the kind of penalties that you do take when you don't catch your slot, which is usually
Jonas,
balanced.
I will interrupt you here. The Stralsund car went to the pits, but there's a lot of confusion going on. I think they might have gone into the pit a bit too early.
I indeed did not see a checkered flag waving for them, but there were some indicators being given from the marshals for them to pull in, as Iasi does get the checkered flag for the driver change, and we see Bochum stranded in the blue overtaking lane.
Yeah, Stralsund has actually only completed 7 of the 9 laps of the first driver. I think they're now being motioned back out on track again. I hope the timekeeping guys are able to consolidate all this.
Yeah, the drivers get a lost lap sign, and probably the driver of Stralsund car was a bit confused and got in the pit anyway, but they got going again. Meanwhile, drama for the Milano car. They are stuck in wing section. This is already the second part of the endurance. Probably not too many laps to go. Let's have a look.
And as we see just behind them, Malaga now overtaking the Pune car.
And the Milano car was in the 16th lap of their endurance, but they managed to restart again. Let's hope they can keep it on track for the coming 2 laps.
Looks like the timekeeping guys are keeping everything under control for Stralsund. They were indeed being shown the last lap sign a bit too early by the officials. They still tried to motion the car onwards.
The Milano car stalling again. Sorry for interrupting, Jonas.
Yeah, this is now a problem for Malaga and probably also Pune for once. Malaga now being waved around with yellow flags waving.
Yes, and quite a few cars approaching now the stranded Milan car. We have Pune, and right behind them Bochum, and Trento not too far behind either. Milan does manage to get going again, going a little bit slower than before, but progressing.
Milan is on lap 16 of 18, so I do hope that they can at least keep the car running all the way until the end. That is always the most critical thing for any car out here on track. Finishing the endurance is the most important part.
Pune going through the overtaking lane, but unfortunately coming out of it just as Stralsund reaches them behind.
And there's just a literal train of cars. Milano, Ruhr, Bochum, Trento, Pune and Stralsund all right behind each other. This might take some sorting out with blue flags in quite a complex organization.
Yes, Malaga the only one running relatively freely right now. Milan we can see being chased by Bochum, and Bochum being chased even closer by Trento.
Stralsund definitively being stuck behind Pune again though. There is an overtaking lane coming up.
It's strange we're not seeing any blue flags being waved for neither Milan nor Bochum. Trento seems to be following Bochum
Milan
very
seems
closely.
to have quite a bit of distance still on Bochum. The gap is not closing too quick. But the Trento car had quite a slow first section of the endurance, but they did find a lot of speed now. They are just right on the tail of the Bochum car.
Yeah,
all 3 of them seem to be fast enough to catch up to Malaga now.
Yeah, of course, this is the second driver for Trento. Who knows? Maybe it is a lot more experience now behind the wheel. But I think it is time that Bochum is shown a blue flag so that Trento can try and catch up to Milano, as Milano pulls off in the horseshoe.
And I think both Bochum and Trento are running with their DRS permanently open.
Malaga being shown the blue flag, and I think it was meant to be shown to Bochum as well, but the driver misinterpreted. Another blue flag now being waved for Bochum, and yes, they pull over into the overtaking lane. As Milan does get going once again, and they're about to be shown the last lap sign.
Yeah, awesome to see all these 3 cars very closely matched in pace.
Now finally being shown the checkered flag for real is Stralsund coming in for the driver change. They of course had the last lap sign out a little bit too early for their first attempt.
Milano seem to be struggling a little bit, but still going.
Yeah, no real harm done for Stralsund. I think they can discuss it with the officials, and the corrections can be made if it was not the fault by the driver.
No, I don't think that will be necessary. The timing screen is showing everything is A-OK.
And Yassi now making their way out of the driver change and back for the second half of endurance.
I feel like they're away for quite a while, the Yasa car. So speculating, of course.
And we see that it was justified to show Bochum the blue flag. Trento now pulling a little bit of a gap from them. But I think Bochum might be catching up slowly.
Matti, you said Yassi was gone for quite a while. I think that might be right. Looking at the time that it took for the driver change, at 264 seconds. Of course, there are only 3 minutes allotted. Who knows, they might have been held for a little bit for the sake of the trains to clear up slightly.
Yeah, and also due to the Stralsund drama there. And wow, Trento seemed to have missed the corner, jumped into the blue area, and mid-blue area rejoined the track again, cutting across the Bochum car. I think it was all okay, but fine margins.
Malaga now pulling in for the driver change, and right behind them, Milan finishing the endurance.
Checkered flag. Looking at the time, I was predicting earlier that they would be on course for the fastest endurance time of the morning session, but I think they were stuck behind Pune and the other cars out on track right now to not make that possible anymore.
And they had also a couple of technical issues of their own, stalling a couple of times.
Yeah, also stopping out on track, and I think they missed it by about 50 seconds to the fastest time so far from Oulu.
And meanwhile, we saw Darmstadt get the green flag and join the track. I see yellow flags being waved.
That's probably Ruoni Bochum, stuck just before the transition into the infield. They are getting going again now, though.
And we also had a new car on track. It's a 24 car from TU Darmstadt that is joining us.
And how's the queue looking? How many cars do we have still waiting to run in the morning session?
Almost empty. There are 3 more that are new to the endurance today. We have currently 3 cars in the driver change, but I think Milano has finished, so that makes only Stralsund and Malaga that still need to do the second part of the endurance.
We have an interesting situation now. The driver from Pune had been shown the blue flag and went over the overtaking lane to make space for Trento. But before that was necessary, I saw the Trento driver putting his hand up to indicate to the officials that they're going to pull off the track. They must have had some issue with the car, but now they managed to get it going again.
And they're back at the rear of the Bochum car. So if the Trento car is pushing the same pace, they might overtake the Bochum car again.
Stralsund is rejoining after a successful driver change. And I'm looking further into the queue. Sevilla is readying their electric car, Ljubljana right behind them. And probably the last car that we will be getting out here on track for the morning session is Cadiz. Malaga is still preparing with their second driver in the change area.
I'm seeing yellow flags being waved just at the start of the GP section. Is it the Bochum car once more?
No, it's the Trento car stopped again on track. The marshals are standing next to the driver, communicating with him.
But as you say that, Matti, I'm looking a little bit further down. The Bochum car was also stalled on track, but does manage to get going again.
I'm hearing now here that the Trento car actually has a flat tire. If that is true, that is very unfortunate for them and probably would mean that they cannot continue.
It might be an interesting scenario there, depending on what caused that flat, though. If it was indeed debris on track, that is usually the responsibility of the officials. They might be allowed to swap that tire and actually run again, probably in the afternoon session.
Malaga coming back on the track, and indeed, Jonas, I do remember we saw some debris flying off the Freiberg car here and there. So it might be indeed that some debris caused the issue for Trento, but I do see the driver getting out of the car now.
Yeah, Pune pulling in for what I believe is their driver change. Halfway through, it did take them quite a few overtaking lanes to get here.
We see 2-3 overtaking maneuvers happen now. Stralsund being asked to pull off to the side to let Bochum and Darmstadt pass. And over on the far end, I see Yassi being shown the blue flag to let Malaga through. But they have not followed those instructions, so probably in the next overtaking lane, we will see the overtake happen.
Yeah, and I do see the car from Trento being cleared from the track. So we won't be seeing them in the coming minutes again on track.
Matti, do you have any experience with not being able to spot flags? We are seeing quite a few drivers who are ignoring blue flags at this point.
As a driver, of course, you're very focused on the track. The marshals are briefed to really wave the flag and put it in front of the driver's face, so then you can notice it. But yeah, if it's a static flag, a lot to the side of the road, it can be difficult. Some of the drivers have radio communication with their team and then often the team can inform the drivers of certain flag situations.
So let's see what the IASI driver is going to do now. Malaga car right on their tail. In the meanwhile, Sevilla, Arús has joined the track and are now going along the GP part of the track.
Blue flags are being readied for Yassi in the final overtaking zone.
And yes, Yassi pulls off to the side, allowing Malaga to go through. We see now Stralsund potentially catching up to the car from Darmstadt. Let's see if blue flags are necessary yet. I wouldn't say so.
I'm pretty curious how Darmstadt will fare. We did see them struggle yesterday in the autocross already with a few stalls on track. Not sure if them running out of order is a good sign or a bad sign, but they were either able to fix it or had to work long to fix it.
Yeah, the Stralsund car was unlucky with the overtake. Malaga overtook them, but they had to stay in the blue zone for the Darmstadt car to pass by. I feel like they have a bit more pace than the Darmstadt car.
And yeah, bad news for the Bochum car. I see them being pushed away. The driver is still inside the car. But yeah, that is the endurance over for Bochum.
And we do have some more commentary info that was submitted by the car from Sevilla, car 51 from Arús. Their car name is the Fat and Furious. The driver names are Daniel, nicknamed either Crane or El Rubito, and Marcos, El Niño Maravilla, or in English, the Wonderful Boy. Their goal for the competition is to be in the top 10 overall.
Exciting times ahead. We have the IASI car being caught up by the Darmstadt and the Stralsund car. And so we'll definitely see a double overtake there on the IASA car very soon.
And some more fun facts about the Sevilla car. This is their first time competing only in the EV competition. Previously, I think Arús, they were well known for competing both with CV and EV cars at the same time. And they are known for their songs and their blue heart.
So Darmstadt and Stralsund neatly clear the IASA car. But I do feel that the Stralsund car has more pace than the Darmstadt. And it's going to be a good race between those two cars.
I am listening in on a conversation between a couple of officials and a scrutineer. This is concerning the car from Trento. It does sound like what we were already suspecting might be coming true. They will be taking a look at the tire together with scrutineers to determine whether this was a puncture from debris on track or a leak caused by either bad luck on the team side or a design flaw or whatever. If it does turn out to be a puncture, they will most likely be allowed to rejoin with a changed tire.
And as predicted, the Stralsund car overtook the Darmstadt car just before the grandstands, and they have a clear track ahead.
Malaga again very close to the back of the Pune car. Still a couple of turns to go before the next overtaking lane.
The Pune car was given the blue flag sign, but Malaga actually stalled. Luckily, it got started again very quickly and still managed to overtake the Pune car.
Maybe just to give a small rundown of the cars that have completed the endurance successfully. We've had the very first contestant, car number 288 from Oulu, 122 from Default Dynamics, 44 from Deggendorf, 249 from Niederrhein, 50 from Lisbon, 225 from Manresa, and number 90 from Milano, successfully completing the endurance so far.
Meanwhile, the Stralsund car has caught up with the Pune car. And they still have to clear the hairpin and pendulum. and get their way back on the parking lot before the first blue zone. And Sevilla going really slow here on the straight just before but the paddock. They're still and they come to a standstill, the Sevilla car. Hopefully they will be able to restart again. I see some marshals running towards them. Careful for the Stralsund car in the wings section.
I think we have 4 cars on the track now and a 5th one that is stalled.
So the Malaga car will be directed around the Sevilla car, and the Sevilla car got going again. That is good news for them.
And just as I was looking for the Ljubljana car in the queue, I see that they're already on the start line and about to be given the green flag. Will it be before or after the car from Pune? It will be after. There's a nice gap in the track now for the Ljubljana car to slot into. Seems the Sevilla car is slowing down a little bit again, going into the hairpin, stopping just before.
And the Ljubljana car is on track, and immediately there is a very, very quick car. I think we might see one of the faster laps from them coming in the coming laps. They do unfortunately miss their braking point in the first big braking zone and collect a few cones with them.
And there's still yellow flags towards the hairpin that now Pune is meeting, and I think Ljubljana will also be running into. So the first lap time will probably have to be discounted slightly for the disturbance there from Sevilla.
Yes, we see another car going around the yellow flags now. And unfortunately, Sevilla is getting pushed off the track by the recovery team. Unfortunate DNF for car 51.
Yeah, that's bad news for 51. Sevilla is out of the running with an AMS error. That's a non-resettable error caused by the battery system. They are being pushed off track. This will be a DNF for their endurance.
Pune now going really slow, and Ljubljana is stuck behind them. This is going so slow. They are just rolling in wing section now and then come to a standstill. Hopefully the Ljubljana car can quickly clear them. They're just trying to bring it home.
I'm listening in on the tire discussion for the puncture that we saw for the Trento car. It looks like the leak is actually coming from the interface of the tire and the rim itself, so that does not make it a puncture that is caused by an unclean track, which unfortunately means that I think it's pretty unlikely that we'll be seeing Trento again.
And in the queue, I do see the car from Schweinfurt, but that is actually the first car for the second session. So it looks like we will wrap the session up and have a bit of a break, and then we'll start off with the Schweinfurt car.
Yeah, the heat is really piling it onto everybody now. The marshals have been out there all morning already, so a little bit of a break is deserved. Nevertheless, kudos to the teams already being prepared. This session, I think, is going overall a little bit faster than expected. Normally, the time will be around about 12:30 that we are or would be thinking to finish here. We've seen an incredibly high attrition rate, especially a lot of suspension failures, and also the odd tire and electrical issues taking out some of the other cars. So far it's been a pretty exciting morning here at the endurance track. This afternoon, of course, we'll be seeing overall slightly faster cars based on their endurance times. And I'm still keeping my fingers crossed that we'll have enough time after the final 5 to see the historic combustion cars also giving this endurance track yet another shot. Most of those cars have probably run this track at least once in their life already, so it'll be great to see them return once again. Quick explanation, maybe the final 5 are the 5 fastest cars from the autocross event yesterday. They get dedicated track space, so any cars that are running before them will be allowed to completely finish their endurance beforehand, and then only the 5 fastest cars will be let onto the track, more or less all at the same time, right after each other.
Driver from Darmstadt is speeding up and is now matching the lap times from the first driver. So it looks like they are confident with their energy, and they will try to make it to the end with actually quite some speed. Lap times of 100 seconds, that's not too bad.
Yeah, energy saving, usually one of the more concerning topics for the electric cars out here. Not all of them have enough battery on board to be able to go full ham for all 18 laps of the endurance track. And this year we've also observed slightly more aggressive efficiency rules, which usually benefit a more cautious approach in order to score more points in the efficiency, which is of course measured at the same time as the drivers complete timed laps of the endurance.
Indeed, and efficiency is all about how you can convert your energy into lap time. So it's a balance between how much energy you use and how quick you go. And unfortunately, as I say, so the Darmstadt car has discharged. I can see the green light on top and stopped right in front of us here at the start-finish.
Yeah, of course, as always, the driver is trying his darndest to restart. It looks like he's able to get going again, though. Can only guess as to the reasons of why these cars discharge. Sometimes it's just because they want to, sometimes there are issues, but usually being able to set off again is a good sign that there are no persistent problems within the car anyway.
Cadiz now slowing down considerably too, but they are coming in for their driver change.
They do make it right across the finish line. That's good news for them. They were slowing in the last chicane here.
Yeah, it could well be just a driver being cautious around the finish line and making sure he does not miss the exit, or I should say the entry to the pit.
We have seen the strangest things here already. The driver trying to coast the car in basically on the starter motor. That's one of the benefits for the combustion cars.
Oh, look at that, Jonas. The drivers are swapping the helmet. I think that's going to be a wet helmet.
Yeah, fortunately they do have all of the other equipment in double, but yeah, the helmet is probably one of the more expensive parts of the whole driver gear, and having 2 drivers at the ready is always an expensive endeavor.
I also see one of the team members getting this seat out. Probably the first driver is a bit shorter than the second one, because the second one seems to drive without the seat.
Yeah, I'm not sure how my back would like that. Usually the seats do provide a lot more support and a tiny bit of cushioning that usually prevents the usual bumps and bruises that you get from driving one of these cars without a seat.
Darmstadt, meanwhile, slowing and stopping on track once again after clipping a couple of cones. Let's see if the driver can get it going again. Yes, he can.
And like we already alluded to before, the prime directive here is to finish the endurance. Even if the car has issues, being able to cross the finish line at the end of the 18th lap is the most important thing, even if that means incurring some very slow laps.
Yeah, and I'm sure the driver will take a lot more cautious approach now, driving a bit more slowly. I don't know what is causing the stops. If the driver knows, then he probably knows how to prevent it, or at least how to drive around it. And yeah, they're definitely going a bit slower now, with everything to finish endurance. How many laps do they still have, Jonas? Is it their final lap?
No, the timing had to refresh. Darmstadt is on their 15th lap now.
So that's 3 more to go. The Cadiz team does have a very fancy steering wheel. I can count over 6 knobs on there. I don't know what they're for.
It could also be that the rest of the dashboard is devoid of any buttons, so who knows, starter motor, a couple of settings, and who knows what else. Let's see if Darmstadt is encountering their issues in the same spot in every lap. They made it past the finish line where they had stopped before, and also the first overtaking area is no problem for Darmstadt.
And a very happy team member here from Cadiz, because the car restarted hugging the first driver. Brilliant to see. And Cadiz is ready and on track for the second part of the endurance.
And Matti, while we watch Darmstadt and Cadiz driving around their final laps, could you maybe give us a rundown of the cars that have finished today? What sort of finishing order are we looking at the moment?
I will have a look. Give me a few seconds. So far it looks like we have 10 finishers. And the quickest one still is from Ulu, actually the first car we had on track. Second best time is Lisbon, and third is Milano. Of course, this is just purely based on the lap times. This is not taking into account any other penalties, cones or off tracks.
We are already hearing on the officials channel that since we are looking at a break here pretty soon after Cadiz and Darmstadt manage to spool down their laps, that the cars that are currently stranded on the side of the track will be recovered before the afternoon session commences. So if you are a team member listening from one of those teams, please ready yourself with push bars here close to race control in the dynamic area, or wherever the closest gate to the car is where it is currently stranded.
The cars parked here on the track, stranded on the track, must be so hot. They often have these carbon fiber wings who are black, and that gets quite hot.
Yeah, black surfaces. The sun is absolutely pelting it down. By my estimation, it's about 35 degrees easily. It's also extremely humid. Thoughts go out to the first Cadiz driver. I see him wearing a black driver suit. That must be so warm.
Darmstadt about to be shown the last lap sign.
While the approach definitely looks very cautious, the pace actually isn't too different to what we saw from them in their first half with their first driver.
Yeah, the driver from Darmstadt is really pushing it in the corners in order to compensate for the lack of speed on the straights. They're doing a good job there, trying to keep the lap time high while keeping the energy usage low. Yeah, if you look at them now just in front of the grandstand in the high-speed sections, that car does not have a lot of top speed at the moment. They are definitely saving some energy.
It is slowing down a little bit again in the last few corners, but speeding up now into the first straightaway.
Oh, and he locks the rear into the braking zone here in the first section. And by locking the rear, he actually stalled the engine. Luckily, no drama. Driver manages to restart again, and off they go.
Some noticeable bottoming from the Darmstadt car as it makes its way through the horseshoe and onto the final straight. The checkered flag is at the ready, the last couple of corners. And here we go, Darmstadt manages to finish their endurance. Congratulations.
Yes, an absolute eruption of noise from the team members. Fantastic achievement by them, and they are deservedly very happy. Congratulations, Darmstadt.
Yeah, an emotional driver here as well. First driver just has to let go of his emotions. Really good job by the team. They can be very proud and happy that they got this car home.
Yeah, they are one of only 11 teams that were able to finish the endurance here today. And even with the energy saving measures, they did manage to bring it home, and that's all that counts during the endurance.
I am surprised to see how calm the second driver still is in the car, as if nothing happened.
Looking at the last car out on track, Cadiz is now on their 13th lap, so they have a little bit further to go. Like we already alluded to before, these guys will be the last car out on track for this morning session. We already have the queue of the first afternoon runners building up right behind us. But before that, I think we're all going to grab a bite for lunch.
And Matti, you were explaining before the concept of the final five getting dedicated track time just for themselves. Who are the final five going to be at this edition of FSG?
Yeah, I think it was Jonas explaining this concept of the final five. So the best five cars will be launched together, so you can have a direct comparison of how quick they are and where they are at the moment. It will be obviously Aachen, who set the fastest time in autocross yesterday with a super impressive lap. Then we have Green Team Stuttgart as well, Trondheim, Zurich and Esslingen. 5 electric cars in the final 5. And in the final 5, the cars will all be ready and queued up behind each other, and they will be launched between like 10-20 seconds in between them, so they will all be on the same lap, and that makes it easy to do a direct comparison between them and see which car is faster and is actually winning the endurance at that point, which can be quite important for the overall standings, of course.
It's always quite a sight to behold. All the cars are lined up in the driver change area at the same time. the fastest cars, the most prepared drivers. It's always a really emotional moment, especially when the attrition rate is high. It's always quite the scary thought for the team members to put the cars out there in these conditions. It's very hot, very humid. Glue connections, we've already seen, are not always up to it mechanically. A lot of suspension failures. Cadiz are finishing their 14th lap. They have 3 laps to go.
Cadiz chipping away at the last remaining bits of their endurance run. How many more laps do they have to go, Matti?
My guess will be 2. Yes, now they're completing their 15th. Getting it all the way up to 18th. It's a good thing that there is nothing to report, because that means that Cadiz is going steady.
Indeed, no news is good news. And while Cadiz rounds off their last couple of laps, we do see quite a bit of a queue forming for the second session of the day. Right now we can see that the first runners will be car 97 from Schweinfurt, 284 from Hanover, the contestant from Gdansk, car number 172 from Dortmund, and 42 from Ulm will be the first 5 after the break.
Yeah, and I feel a little bit for them. It's burning hot and they need to wait there in the queue. Also the driver in the car. Luckily, most of them have some umbrellas to create some shade. And Cadiz is about to finish their 16th lap. That means there are 2 more. And as I say so, the driver is having struggles to find the gear.
It sounds like the Cadiz driver is continuing to struggle to find gears sometimes. He is still going though. We already see the official with the last lap sign at the ready once they do make it across the finish line. And we're also hearing what the further running will be here at 10 past 12. The afternoon session of the FSG Endurance will continue. So that means that the cars that are now in queue here will be roasting in the sun for 45 minutes. But it at least means that all the officials here get a little bit of a lunch break.
And it is now being shown the last lap sign, setting off on lap number 18. Two big cheers from their teammates.
Multiple groups of teammates around the track here, some at the infield grandstand, some in the Nordkurve at the GP lap. Thank you guys for cheering on the last car as it goes around.
It is going through the hairpin.
I think taking a cone with them. I see Marshall running. But it's their last lap, and they're halfway through now.
Over the bump, back into the infield. Still hearing a little trouble with finding the gears from the driver. You can see the team anxious with anticipation at the finish line, waiting for their driver to bring it back.
I think the gearbox is definitely not cooperating anymore. He was always struggling here on the slalom of the infield. And also here the last couple of corners are always a bit of a struggle bus. Could also be clutch related.
Driver revving hard but managing to find the gear they need.
Things are very hot, most likely, but the checkered flag is being readied, making their way through the last chicane and across the finish line.
Extreme jubilation from the team, and well-deserved. A little bit of trouble there with the gearbox or the clutch at the finish. But fantastic performance from Cadiz, our 12th finisher of the day.
With the last bump on the clutch, the driver barely manages to nudge the car into the appropriate box in the driver change area.
Yeah, the endurance didn't have to be a lap longer. They just managed to finish it. Congratulations on the Cadiz team. And wow, the team is so happy. Great to see.
Yeah, well done. This means that all runners of the morning session are done. We have now had 12 finishers, which is good news. We'll be back at 10 past 12, like we already mentioned, with the afternoon runners. We'll see you later.
That's me.
Yeah, just.
Good afternoon, Hockenheim, and welcome to the afternoon session of the endurance event. We just heard all the officials check in with their positions. We already have the first car on track, car number 97 from Schweinfurt. They've been standing in the ever-growing queue here for about an hour in the blistering heat that we have here at the Hockenheim Ring this year. I'm going to take a quick rundown of the queue. Car number 284 from Hannover is going to be joining us next. Behind them, Gdansk. After that, car number 172. Behind them is Ulm, car number 42. I can see the Taiwanese team behind them. After that, Hawk Göttingen, car number 161. And behind that, car number 115. Second car is already joining us, 284. That is Hannover.
And the Schweinfurt car really left no time on the table. They had a really quick first section. Car making quite a lot of noise actually. Almost sounds like combustion. Speaking of combustions, I think we have a new car in line.
Yes, it's car number 213 from Gdansk. Was given the green flag, but the driver stalled the car. Just trying to restart, and we will see them out on track. Yeah, there we have it. Another Polish team here. Let's go. Yes, and just looking at the previous session of in this morning, we had at certain point we had 6 cars or even 7 cars out on track at the same time. So now we only have 3 cars, if I count correctly, but we will be joining by a couple of another cars as well. Just give these current cars a couple of laps to get their rhythm and get into their into their groove, and then we already have TU Dortmund car number 172 out on track as well.
Yeah, in the morning session we already saw another Dortmund car. That was the combustion variety though. They had quite the bad luck with a DNF because of a spin and a stall in the overtaking lane.
Yes, in the afternoon session we have 34 cars, I believe, which will be a final 5 as well. So the biggest, the fastest 5 cars of the autocross will be joined in a final battle. And after that we will have the historic combustion endurance.
Indeed, if time allows, before the end of the day here at FSG at 5 o'clock, we'll be seeing quite a number of historic cars as a commemoration of the combustion class here at FSG. This is the last time we'll be seeing this here at the Hockenheimring.
With all those new cars, we also have new facts and figures. The Hanover car, it's called the Pegasus 23. There are 2 drivers. The first driver is called Sami Toraman, and apparently he's well known for his long hair, and he's very proud of it. And the second driver, Tamo Wittig, and his nickname is Dinese. Apparently you can see his nose through his helmet.
Yeah, these information nuggets that we're trying to read out every once in a while are of course courtesy of the commentary form. Unfortunately, the submissions for that are now closed, so no more information will be making it into our smart Excel sheet here for this year. But for the teams that are already planning on joining next year again, this is the way that you can get us to say stuff about your car during the endurance.
I think that's a good idea, Jonas, to have these teams reminded already now for next year's commentary form. That's perfect.
Yeah, you got to get this in early, and in early in this afternoon session as well are the next few cars in line. Ulm, Tsinghua and Hock Göttingen are patiently waiting. In theory we would have enough space for them on track, but there are still some last instructions given by the officials to the drivers of the waiting cars.
Yeah, also one of the reasons is that they wait is that we don't have enough driver change slots for 7 cars. So we only have, I think, let me count, we have 5 slots. Of course, that's just like a final 5, obviously. We have 5 slots, so if you send out 7 cars at the same time, and they all want to come in at the same time for the driver change, then we have a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, as per the rules, of course, the teams get 3 minutes halfway through the 18 laps of the endurance in order to swap the driver out, which is good as well because this course is demanding a lot from them, especially in these blistering temperatures. After those 3 minutes, they have another minute in case they need it to get the car going again. For the combustion cars, that's either restarting. For the electric cars, that's charging the high voltage system. And then they'll be motioned to the green flag position again.
And while car 172 for Dortmund is about to finish their second lap and actually are being overtaken, of course I do have some facts and figures about the car as well. The car is called Stefan and their drivers are Timo Nickel and Jonas Redke. and they want to make a special shout out to Lux Manor, who is apparently the best timekeeper. I did not know there was a contest for being best timekeeper, but apparently it is Max Lenner. And one more shout out, Marvin Heierhoff, the grandpa of the team, and apparently he will be visiting here today with his kids on Endurance Day.
It's always good to see the masses of people that do manage to make it here in person at the Hockenheimring. The grandstand at the GP lab section in the Nordkurve is filling up, and also the grandstand here next to the FSG Forum is filled to the brim as far as I can see. Welcome everybody that managed to make it here in person.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the times on the timing sheet. An 87.4 from Gdansk, and followed by an 91 from Schweinfurt, and a 97.8 from Hanover, and a 107.8 from Dortmund. So already Gdansk is putting in some very decent lap times. I think it's nearing the fastest lap times of this morning session.
Definitely. So we had a very impressive Oulu, the Finnish team, immediately in their the first car on track had an 88, beaten by Milano. I think 85. That's still currently the best lap time. So yeah, they are definitely nearing those times, and I'm sure we'll see them break through.
Yeah, we were definitely all a little bit shocked by the Finnish team finishing the endurance as the first car out on track this morning. Track temperatures were still a lot cooler then as well, so I think they definitely slipped into an unfortunate spot for them. They did have a pretty good performance this morning. Of course, the running order of the cars as they were being let out on track was determined in the autocross event yesterday, so this is a fixed order. In case the cars do not make it in time for their allotted slot, they'll be given a 2-minute time penalty, and with a little bit of luck are allowed to run out of order after the final 5 in case of this afternoon session. We did already see a few out of order runners for the morning session just before our lunch break.
Yes, and we are about to be joined by another car. So this is exactly what we predicted. Another car, US Ulm, car number 42. Very nice nose job. They're out on track after the green flag, and they will be joining the rest of the cars here. So now we have 5 cars out on track.
Yeah, that's definitely a nose that only its creators could love. Apparently the aero guy is responsible for that shape. It looked better in CFD that way.
He definitely had a nose for CFD.
Rolling up to the green flag position, a car that I think we were expecting a little bit earlier today, the Taiwanese team from Tsinghua. Or maybe I'm getting the running order mixed up a little bit. Speaking of order, behind Hawk Göttingen, the University of Strathclyde is lining up. Right behind them, car number 330 from Akron. Behind that, car number 107. And behind them is the Barcelona car as well.
Yes, and the Tsinghua University is out on track as well. Very nice to have them here, all the way from the other side of the world, from Asia. And it's really nice to see them. Really nice guys as well, very polite. Whenever we met with them, happy to explain anything about their car and pointing out every interesting fact on their car.
Yeah, for any team being here, it's an exciting time. I do recall a bit of an episode last year from the Taiwanese team members who had their first experience with proper German beer. That did not end too well for all of them. I hope the guys have now been briefed by their previous team members for the experience this year.
Well, we do have the pictures from that event, but they will be behind closed bars for the world not to see. But it's really nice to have them back here. Yeah.
And Ulm, meanwhile, is absolutely flying. They had a first lap of a 93.6 seconds. That is almost the fastest we are seeing currently. Gdansk still pumping up the lap times, but did not manage to beat their personal best in the third lap. That was an 87.4.
more cars are piling into the queue. Behind Barcelona is car number 13. After that, car number 40 from Eindhoven, and behind that, car number 85 from Delft.
Yeah, and for now we're full on track because we have 7 cars simultaneously out on track. And as far as I can see, as we don't have any traffic jams or any cars that hold up other cars, we had a couple of overtakes, but that went actually quite smoothly. So looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, we just had an overtake, the Schweinfurt car on the Tsinghao car. And I think the car, it's flying out there, so they will catch the Taiwanese team pretty soon as well.
For those of you who are watching a Formula Student event for the first time, on-track overtaking, as you would see in a normal motor race, is of course strictly forbidden. There are dedicated overtaking zones. They are marked with the blue cones, and they are also only to be used at the signal of a blue flag to a slower car. That will then be motioned into those lanes so that the faster car can pass.
Yes, and just for the viewers tuning in the afternoon session, having missed the morning session, these cars will drive a total of 18 laps, 9 laps per driver. There will be a driver change in the middle, and that means that after 18 laps, they will go to post-scrutineering if they manage to get the car checked in the Parc Fermé, and that will determine their points.
I'm receiving a little update. They might be preparing a meatball flag for car 161. That is... What car is that? Is it Haag Göttingen?
It could very well be. Göttingen scraping the ground a little bit. I do not see anything else wrong though. The brake light seems to be stuck on though, continuously.
And I do see the guy with the meatball flag running outside. They just make an overtake the 161 car. They have been given the meatball flag and they come in. Meatball flag means that the scrutineers want to have a look at something. There might be something wrong, not necessarily. This does not have to be any drama. Jonas is going to do a little crime scene investigation to see what's wrong.
I think this is indeed concerning the brake light.
The officials are discussing, but Jonas is there.
Yeah, this is a potential DNF situation for Haag Göttingen, since the brake light is a safety critical system. And yeah, even as the foot of the driver is completely off the brake, that light is illuminated.
Yeah, that was a shame because they had an insanely fast lap of 89.7. So they were absolutely flying already, made the first overtake.
And this is maybe also a good moment to mention that just because we are using the words DNF, that does not mean that that is the official result for the team. Any information that we provide from up here in the commentary stand is without any sort of warranty. Also any times or number of cones being hit by the cars. We do our best, but we are not the officials running race control.
Meanwhile, Schweinfurt makes it on the first half of the endurance. They are in the driver change area. Also, the team from Tsinghao just overtook the Dortmund car. They have been overtaken by a few cars, the Tsinghao team, but now they also get to return the job.
Yeah, by now we did have the confirmation from the officials for car number 161 from Göttingen. It has been confirmed as a DNF. It is a safety critical situation. It's really unfortunate for the team. I do see some discussions with the scrutineers, but they are very strict in safety matters. So I don't give them a lot of chance to be able to rejoin the endurance.
No, the team members are definitely trying their darndest to argue in favor of letting the car drive. The brake light continuously illuminating is definitely a better situation than the brake light not working at all. However, it is definitely not the correct function. And on the basis of that, I think the officials are swaying a certain way. Hannover is also coming in for a driver change already.
And we have a new car on track as well. It's a car from Strassical, Glasgow. The car is called Beverly, and their drivers are Matthew Wheeler and Craig Yeardley. And apparently this is their first appearance at FSG since 2018, and also the first time they're here with an electrical car.
You want to go and ride your Strassical? Strathclyde is the car that we were talking about here.
Should we drink every time I say a bicycle?
So Strathclyde, arguably the best UK team here, because they simply don't have a lot of opposition. But very nice, nice team to see them back. They're here regularly, and very nice to see them here again.
Ulm, meanwhile, making the overtake on the Dortmund car. They're absolutely smashing it. Ulm had an insane lap time of a 90.1. But the drivers seem to have slowed down or encountered a bit of traffic because the last lap times were not as quick.
In the meantime, we have Akron out on track. They came out fast and furious, making a lot of noise. Really aggressive pace already from the driver. He definitely wants to win the North American Cup, the North American rivalry between the Canadian and the US teams.
Yeah, looking into the infield or the GP lap section, Ulm appears to be having some trouble. They have pulled to the side of the track. Very gracious of the driver to not represent an obstacle to the other runners. I can still see the T-cell flashing. That means the high voltage system is still active, but the car is definitely not moving yet. Well, now they set off again. We've mentioned this a couple of times already. Finishing this drive is the key objective here. The times are almost secondary. We already saw only 12 of the over 30 cars that were on the starting order for the morning session make it all the way through. So the 22-kilometer course here definitely being quite a challenge for the teams this year.
And with the new car Akron on track, I obviously have some fun facts. The car is called Sexy Sylvia, and their drivers are Ian Ditson and Ray Hilbert. They say it was very hard for them to get the car ready for Europe. It was really hard to redesign the car so it could also steer left and right. And they want to make a shout out to FastTube for being absolute legends and hosting them here on their Euro trip.
Yeah, Mickey was whipping out his eagle eyes here for a second. The slowing and now in the overtaking lane for Strathclyde Ulm car appears to have a little bit of an issue with its rear wing. It is still straight and attached to the car, but we can definitely tell that over the bounces here in the infield that it is bouncing more than usual. There's a very good chance that the scrutineers in the driver change area will take a closer look at that once they do make it in for their driver change.
Yeah, Ulm was significantly slowing down there in the lost chain section. I see some marshals running now as well. That does not sound good.
Yellow flags for Strathclyde, I think.
Yeah, I think our eagle-eyed Igor has spotted that Ulm has stopped as well. And it's going again. So we have a lot of cars that stop for a couple of seconds and then go again. What could be the cause of that?
Yeah, we also explained it yesterday a bit. These electric cars, they often have multiple electric motors, and these tend to shut down if they think some safety system is triggered. And when the Ulm car passed by, I had the feeling it only had one more motor left, and maybe the driver just decided to reset it quickly and get going again. But it's definitely going slower now.
Of course, another common cause for this kind of behavior, individual motors shutting down, could be heat related. It's absolutely blistering sun and high humidity here this weekend.
Akron, meanwhile, with an 86 on their second lap.
Dortmund, I think, snuck past us into the driver change area. The second driver, I think, is already installed.
Yeah, it looks like there's another meatball being prepared. I think it's for the car 284. Igor spotted something falling off the rear wing, maybe a DRS element. So the car will be pulled in to see what's going on with the car. We can definitely see it looks like the DRS element with some sponsoring on it, which is loose. And let's see what the Scooties will say.
Yeah, you do not want to lose any sponsors.
Yeah, the Siemens sticker on that element, the uppermost element of the rear wing is loose.
Strathclyde making an attempt on an overtake on the 213 car. That is the car from Gdansk, who had a really strong pace at the very beginning, actually. I'm surprised to see them being overtaken by the Scottish team.
Yeah, unfortunately for Hannover, this looks like a mechanical DNF. The element that was loose was not in fact intentional DRS functionality. Some of the screws might have wiggled out over the bouncy track, and yeah, it is no longer mechanically safe to let this car back out on track.
The team from Glasgow, meanwhile, just after the overtake, stalled here actually, just in front of the crowd, but managed to get going again.
Dortmund snuck past us again out of the driver change area for the second half of their endurance run. And we also see Tsinghua getting close up to the butt of Ulm, as Ulm is being waved into the overtaking lane for them to whiz past, with the last lap sign being shown immediately after. So they will be coming in for their driver change after this lap.
Yeah, bad luck for Ulm. They had to let 3 cars pass. They were stuck for a few seconds. And this is going to be a tricky situation. Will they let the Schweinfurt car go? No. And Schweinfurt now stuck behind the Ulm car probably.
Yes, they let the Ekron car go because it was really fast and catching all these cars. So I think they did a good job to not hinder the Ekron car too much because it was really putting on some pace.
Yeah, also a good job from Strathclyde. They seem to be catching up to Gdansk. They are coming up to an overtaking lane. I see the blue flags being readied for Gdansk already.
Yeah, literally a lap ago they made this overtake, but then stalled, and then they can do it all again. And
Back.
the Ulm car, meanwhile, stalling again. Schweinfurt car having a rough day here. Stuck behind the Ulm car.
Yeah, I can see the Ulm second driver already preparing himself here in the driver change area. I think he'll be stepping into quite the handful of a car to handle. I also see that Taiwan is slowing down on track, hindering Akron slightly. They're almost coming to a standstill now, crawling through the wings section. I think there are some yellow flags in order for this so that Akron can pass. The marshals tending to the Taiwanese car. Also Schweinfurt and Ulm are now encountering the spot at the slalom in the infield.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a position, quite lucky there. In the slalom there's plenty of room to drive next to the car.
Strathclyde now also running into the yellow flags caused by Tsinghua.
Yeah, this is always a tricky situation because as a marshal you just want to get the car out of there. But with these electric cars they have a very specific instruction not to touch a car. As long as the T-Sol is on, it means that it can drive any second. So you're not allowed to touch it, you're not allowed to stand in front of it or between the wheels. So these marshals are doing actually a very good job by communicating with the driver and to get some more information about the car and the status of it.
Now that Ulm has pulled into the driver change area, I definitely see the scrutineers checking out that bouncing rear wing that we alluded to a little bit earlier. The team still continuing with the business as usual for the driver change, but I think there is a bit of a discussion in order about the legality of that rear wing. Driving past them towards the green flag position is Innsbruck, a new competitor from out of the queue.
And it's not looking good for the Taiwanese team. They have been stranded there now for 1 lap, so Akron has already passed them. This kind of means that they probably won't be able to continue.
Yeah, of course, in the interest of trying to restart the car and finish the endurance, the driver will pretty much try anything, any tactics to convince the marshals to give him more time. However, there is a bit of a of a limit set within the rules, where if a car is passed twice, so one lap of time, which is of course a bit loosely defined, but once the car goes past twice, they will probably be motioned to shut down and the car will be pushed to the side.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the car in the driver change area. The scrutineers have made a couple of gestures, meaning that the car will not be allowed to rejoin the track because the rear wing is wobbly. Something definitely failed, so that was not a design feature. Something definitely failed, and scrutineers are safety minded and they won't let this car go out. Unfortunately, so far well done by UASOM. You have a very nice looking car, and maybe better luck next year.
Interestingly, I think one of the drivers is actually also the safety officer during driverless. I kind of recognize him. Yeah, and the Taiwanese car now being pushed away from the track. Finally, track will be cleared again. Unfortunately for them, they could not finish endurance here this year.
Yeah, we can't quite make out what the issue with the Taiwanese car was. For now, the car will be stored in the center in a safe spot next to a tire barrier. We have a new car on track though. Barcelona is joining us, car number 54. I think they had a few issues in the first couple of runs of the autocross and are now back to prove their worth. Some action in the overtaking lane here on the just ahead of the start-finish straight. Schweinfurt and Akron were let past the TU Dortmund car.
And we see a bit of a traffic jam just at the North Curve. I think it's a Barcelona car stopped, and the marshals are waving the other cars around it. So 3 cars have been cleared, and now it's running again. Not really fast, but it is running. I'm not sure what exactly the situation is. Maybe Igor will be able to tell with his binoculars.
Yeah, the gremlins that Barcelona had yesterday already apparently returning. Joining us at the green flag position, Oregon State, car number 13. Further looking into the queue, there is car number 40 from Eindhoven. Behind them, 85 Delft. Behind them, Chalmers. And after that, Ostfalia.
Yeah, and with some new cars, there are again new facts and figures. The Innsbruck car, the beautiful Innsbruck car, is called Ibex. And their drivers are Max and Moritz. They invite all the teams to their camping site for the cowbell game. I don't know what that is. And apparently Max is searching for a partner, and they have a preference for someone from the Finnish team. It's not specified if they're looking for a guy or a girl, so all applications are open.
Yeah, a little bit of drama in front of the Nordkurve grandstands. Barcelona again coming to a stop. Akron, I believe, and maybe also Strathclyde were slightly held up by that situation. Gdansk I also saw roll by. Again, the Barcelona slowing down yet again. There is a car stuck right behind. Lots of yellow flags being waved in that section of the track these days.
Yeah, and what we can see from here with our binoculars is also that the diesel is off, so it has been discharged.
I can see red flashing on Barcelona again. That's good news. They set off, but again, the pace does not give a lot of hope that they will be able to finish 18 laps like this.
Yeah, we're keeping track of the Strathclyde car, and it stopped a couple of times as well, but it managed to get going again. But we see a lot of cars stopping out on track, while Strathclyde gets the checkered flag for the driver change, and they're in for the driver change as we speak. Yeah, Barcelona still has a lot of issues. It stopped again within 50 meters. And again, it looks like it's trying to get going. And I know these drivers will do anything to get the car home, even if it means stopping 20 times a lap. they will keep trying until they can't try no more.
Yeah, this is a little bit reminiscent for me of the Trondheim car in the endurance last year, where they literally spent about 10 laps right towards the end for the final 5 running, just breaking down, going again, breaking down, going again, so many times a lap. Again, officials are tending to Barcelona in the hairpin. I think it took them a couple of minutes to make it all the way through the Nordkurve. This can't have been a good lap time. How many laps does Barcelona still have to go?
Yes, unfortunately, this is also bad luck for the other cars because it is ruining their lap time. So every time they have to go around, they lose 10, 15 seconds because they have to slow down in that section of the track.
Yeah, and since this is Barcelona's first lap, this will probably remain quite the obstacle for all the cars on track for the foreseeable future.
And I think GFR is now on their second lap. Their car is named the John, and their drivers are Lucas, Bubbly Water Makes My Tummy Ache, and Marcel, I Drive a Miata, by the way. They want to thank Mannheim, QRE Mannheim for their generous hospitality, and they also want to thank the team from Delft for sitting on their nose cone while in queue for electrical tech.
Akron has made it into the driver change area, if I'm not mistaken. They snuck past us, successfully completing their first half. I see the officials wiping their gloves through the inside of the wheels. This is one of the many checks that scrutineers tend to do as cars come in. They are checking for any potential water or oil leaks, which are not allowed to occur. Also coming in is Schweinfurt. Is this already done?
Yes, they have completed endurance successfully. So good job to them.
Yeah, no cheers, nothing that we heard. Usually there's a big hurrah from all the team members. We'll extend the congratulations instead then. Well done, Schweinfurt.
Yeah, maybe they're so used to finishing endurance, you never know.
Strathclyde is off again after their driver change as well. I was just wondering where Barcelona was. They are still showing to be on their first lap on the timing screens. I don't see any officials tending to it. Some officials were tending to Strathclyde earlier though. They had stopped right after the first overtaking section here in the infield, after the start line.
I do see a yellow flag in Pendulum, so maybe they're just parked behind the screen there and we can't see them. And Akron is off again. They had a successful driver change and the driver is not leaving any centimeters in the corners.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. The Barcelona car must be hiding right behind the big timing screens from where we are standing. I saw Strathclyde slowing down slightly. They're also now getting overtaken by what I think is Innsbruck.
And then we have a new car out on track, car number 40, TU Eindhoven.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be exciting because after them we have Delft, so we will have the two Dutch cars on track at the same time.
And we have the two North American cars out on track with GFR and Akron, and we will have the battle of the Dutchies.
Yeah, now we can see the Barcelona car being pushed away by the marshals, and finally we can get visual confirmation that the car was indeed hiding over there.
There's a very close call in the wings section. Gdansk was apparently coming to a stop, surprising GFR right behind them. Akron is being waved past, but since the GFR car is so close that it can't make the turn to leave the track and drive around, they are having to wait until Gdansk sets off.
So this is the situation that you ideally would have to have a little bit of space in front of you. if something happens, you don't want to hit another car, because if you hit the car in front of you, what happens? It's an automatic disqualification.
Yeah, contact between cars is something that Formula Student does not like to see at all. The GFR driver is keeping very close behind Stans until they're waved into the overtaking lane just now.
Wow, the GFR car is lifting its wheel in the corners here. The inside rear is just going into the air.
And sneaking past us, too many noises from the grandstand area here right next to us. Gdansk has finished their endurance. Congratulations.
And we were talking about the Dutch teams, and also Delft made its way onto the track.
Yeah, this large number of cars is keeping us on our toes in terms of trying to follow all the action. There are so many different directions to look in. One direction I am looking in is the queue. Chalmers is rolling up to the green flag position. Behind them in the queue is Ostfalia. Behind them car number 25 and from Athens. And behind them the front wingless car number 120 from Kit.
And I think we have the car from Dortmund on their last lap, the 18th lap, car number 172, or maybe I'm not seeing them yet.
I think the Dortmund car just got on the parking lot and about to enter the wing section. So they are halfway their final lap, as I do see some marshals running towards the grandstands.
Yeah, I think partially those yellow flags. No, Akron is definitely being slowed down by those. I think indeed the Dortmund car might be stalled there. Akron is being waved past.
No, Dortmund is here right with us, about to finish the endurance.
Oh well, never mind then. That might have been Strathclyde instead in that case.
Yeah, we've seen Strathclyde stopping a couple of times already out of track. In the meantime, Dortmund is just into the last straight in the sling, coming up to the last chicane, taking it really slow, just bringing it home. And last couple of chicanes over the line, they get a checkered flag. Dortmund finishes endurance. Well done, guys.
Some drama in the grandstands. I think Chalmers, just having joined the track, is a little bit slower than Delft. The overtaking section was just missed, so they'll have to wait for the next one here on the infield in order to overtake Chalmers. I can't quite understand why the blue flags weren't readied for Chalmers so that Delft can slip past. I think it's pretty clear that Chalmers is a little bit of an obstacle on track.
Yeah, well, he saw the driver from Delft waving its hands out of frustration that he cannot get past. Hopefully on this overtaking zone that's coming up, the Chalmers car will be shown the blue flag. No action so far from the marshals. Interesting.
Yeah, this means that also the battle of the Dutchies is a little bit tainted, a car being held up. Now we see the blue flag being readied but not being shown to the blue car. This is a bit of a disappointment. Finally we have the blue flags being waved for Chalmers here right after the start line.
So a bit driving alone is the Eindhoven car. The car is named Olivia and is driven by Pimmel and Bert.
Coming in for a driver change is Innsbruck. The driver slightly misunderstanding the emotions of the officials. He did come to a stop in a different box than originally intended, but no harm, no foul. Car number 107 halfway through the endurance. I'm trying to listen to the Akron car, which is not difficult at all, because I think something might be wrong. It sounds like the exhaust has fallen off, because the noise emanating is quite a bit louder. I also see some U-pipe section dangling off the rear of the car. There is a flag ready here. Is it the meatball for Akron to come in? Indeed, Akron is coming in. But by the fact that we can already see parts dangling, I'm afraid that Akron is headed for a DNF here, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the Delft car being really twitchy here in the horseshoe and the braking. Difficulties getting the car straight.
Yeah, driver from Akron shaking his head in disappointment. They were going quite well. Were they already past their driver change? Yes, indeed. This was the 13th lap completed for Akron, so that means they will at least get a few consolation points for the efficiency event. But of course, having completed the endurance would have scored a lot more than that.
And looking at lap times, we have Delft with an 85.8, barely missing the best time of the day so far.
Well, Delft is stationary, in fact. There is a big swath of yellow flags being waved. My suspicion is that the Delft car actually spun around in a 180.
That's correct. Actually, our eagle-eyed Jaguar saw it happening. They did a nice spin on the braking zone over there, just entering the Noordkurve section of the track. But they got going again, and they're off.
And Eindhoven, meanwhile, chasing the GFR car. I think there's just enough distance between them. But I think on the next blue zone we might see an overtake. GFR getting the last lap sign, giving a wave to the official, acknowledging that he's seen the signal. And he gets a blue flag to let the Eindhoven car past. And Innsbruck is back out on track, ready for the second part of the endurance. A successful driver change from them. And that car was really flying as well. I think we have quite a few fast cars on track right now. So I mentioned the Delft car with an 85.8 on the last lap, but then spinning out. We have the Eindhoven car. Their best lap time was an 86. And the Innsbruck had a best lap time of 89, but it looks really quick, the Innsbruck car. Chalmers coming to a halt here on the main straight just before the finish. There's no immediate car behind, so if they can restart the car and get going again, and they do, Chalmers is back on track.
Eindhoven in position at least behind Chalmers, since Chalmers is also definitely not going at full acceleration on the straights. I believe we are going to see a few more overtaking maneuvers here, especially for Eindhoven. How many laps does Chalmers have left? They're on their 4th lap now, so this might be a bit of a long afternoon. Delft, in the meantime, is catching Ostfalia, again being held up just behind the overtaking position in front of the wings section. Coming in for a driver change, GFR, car number 13. Even surprised the team members a little bit that it returned so quickly.
And Delft is preparing an overtake on the Ostfalia car. I think there's still quite no Ostfalia car gets the blue flag early. Well done by the marshals, and Delft goes through. I think the current Delft driver here is José, and the next one will be Ivar. And as tradition dictates, the car is named after the mother of the chief engineer or team manager, and in this case that is Jasmijn.
Yeah, Chalmers indeed looking pretty slow at the overtaking section before wings. Eindhoven being waved past as predicted. How is the battle of the Dutchies going?
Very tight, very tight. Best lap from Delft, as I mentioned, was an 85.8, and from Eindhoven an 86.4. I feel like they are being held up a few times by slower or stationary cars, so I think we are yet to see the full potential. As I say that, the Karlsruhe team just joined the track.
Yeah, Chalmers now coming to a stop in the corners leading up to the horseshoe. Yellow flags definitely in order. Innsbruck having to be waved past. A close call, almost a bit of a hit on one of the marshals there. Delft now also coming to the scene of the crime, though it is cleared just in time. I would hope that Chalmers is preemptively being waved into the overtaking zone. I see the blue flag being picked up already. And indeed, they are going to be waved out, Chalmers, so that Delft can overtake.
Yeah, and we see the kit car without the front wing, so the driver will have to do an extra effort to keep the car turning, because it is a bit more difficult without the front wing. So, but yesterday they already managed to do a very decent autocross time as well. So that means that they can participate in the endurance. And I'm actually curious to see what kind of lap times they will do.
Delft stopped on track again. I think that is just onto the GP laps section. Cars being waved by, lots of yellow flags. I can't quite tell in what kind of position the car is. Kit
That is
now
a
also
shame.
approaching that section.
That is a shame, because Delft just put in the fast lap of the day, 84.0.
Setting off now again, but there is a bit of a train forming now behind Chalmers. Again, Ostfalia and Kit being stuck behind them, and I think Delft will also be joining that train very soon. There is an overtaking section coming up just before wings to resolve the situation, but for now there's 4 cars in the procession.
Yeah, there's a polonaise of cars going on right now. Really cool to see. Unfortunately, they are being held up a little bit.
Maybe a worthwhile note about the kit car. Of course, there was a bit of calamity for that team at the driverless autocross, if I remember correctly, where they slammed into the tire barrier just as they were trying to complete a lap. That's why we're seeing that car without a front wing this time. They did.
We have Oregon State coming out after a very quick driver change. I think they did it in a record time, because we didn't even notice them, they were gone. So they're back joining the fight. Unfortunately, the battle of the North Americas has been decided for now, because Akron was DNF'd just a couple of minutes ago. But they still go strong. And at the moment we have a battle on the track between Kit and Delft, which is looking also very, very interesting as well.
I can't really understand why there weren't any blue flags for Kit in the start-finish overtaking zone here. They were definitely catching them very quickly.
Yeah, no, I think I do understand. They were just overtaking those Ostfalia cars, so obviously they were very close. I think they need to give it a little more time to see what the true pace of the Delft or Karlsruhe car is, but looks like Karlsruhe car has been given the blue flag.
And Eindhoven is in for their driver change. They look calm and ready. Driver is about to get into the car. And Chalmers is going again. For how long, we don't know. And the driver is doing the sensible thing. He does try to pull to the side, not to hinder other cars.
Very courteous from the Chalmers driver. He's been having a rough day so far. They're on only their 6th lap, so they have 12 more to go. This might be taking a while. GFR is also slowing down on the last straightaway before the finish line. There is fortunately quite a bit of space in the overtaking lane. I would hope that the Marshalls motion, the Delft car and also Kit and Ostfalia approaching that scene very well. Yellow flags coming out.
Yeah, and a very close battle as well between Karlsruhe and Ostfalia. I'm not sure which of the 2 cars is faster.
Bit of a flag kerfuffle again in the overtaking zone here after the start line. Chalmers was being waved into the overtaking lane, and then the train of 4 cars of GFR, Delft, Kit and Ostfalia was causing a bit of confusion with the Marshalls.
Yeah, it was a very complex situation, because actually Chalmers stopped into the blue area here. So it was not really clear if it was usable. But luckily Chalmers' car got going again.
Kit slowing down significantly now in the GP lap section. They did pull into the overtaking lane on their own volition, as I also see Chalmers stopping just at the transition from the infield into the GP lap. Delft now getting close to GFR again.
Yeah, but not quite catching them. In some areas GFR car seems to be quicker, in other the Delft car.
We have a new car joining us on track. By the sound of it, that's Coburg.
The cats from Coburg, I think their car's called the Snow Cat or the Snow Leopard. Yeah, definitely Delft now catching the GFR car. GFR car is given the blue flag and Delft can pass.
Yeah, indeed, the Coburg car is named the Snow Leopard. There is two drivers, Erik Schlesinger and Sebastian Leise.
And Delft is in the driver change area, so they successfully managed the first part of their endurance. And Eindhoven did successfully change the drivers and is ready to rejoin the track.
Coburg wanting to give a shout out to Gitte for always bringing cakes to the events, and also to Rainer for often milling parts for them last minute.
So Karlsruhe, as you mentioned, was slowing down in one of the blue areas. They managed to get it going, but then stopped again, unfortunately, and it's not looking too good for them.
Similar story for Chalmers. They stopped again on the GP lap to infield transition. And GFR also looking to be a little bit slow in front of Australia.
Wow, the Coburg car is really flying. I'm looking forward to their lap times.
I didn't notice the livery before, but it definitely has some shiny elements to it. Some sparkle on there. They're collecting a few cones after the first overtaking section. Chalmers, again in the slalom on the infield, stopped out of the way of the other two runners, but Ostfalia is definitely catching GFR. I think there are some blue flags in order yet again.
And it looks like the KIT car has some kind of suspension problem at the rear because it's being put on a dolly. So it doesn't look good for the KIT at the moment.
Yeah, somebody has to get the repair kit out for that car.
Chalmers stopping again. Eindhoven getting the yellow flag. They will be rerouted around the Chalmers car. Chalmers car does get going. A little bit of confusion there. Good thing the marshal indicates to the Chalmers driver that he has to wait for one more second. Eindhoven car can pass, and they're on their way again.
Yeah, it's still going to be a rough day for Chalmers. They're only on their 6th lap, so there is 3 more to go before the driver change, and then another 9 after that. Actually, the driver is now pulling in on his own volition. This is definitely not motioned by the officials. Maybe he is actually calling it quits on the behest of the team members. We don't know.
I can imagine how frustrating it must be as a driver, continuously needing to stop and not being able to push the car to its potential. Jonas is going to have a look what is going on there.
Yeah, and then definitely I think he made the right choice, because also if you look at the points that you would score, I think you're so slow on average that you would score 0 points anyway. And then finishing the endurance, hindering a lot of other cars, which he actually did, it's just no use. So I think the driver made the sensible decision, and well done by the team.
Yeah, indeed. The motions here from the team members and the driver are definitely not looking positive for Chalmers. They are choosing to remove themselves from the endurance lap.
Innsbruck going slightly slower. This is their second to last lap, I think. They're going really slow into Pendulum now. They are still rolling, but it's going slow. And also the Eindhoven car here just in front of us, almost lifting the left rear wheel, just keeping it on the ground.
Rolling towards the green flag with the second driver installed is the Delft car.
Yeah, and I've been looking at the Eindhoven times. Very, very consistent. 86, 85, 88 lap, second lap. The fastest being at 85.2. They were held up a couple of times, and already the second driver is in the 86.5. So very constant time from Eindhoven.
Looks like Innsbruck is very far from those kind of times. In the wing section they are slowing down significantly, holding up Ostfalia in the process, and also GFR is approaching the Innsbruck car pretty quickly.
Yeah, I would think they have an energy issue. They were rolling like this since Pendulum onwards already. Unfortunately creating quite the traffic jam. And there's not much we can do apart from waiting for the blue area. Oh no. The driver is waving and exiting the track.
And the T-cell is green. The high voltage system has discharged. That could indeed be energy related. If the accumulator system sense that there is no more energy to be had, they do have a tendency to shut down. There is another issue in the horseshoe. Which car that pertains to, we can't tell as of yet. It might be Delft indeed. There is motions by the marshals for something to be brought forward, and I see somebody running with dolly carts. Sounds like Delft has indeed suffered another suspension failure. They've already had one on the test track here a few days ago, and we've also seen a lot of suspension breakages here in the morning session already. I think this is the first one we've seen this afternoon, but nevertheless a big bummer for the Delft team to be out.
Yeah, I think the only other car was the Delhi car. They also suffered suspension failure on their front. Westfalia snuck into the driver change area. Their car is looking lovely. Team members are being very calm. Drivers as well. Looks like a very clean driver change so far.
Innsbruck now being pushed off track as the Delft car is also swarmed by officials. The driver is already out. That is definitely the end for car number 107 and 85.
Yeah, and so heartbreak for the Innsbruck car. They were on their second to last lap. They were doing so well.
Yeah, the closer you get to the end, the more of a heartbreak this kind of situation, of course, becomes for the team members.
Yeah, I just have to give the driver a compliment if we haven't done so. I was a little bit distracted with one of the officials, but he managed to pull the car aside when he noticed he ran out of energy, as just not to hinder the other car. So well done by the team. Really unfortunate, but very good driving from the driver.
And we have two new cars on track, Team Renault, and it was the other car I quickly forgot. It was Amberg Weiden, one of Egor's favorite cars. Two super quick cars. Looking forward to their lap times.
Driver change of Westfalia going smoothly so far. Officials briefly checking suspension components. Judging by the fact that Eindhoven is still running and Delft is definitely out of the running, I think the Battle of the Duchies is also decided for this year anyway. Eindhoven is now getting very close to car number 74. I think that's Brno. Blue flags at the ready so that Eindhoven can overtake.
Yes, and we just had a confirmation that in the driver change area, car number 35 has been DNF'd as well. An IMD error, as far as we heard from the officials.
Well, that's extremely bad news. The IMD indicates or monitors the isolation in the high voltage system. If that is no longer given, then the car does present quite a significant danger for everybody around. So once that error triggers, there is no turning back. Yeah, big shame for Westfalia. They are having to push the car out only halfway through the endurance.
Yeah, the team from Brno, their car is called the Dragon E3. It's driven by Lavache, if I pronounce it correctly, and Tom. They say that they do not have a lot of friends, so they invite all the teams to come to their campsite and enjoy a bit of talking.
Oh, that is so sad. But here, this is the opportunity to make a lot of friends, especially if you have a lot of beers. More beers is more better for friends.
And apparently their battery is called Vaneska. She's a good girl, she behaves on track, but can be naughty in the workshop.
Since we're getting a little bit of a breather, I'm quickly going to update on the queue. Next in line to move to the green flag position for the new runners is car number 124 from Tallinn. Behind them, car number 59 from Dresden. Behind that, car number 31 from TU Fast Munich.
Yes, and just looking at the lap times of Eindhoven, very constant indeed. And also just improving on their fastest lap, personal best. It's 84.4 on the last lap so far, the 15th lap. They have 3 more laps to go, but very impressive driving from Eindhoven. And I do believe that also GFR is on their final lap of the endurance.
I think also Coburg being shown the last lap sign here now.
The car from Montreal almost finishing its second lap. I really like how the car looks, how clean it is.
Yes, and we look at GFR just coming into the wing section just before the slalom, so they have half a lap to go. And in the meantime, we see Eindhoven really pulling it down, not having to save any energy at all. Again, a personal best. Let's see, an 84.4, but I think that was the previous time as well. No, it was very close, an 84.5 as well. And Cornwallis just into the slingshot and coming up into the straight. And they only have a couple of meters left to go into the last chicane and over the line. And they finish endurance, Oregon State, GFR, well done.
The Montreal car, meanwhile, setting the fastest lap we've seen today with an 83.6 in the second lap already.
Like we already alluded to in the morning, no news from us is usually good news. If all the cars on track are running smoothly, then we are happy and the team members are happy. Pulling in now for the driver change is Coburg. Those hologram sparkle stickers definitely looking very sleek in the blistering sun that we have here today.
Yeah, we have some super quick cars now. Eindhoven just did an 83.6, but Montreal pipped him again with an 83.5. But Amberguiden and Bruno also pushing with an 84. Really quick car at the moment.
Yeah, and Eindhoven is not even thinking about limping home. It's just blasting home because they're on the last lap and they're not slowing down at all.
And we are joined by another quick car, the car from Tallinn. They have been doing quite well in the most recent years. I'm looking forward to see if they can beat the time from Montreal.
Also moving towards the green flag now is Dresden.
That team was so quick yesterday on autocross, but somehow they couldn't quite get it together on one lap.
And I think they already lost their walkie-talkie that they had probably glued on somewhere with some tape, but it fell off during the first corner immediately. So no more communication for them.
Yeah, lost parts is usually a bit of bad news for the teams. The official definitely immediately grabbing the evidence.
And the Montreal car again improving, an 83.3, super consistent lap times of the Montreal driver.
But we have another finisher, car number 40, TU Eindhoven, finishing endurance. Well done, guys.
And they were absolutely pumping out the lap times at the end, consistently in the 84s, 83s.
Yeah, and the next car is already coming up to the line. And the moment one of the cars finish, we have another impressive car here. Car number 31, TU Munich. This should be fast.
Yeah, so they do have the active aero. They had it on autocross, but not an endurance. And immediately after the first corner, too fast car already coming to a halt next to the track.
Pulling off to the side, very cautious again. Dresden being waved by without having to leave the track. We cannot see the T-cell from our position here since the rear wing is in the way. So we cannot give any indication as to what might have happened. It doesn't look like there's a suspension issue. This might be electrically or software related.
Yes, we do hear some kind of communication, but it's strictly unofficial. We do hear something about IMD error, but this is something that we just heard on the portal, so it's unofficial, and we're just checking the scrutineers. They are measuring the voltage on the car, as far as I can see, to make sure that the car isn't dangerous to handle.
And Dresden on their first lap had the quickest first lap of everyone with an 86. I'm looking forward to their second lap. Of course, they might have lifted a little bit in the yellow flag situation here with Munich, but yeah, expecting a lot from them.
Yeah, Munich still stationary as the measuring equipment is being plugged into the appropriate ports on the side of the car. Yellow flags coming up now for Dresden as they miss their braking point into the final chicane.
Yeah, we saw that a lot yesterday in autocross. During endurance so far, everyone kept it clean, but Dresden definitely missing the braking point.
And Jonas, did we have a name for that cone? Because that's a cone that was really popular on the autocross drivers.
No, I believe we only named the cone that was always being hit on the way out from the starting line. So the chicane there, I think, deserves an entire name, because all of those cones, I believe, have been dislodged from their position at least once. Bad news for Munich, I think. The fact that the officials are pushing the car usually means an automatic DNF. They are being lined up right next to Taiwan. Pulling into the driver change, though, is Bruno. Car number 74 is ready to swap.
Yeah, and we have another fast competitor out there, Uni Stuttgart. Renteam out there, immediately putting down the throttle and not leaving anything out on track.
Yeah, now we have a bit of a combustion battle going on. Renteam out on track together with Coburg. Those are two fast combustion cars. This is going to get interesting.
No, I think Too Fast just is electric, so I think it's Stuttgart and Coburg, not Too Fast.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, lap times have calmed down a little bit, probably due to the yellow flag situation. This has been cleared now, so the drivers can go back to pushing full beans.
Yes, it was really unfortunate to see these cars fail very early in the endurance. But I have to say, these drivers are doing an excellent job, because most of them tend to pull over to the side, not to be in the way for other cars and not to cause any hazardous situation. So I have to give a big compliment to these drivers.
Yes, indeed, compliments are in order. We've seen some pretty smooth driving from them out. Checkered flag now coming out for Amberg-Weiden. I believe that's for the driver change then.
Yes, indeed. Great driving by the Amberg-Weiden driver. Super consistent lap times and rather quick as well. Wow, and Uni Stuttgart with the quickest first lap of everyone so far, an 84.6.
Well, it's not about fuel saving for Uni Stuttgart, is it, Matthias? That looked really, really fast, and the driver is enjoying every bit of that.
Yeah, this was just a first lap. Will they break the 80-second barrier on the endurance? What do you think?
Well, we know the Stuttgart drivers usually are pretty quick to pick up the pace, and 2 seconds, yeah, if there's a bit more heat in the tires and a bit more rhythm for the driver, as long as he keeps pushing, then I definitely see an 82.
Oh, and Dresden across the line with an 80.1. Absolutely flying that car.
Yeah, I think the Dresden driver has really gotten the hang of the track now. In the autocross yesterday, we could see the drivers sawing away at the wheel, especially in these chicane sections that are the closest to the race control container. That looks a lot smoother now.
And we have car number 14, the time killer from BME Budapest, coming out on track. And I can definitely see the timekeeper guys starting to sweat a little bit, hoping none of their equipment will be broken again.
How are the times looking from Stuttgart? They came around again.
Yeah, and as Mickey predicted, exactly 2 seconds quicker on their second lap. Brilliant driving. And I'd also like to highlight my admiration for the Montreal driver. Super consistent, just 83 every lap by lap.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's so difficult here, and under these circumstances, with other cars, with this heat, and he probably will be quite tired after this session. But nonetheless, this consistency is admirable.
Yeah, it's also enabled, of course, by the lessening occurrence of yellow flags and stalled cars out on track. Nevertheless, we do see quite a few cones flying every once in a while. Of course, those can be knocked over by pretty much any car out on track.
Yeah, and it did happen. The Dresden car went under the 80-second barrier. It's 79.1 for them in their, what is it, 5th lap already.
Yes, and ETS Montreal coming in for the driver change. Their last lap was their fastest one as well, an 82.9. But it's amazing to see the 83-second laps from this driver. So well done. Let's hope the second driver can equal this performance.
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes on the timing because Stuttgart is coming across the line, unfortunately clipping a cone. And it is an 85.0, so they must have had an issue somewhere.
Speaking of Stuttgart, I'm looking towards the queue. There is a DHBW Stuttgart waiting in line. Behind them I can see Nürnberg. Behind that Athens. And behind them car number 60 from, I think, Amberg-Weiden.
And it looks like Running Snell is done with the driver change, just waiting patiently for the official to give them the go-ahead. They will probably wait for the Dresden car to pass, and also the car from Renault, car number 74, will pass, and then I think the official will give them the green flag. Yes, and we see one of the cars out there slowing down a little bit and just holding up the car from Stuttgart. So this will cost them quite a bit of time, at least a couple of seconds added to their lap time because of that. But no wonder, because it was slowing down. Car number 7, let me see, car number 14 is going again, so it's not that slow as far as I can see.
And the Tallinn car is doing their 7th lap right now. It's called the FSG23 and it is driven by Robin and Hughes. They have a self-developed ground speed sensor and also a new sidewing concept, which apparently would increase the downforce by 45%.
That's a very bold claim, especially regarding anything aerodynamics. I would take that information with a pinch of salt. But it does seem to be working for them quite well in terms of how the car looks in terms of pace. What are the times like?
Having a look, so the Tallinn car is doing a consistent 86 lap, and while I say that, the Dresden car again beats their top lap time. Fastest lap of the day, 78.8 by them. They just keep on pushing. The Stuttgart car, meanwhile, did not manage to get anywhere near their second lap. And they seem to be slowing down. Not sure if there's some hazard or track that might cause this slower lap times. I cannot see it.
I do not see any marshals running or any yellow flags being waved, so I'm not sure if that was a temporary slowdown from any of the runners. They do seem to be not bunched together, but all lined up in similar sectors of the track.
Maybe this lap from Ren team might be cleaner. Yes, and we're back into the 83.1 for the Ren team. They found their speed back.
Yeah, they were held up a couple of times by a slower car, so that was unfortunate for them. But again, very consistent time, 82, 83 lap, 83 second lap. So again, great performance under these circumstances.
Dresden are coming up on the back of Tallinn. I think the Tallinn driver missing a blue flag in favor of Dresden.
Yeah, and Tallinn is on their final lap just before the driver change. And also Dresden is on their final lap before the driver change. So we will have both of these cars in for the driver change simultaneously. This should be interesting.
I see Tallinn slowing down and the Dresden driver behind as well as a result. Dresden might have run into a spot of bother there. I see officials trying to tend to the car as Tallinn escapes out of the overtaking lane and out of the hairpin from Dresden.
Actually, I think Tallinn was given the blue flag, which they honored, and they went into the overtaking area. And then Dresden just didn't overtake them and stopped out on track.
Yeah, Brno coming up to the scene of the crime from Dresden as well. Fortunately, they stopped in the middle of the track, so the marshals are having to wave them by past the Dresden car. We're trying to spot if there is any mechanical failure going on, since the marshals are now definitely pushing Dresden away.
Again, we heard, Jonas, sorry to interrupt you, again you heard on the radio chatter, again unofficial, an IMD error, so probably they measured it again and decided that the car is safe to move away.
IMD error being one of the unresettable errors that can occur in the electric cars, and yeah, that's a DNF for Dresden. But at the same time, Tallinn has reasons to celebrate. They are pulling in for their driver change.
And as they are pulling in, the Montreal car pulled out and is back on track again. Let's see if the second driver can be as consistent as the first one.
I'm actually really bummed that Dresden did not manage to impress us even further with so many fast times. They were tantalizingly close to their driver change. They do still have the bragging rights of a sub 80-second endurance lap here at FSG.
Yeah, and talking about bragging rights, Jonas, we have DHBW Stuttgart out on track and closely followed by Uni Stuttgart. The combustion versus the electric. This should be a really nice battle for the bragging rights in Stuttgart, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's of course 3 teams in total that are joining us from Stuttgart here. There's DHBW, the combustion Renn team from the Uni Stuttgart, and Green Team, the electric car that we'll be hopefully seeing in the final 5 later today.
And yeah, Renn Team and DHBW Stuttgart are quite close to each other. So if one or the other is a bit quicker, we might see an overtake.
Speaking of close, Coburg is close to the finish of their endurance. The last lap sign was just being shown to the car.
Yeah, Stuttgart, the Renn team Stuttgart consistently doing 83, 81, 82 second laps. Well, actually it will be interesting to see what the DHBW Stuttgart will do in their very first lap. We'll have to wait a couple of seconds to find out, but it looks fast.
Judging by the fact that I see a Renn team driver getting ready, I think Renn team is also close to their driver change window. The last lap sign now indeed coming out for them. We were talking about interesting driver communication solutions earlier today, with one team taping a phone to the driver's chest. Now we see the Renn team driver with communications equipment taped to the top of the helmet. This is definitely one of the more inventive solutions that we've seen here, to be able to talk to the driver while the car is out running.
Yeah, we had a suspicion that the DHBW Stuttgart car was pretty quick, and actually they did the fastest first lap of the day with an 83.4 already in the first lap.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Coburg car coming up through the kink onto the final straight. It's a very last lap, only a couple of meters to go, and they get a checkered flag, car number 270, US Coburg, finishing endurance.
And both the DHBW Stuttgart and Renn team make their way past the Amberg-Weiden car.
Big cheers as the Snow Leopard pulls in here. Tallinn, close to them, is being checked over by the officials. I think they'll be momentarily released towards the green flag again.
And Montreal is preparing an overtake on the Budapest car, I think.
Yeah, blue flags in ahead of the wing section. Montreal flying by Budapest. I think they'll also be catching the car number 148 from Nuremberg pretty soon.
Yeah, I don't know where the Montreal guys found their drivers, but it must be a very good generation. Second level, second driver, and immediately improvement, 82.1 for them.
Renn team is now officially in the driver change area. Both drivers actually have stuff taped to the helmet. The first driver actually almost falling over as he's trying to leave the car, but fortunately no injuries were sustained.
Yes, and Tallinn was out on track after completing the driver change successfully. And yeah, I think we saw that earlier. One of the walkie-talkies were lost, so I think it wasn't a proper duct tape that they used to mount it on the helmet of the driver.
Yeah, I would have been curious to find out if there were any penalties headed Dresden's way, but unfortunately Dresden, of course, had to quit the endurance for other reasons. An overtake for Montreal, again sneaking past Nuremberg. They are now hot on the heels of Tallinn ahead of them.
Yes, and in the meanwhile, Brno, they're a little bit under the radar, but they're already on their 16th lap as we speak. So they completed 16 laps. They're on their 17th lap, so getting ever so close to the finish.
Second to last lap, and now Nuremberg is being chased down by Budapest out of the wings section. I think we have some more blue flags being prepared for that situation.
Well, after the last couple of days, I think Budapest has some time to kill, so they won't mind being stuck a little bit behind another car. Yeah, but there you go, they can overtake now.
They actually received the award for the most damage done to timekeeping equipment. We did have some runners up for that, of course. They're also smashing a great number of sensors on their driverless skid pad on the very first day of the Dynamics. Rennteam still going steady in the driver change area, although I see one of the officials taking a very close look with a flashlight underneath the engine. This is one of the checks that gets routinely done, whether there are any leaks of oil, grease or water. The last thing that the organizers want is a spoiled track surface. So I hope everything is looking okay for Rennteam.
Yeah, they have a Stuttgart overtaking the Brno car. And the Brno car will be shown the last lap sign, I think.
Yeah, definitely. They were shown the last lap, and they have completed 17 laps. Onto the 18th is only about to get home from now on. You don't have to push anymore. Just bring the car home and then collect a decent amount of points, which is the goal of today.
Also, the Amberg-Weiden car just finished their 16th lap, so 2 laps to go for them. And the Montreal car driving as steady as always on their 14th lap.
Rennteam is firing up with a great amount of noise. Looks like they were allowed to keep running, no leakages to be detected. A quick update from the queue as well. There's Weingarten, UAS Munich and Valencia that will probably be joining us soon. Budapest pulls into the driver change area as well.
And we have a new car out on track, which is the car number 25 from Athens. Our Greek friends joining the rest of the cars out on track, and probably wanting to collect a decent amount of points today. And as Igor is pointing out to us, I think he's counting 8 cars out on track. Could that be true?
That's excellent to see. Of course, the track is very long, but it also takes a great amount of skill to be managing this many cars. We did see a lot of yellow flag situations earlier in the day.
Yeah, and I'm holding my heart because Brno is slowing down a little bit onto the final lap through the chicane, but they're finished endurance. Theo Brno, car number 74. Congratulations, well done.
We've said it before, we'll say it again. Finishing is everything, especially today. That's always a big moment for us alumni here as well, seeing the car slowing down so tantalizingly close to the finish line. But Brno made it. Congratulations to you guys.
Meanwhile, DHB Stuttgart is on their 6th lap, and they did not manage to break the lap record yet. The car is named FSG23 and is driven by Matthias and Nicolas. And apparently they say that Bodensee got the longest hoses. I think for DHB Stuttgart this will be one of their first clean laps actually. So I'm really curious to see if they can break to the 80-second barrier.
Rennteam collecting 2 cones through the cone killer chicane right after the start line. The HBW exploiting that feat to a great deal, cutting that chicane slightly since the cones were out of position.
Yes, and it's exciting times for the Amberg-Weiden car. They are being caught rapidly by the ETS car, but Amberg-Weiden is in their last lap, so I do hope they don't get a blue flag, because it's really not necessary. Oh, they do get it on their final straight. No matter, they have to let ETS Montreal go, but they will come into the last chicane and over the line. They get the flag. Amberg-Weiden, car number 1, 2, 3, finishing endurance. Well done.
Joining us now at the green flag is car number 60 from Weingarten. Also close to being ready again is Budapest. They're heading off to the green flag now.
Yeah, that car from Weingarten is a bit like 50 shades of blue or purple.
Now that's a movie we want to see, Matthias. I haven't known that one yet, but I'm looking forward to the cinemas.
Yeah, I think there are 18 episodes with a break in between.
Again, Green Team had collected a few cones in the cone killer chicane, and the HBW Stuttgart right behind them, immediately taking advantage of it again. So the driver is really looking to exploit any little margin given to them.
Montreal, meanwhile, making it through the slingshot on their second to last lap. They will be shown the last lap sign, and it still looks as quick as ever.
Yeah, just slowing down a little bit, because their previous lap was an 81.5, and this last lap of theirs, it was an 82.8. But they are in the final lap, so I don't think they care about the lap times now. It's just about getting home.
Yeah, the Montreal car is super impressive. I was already alluding to this yesterday. I think somewhere in the side wing there are two elements that sort of flap in the breeze a little bit when the car reaches higher speeds. I'm not quite sure if that's intentional or not. The rest of the car looks super clean. It's the first time in my memory that Montreal is here at FSG, so congratulations on such a good performance here and making it out all the way across the pond. Bit of a situation here at the overtaking lane ahead of the finish line. There is now a train of 4 cars and a little bit of confusion as Mickey, you saw which car was being waved into the overtaking lane and then rejoined way too quickly.
It was the Nuremberg car. Indeed, I think it had to let 2 cars pass, but it's super unclear.
Yeah, there was a definitely situation with the third car. Luckily, all these drivers are paying attention, and they actually look at the car, and I think one of the cars are slowing down.
No, that's the Montreal car.
It is no Montreal.
Last lap.
On their last lap. Come on, get going.
They're so tantalizingly close to the finish line. Tallinn managing to squeeze past just in time to complete.
They literally have 100 meters to go. I hope the driver can restart the car.
Yeah, we can't see the T-cell from here. We don't know what the state of the car is. Just coming out of the horseshoe, they suddenly stopped. They were about to go over the jump.
Let's keep the fingers crossed, because they literally have 100 meters to go towards the finish line.
Yellow flags coming out for Renteam and DHBW. It's not looking very hopeful. The driver not really frantically trying to restart the car. It looks like he has given up.
You can see the driver talking to the marshals. That is not a good sign.
Athens being waved to the side for Nuremberg to overtake them.
And DHBW Stuttgart makes it into the driver change.
Biden also slowing down for the Montreal situation. Joining us at the green flag is UAS Munich, a new runner starting their endurance run.
My heart is breaking, guys, because the ETS car is really not going again. It has every sign of just not having enough power left in the battery. I don't know. I think even the scrutineers or the marshals are trying to give them ample time to start, because they only have 100 meters to go, and they were so super consistent and quick out here. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of failures here in the endurance today, but this is one of the more heartbreaking ones, being this close to finishing. That's extra painful. There are still yellow flags being waved. Of course, Montreal is given ample time now to restart. I would expect the marshals to start to touch the car here momentarily.
Yeah, unfortunately, we hear on the radio it has been confirmed as a DNF. This is so heartbreaking, but such an awesome job from our Canadian friends that made it all the way here from North America. And you are most welcome next year as well. So give them a big hand on the grandstands.
Last lap sign coming out for Nuremberg, I think. And also Athens and Budapest are having a bit of a battle. I think there might be some blue flags coming up for Athens soon. Montreal now being pushed away so that we can have the eternal yellow flags at the horseshoe finally being cleared. Blue flags also came out for Amberg-Weiden. Tallinn managed to sneak past them and were also shown the last lap sign. They must be almost done with their endurance too.
Yeah, the Budapest car overtaking the Athens car finally.
DHBW Stuttgart is getting ready with their second driver. In the new runner queue behind them, I see UAS Karlsruhe, the car from Valencia, ETH Zurich and NTNU Trondheim.
And as soon as the track was cleared, Rennteam Stuttgart put a personal best time of 80.644. That's fast.
And we have the UAS Munich car stalled there. I heard for the officials that it was an AMS error, so they unfortunately will not be able to continue.
Yeah, that's a bummer. They were just about to really head out into their endurance. The first couple of laps already an issue for UAS Munich.
And we have the car from Karlsruhe, the loud car from Karlsruhe, joining the track now, just as the marshals are rebuilding the damage done by Athens.
Guys, sorry to interrupt, because we have Tallinn finishing endurance. Car number 124. Well done, guys. Awesome job.
Yeah, it's good to see that we now have a lot more finishers than what we saw in the morning session. It also has cooled down ever so slightly, at least by my senses here. That also helps a little bit for driver concentration. Driver concentration is important since Stuttgart just puts in fastest times again. Scratch that actually. Nevertheless, they are lapping in the low 80 seconds.
Another top contender from Spain, TU Valencia, is out on track. Car number 395.
Second driver from Budapest really pushing. They managed an 82.8, and that's really up there with all the top contenders we've seen so far.
And I've just been informed that TU Valencia, who just joined the track, is actually the last car before the final five. So we've run through these cars in the queue with amazing pace, and that's actually good because we will have time for the Historic Cup.
Yes, indeed. I think we can already see 4 of the final 5 in the queue now. I think that would be Zurich, Trondheim, Esslingen, and right at the very end, Aachen, who set the blistering fastest autocross time yesterday. I think we're still missing Green Team for the full final 5. I hope they can still join us in time.
Yes, and in the meantime, guys, Uni Stuttgart, Rennteam Stuttgart is on their final lap, just going into, and very consistent times. If they have their personal best is an 80.6, they just posted an 85.5. It's probably just about completing the last lap and collecting huge amount of points.
Yeah, we only had one car so far that breached the 80-second barrier. It was the Dresden car that unfortunately did not finish the endurance. I really hope that one of the two Stuttgarts can still break the 80-second barrier, maybe on the last lap, who knows.
Looking back behind us into the driver change area, Nürnberg has the second driver installed in the car and seems to be struggling a bit to get the car going again. The high voltage system tries to charge, but doesn't seem to complete that cycle completely.
And a meatball flag for the Athens car. It was a bit late by the marshal. I don't think the Athens driver saw it, but the rear wing seems to be wobbling a little bit.
It still looks pretty straight, so it might be a similar failure as we saw for Ulm, where the deflections were just too great for the scrutineers to call it safe.
And
Yeah,
the red team car is on their last lap across the finish line, get the finish flag, and they successfully finish endurance. Really fast lap times. Congratulations to the team.
I do have a small tear in the corner of my eye. This will be the last time that we hear that awesome Rennteam noise here at FSG in the endurance.
Yeah, or we wait 10 years and then we have another historic event and then they'll probably make an appearance again.
Yeah, there really ought to be another combustion reunion in some time, also to bring Ulf back for that occasion. Athens now making their way through the wings section again. I'm curious if the officials are going to ready the meatball flag again, and for what purpose.
And finally the Karlsruhe car managed to break the 80-second barrier, and with a new fastest time, 78. Athens car now being waved the finish flag actually, so is this their last lap or the driver change? It is the driver change, so the scrutineers will probably have a look at the car as well. And they had some concerns.
Yeah, the rear wing is definitely looking quite shaky as the car comes into the driver change area.
Yeah, and it has been confirmed that the Nürnberg car 148, has been DNF'd by the scrutineers. We don't exactly know why, but we already noticed that they had some kind of issue.
Yeah, I think they were having trouble getting the HV system into full operation. I also see the Athens car will probably receive a DNF as well. One of the laterally stabilizing carbon rods has dislodged from its insert, so the motions from the officials here are not making us very hopeful. I think Athens is out of the running for today.
Yeah, and a lot of action on track. The Budapest car overtaking the Valencia car, which is then overtaken by the high-speed Karlsruhe car, and now we have Karlsruhe actually chasing Budapest, who is on their final lap. Will they still get the blue flag on their final lap? They probably will, because the Karlsruhe car is just so quick.
And unfortunately, Athens has been confirmed. Athens in the driver change area is also DNF. In the meantime, Budapest is on their final lap, and they have a final lap battle with Valencia and Karlsruhe. Karlsruhe is blisteringly fast, and I think they are well in the 78-second lap, so they are really, really fast as a combustion car out there. But Budapest only has to have another half a lap to go, so let's keep the fingers crossed for them.
Of course, we need to be careful with our commentators' curse. We've also done this a number of times to a few other cars in the endurance and other disciplines as well. We saw the heartbreaking stoppage from Montreal just a few corners away from their final lap.
And DHBW Stuttgart also making the overtake on Weingarten. Yeah, a lot of action on track.
And here we have TU Budapest finishing endurance. Gratulálok a magyaroknak. Let's go.
Very weird noises though coming from the car. But the endurance did not have to be one lap longer. Jonas is going to do a little investigation again.
Yeah, if I had to describe it, I would call it a golf ball and a carburetor. Definitely some rattling noise that stops as the car has slowed down. The officials are taking a very good look at the wheels, which contain the motors and the gearboxes, I presume.
Weingarten is doing a slow but steady pace. But the important thing is that you finish endurance, of course, and they are on their last lap of the first driver.
So just to remind everybody, after these cars that are out on track, we will have the final 5. Well, final 4 as far as we can count, because I think we are still missing the Green Team Stuttgart from the queue. I'm not sure whether we have an official update on that, but so far we see 4 of the 5 at least getting ready into the queue. After these cars finish, we will see these final cars, the quickest from the autocross yesterday, who will battle it out on track together at the same time.
No updates on the strange Budapest noise that we were alluding to earlier. The officials so far not complaining about anything.
So no cars will be added anymore. That means that Karlsruhe, Valencia can really push and see what lap times they can put down. The Karlsruhe team car did not manage to improve on their second lap, but are consistently running around in the 78-79 seconds. The Valencia, their best is an 84.0 just driven. And Weingarten is in the driver change halfway.
Yeah, I have an unfortunate update for you guys. Green Team indeed will be missing the final 5 slot here. There's some bad news for them in the electrical scrutineering department. We did see them jerk back at the green flag position during the autocross yesterday, and it appears that the concern of the officials about that was too great to let them run here at the endurance today. Of course, Formula Student cars are not meant to be going backwards for any reason. So yeah, it seems like Green Team lost their endurance slot as a result. I'm taking a peek from the race control tower here into the engine warm-up section, and I do already see the historical cars getting ready since we're finishing the afternoon session, the regular running, so quickly that after the final 5 are done, I'm sure we'll be seeing the historical combustion cars wave goodbye to the combustion class at FSG in an appropriate manner.
So the Karlsruhe car is named the F117, and it is driven by Pascal and Jonas. Pascal is wearing the black helmet and Jonas the white one. I think currently we have Jonas behind the wheel. And apparently they do have a hybrid system on their car. It's not allowed here on FSG, but they ran it on other competitions and they are very proud of it.
We have a Jonas on the mic as well. DHBW Stuttgart being shown the last lap sign, so they're almost done. Here and the other 2 cars on track are, of course, High Speed Karlsruhe, and coming into the infield now is car number 395 as well. Checkered flag now for High Speed Karlsruhe.
And the driver that is getting in now is Pascal Voigt, apparently. And he has been practicing driving with this car since he was 10 on the simulator. Now, a few years later, he actually gets to drive the car in real life.
That's always really heartwarming to hear so many years of preparation go into these cars. So much blood, sweat and tears is lost. The officials are taking a good look at Karlsruhe, again searching for any leaks, wiggling at the suspension rods we've had so many failures of here today already and yesterday during the autocross.
Guys,
especially.
Again, I'm going to interrupt you because we have another finisher coming up, DHBW Stuttgart, just crossing the line, car number 77, well done. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Jonas, because we have to celebrate the cars finishing today.
Of course, the team members up there on the grandstand, we can see them from here, holding up big signs, cheering for their team. Well deserved.
Yeah, and you were just mentioning the Karlsruhe car. That's, if I look at the lap times, that's unbelievable. Matti, we're looking at 78.3, 79, 79, 80, 78, and so on.
That must have been a joy to drive just by looking at the lap times. I could also see the driver taking this clean line, pushing the car to the limit without making too many mistakes. I'm curious to see what the other driver can do. I think he's up to a tall order.
Yeah, we have Valencia still out on track and two more cars in the driver change. That's Karlsruhe and Amberg-Weiden. They are the last runners before the final, well, 4 this year. Green team cannot make it.
And if I can be a little bit of an inspector, the DHBW Stuttgart team, they did very consistent lap times, but in the last lap they had an 88, so that was like 6 seconds slower than the normal lap time, so maybe they were managing some energy and tried to get it home.
Could very well be. There definitely wasn't a disturbance out on track that we could see, now that the number of concurrent runners has significantly reduced. We had up to 8 cars here out on track. We were very busy announcing all the things that were happening. But now as there's only 3 more cars to run, it's a bit less busy for us. Karlsruhe is now being motioned towards the green flag to rejoin the track for the second stint.
Now this driver can really show what he can do. He probably wants to have bragging rights in comparison to his teammate. He has an empty track in front of him, nothing to hold him up, so he's lucky and he can enjoy his ride.
I do see some sad faces though. Amberg-Weiden appears to be... No, sorry, Weingarten. I keep saying Amberg-Weiden. Weingarten has an issue here in the driver change area. I don't think they managed to get the high voltage system re-engaged in time for them to rejoin. So now the car is being pushed manually out of the driver change area. I think that's the endurance done for them.
And we only have the car from Valencia in the track. Hopefully it can join the Karlsruhe car, which is alone and sad out on track. Well, not really sad, because I think this driver is having the time of his life and he's really pushing. It's super clean though. I haven't seen any large amount of cones, but it looks really, really smooth, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would consider it a privilege to have this track all to yourself. The attention of everybody on you might add a little bit of extra pressure.
And the first lap is identical to the first driver, so that looks promising.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this car is it doesn't look that fast, but it is, because they just don't make mistakes. They're not overdriving the car. They don't keep locking up and going wide and so on. So they're very neat drivers, but pretty fast.
It looks a bit like the Aachen car. No drama in the corner, just keeps it sticking, and yeah, that seems to be the way to go here this weekend.
Although, to be honest, I can imagine that throwing the car around, sliding a little bit, having a power slide every now and then is a bit more fun. But having bragging rights at the end, being faster than your teammate in the same car is worth something as well.
I think we'll get a very good view in the second lap. The first driver of the Karlsruhe team had his quickest time in the second lap, actually.
The officials now giving the Valencia car the last checks of the tightness of the driver belts before they will hopefully be allowed to set off again to follow Karlsruhe out on track.
Steadily improving, 3 seconds quicker than his first lap, but not as quick yet as the first driver. I hear an engine starting and people cheering on. That must be the Valencia car. Getting out of the driver change with a lot of revs on the engine. And there they go, immediately the green flag's being waved. He didn't even have to stop on the starting line.
Yes,
and away they go.
You can actually hear the team members shouting, "Vamos!" It's and the car came out of the driver change area like a raging bull. Very nice to see. Yeah, so after these two cars are finished, we will have a 5-minute break before we start with the final 5. And after that, don't go home, because after that we have some real spectacle. We will have the classic combustion endurance.
And we have seen in the previous events with the historic cars that they are very evenly matched and very competitive as well. So it will definitely be a joy to watch. Valencia finished the first lap. It's an 86. That's a good lap time for the first run. It's slightly quicker than what the first driver did. Of course, engine is warm now and probably the tires as well. Let's see what the second driver can do.
Yes, and as commentators we have the luxury of being able to speculate. We are allowed to speculate because we don't know everything. And of course, sometimes you see these teams that they give a certain assignment to the driver, right? They say, okay, just bring it home, we're fast, we just collect the points, don't take any risks. Is that something which is possible, for example, for the Karlsruhe car?
I think definitely they had a very good and clean run. They show what the car is capable of. At this point, the strategy can start calculating the points, what is needed to do, to win overall. They're still quicker, I think, than the Valencia car, so they might have told the driver, this target lap time is good, make sure you bring it home.
Yeah, the Valencia first lap of the second driver was an 86.1, but the second lap is already an 83.5. If you compare that to the Karlsruhe car, 83.4, that's only 1/10 of a difference between the two. So we have a proper battle going on here.
Exactly, maybe the Karlsruhe driver is just matching whatever Valencia is doing in order to secure the overall win.
I think that would be a very deep level of strategy happening here. I think that's just coincidence, but
no, this is not Ferrari. So actually, a good strategy is possible. So yeah, why not?
Behind race control here, the final 4 are getting ready in the appropriate boxes. All 4 cars are electric cars. We have Esslingen, Zurich, NTNU and Aachen. Everybody trying to stay out of the sun, keeping the cars as cool as possible and in some amount of shade at least.
Yeah, luckily we have a nice cool breeze to cool down a little bit. I remember when I was sitting there in one of the final 5 and they would align all the helmets to get a really nice picture. So far the helmets are not aligned yet.
Not aligned yet, but that might yet be to come. The final, well, 5, in this case 4, is always the pinnacle of the endurance event here, of course. It's a special moment. The entire track will be cleared for the fastest cars that we had in autocross yesterday. I'm definitely really curious what kind of strategy, especially Aachen, will be employing. They were blisteringly fast in autocross yesterday, leaving I think a 2-second gap to all the other cars. So let's see if they can repeat that pace and keep it up for 18 laps.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be interesting. These electrical cars, of course, they do need a lot of strategy. Sometimes they decide to go really quick in the first half of the endurance and then look how much energy they have left and drive accordingly in the second part. Other teams really iron it out and try to get an average lap time.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the battle ensuing in front of us. Valencia is actually improving their fastest lap time to an 82.6, which is, I think, a couple of seconds faster than the second driver of Karlsruhe. Second driver of Karlsruhe is quite consistent, 85 seconds, 83, 85 seconds. Only 3 more laps to go, so I think it's just about to come home, and the Valencia car is just pushing.
I'm wondering though, how does that compare to the Rennteam times from earlier? The track was a lot busier. I don't think all the laps from Rennteam were nearly as consistent as these can now run.
Yeah, definitely. Rennteam was a bit quicker. They did a lot of times in the 81 seconds, 82 seconds. So they were on average maybe a second faster than these teams. But there's not much between these teams, and that just shows you how evenly matched the combustion class is.
Taking a look into the queuing area, we have the few historic cars lining up. I don't think there will be any out-of-order cars from the afternoon session joining us directly after the final 5. I think we'll be directly diving into the historic cars indeed. How's the on-track action, Mickey? How many laps are left?
Yeah, we look at the lap time sheet. I think High Speed Karlsruhe is in their 17th lap, so that means less than 2 laps to go. Valencia is on their 14th lap, so they have 5 laps to go, less than 5.
Yeah, the Valencia driver really in the rhythm. You can see him playing with the car. And it is, in fact, the fastest lap time so far for the Valencia team, an 82.6.
It's just impressive. He keeps pushing. He doesn't want to give up. Obviously wants to beat his teammate, which he has done already. Well, yeah, he had faster lap time, but on average they are very comparable. So well done by the Valencia team. No, not mañana, no, today. Push.
And Karlsruhe out of slingshot on the big straight. They will be shown the last lap sign. One more lap for them.
Yeah, very consistent lap times. The previous lap was an 84.841 and this lap was an 84.812. So 0.03 of a second between the 2 lap times. Very, very consistent indeed.
I think a bit of a compliment is in order for these last 2 runners. Absolutely no drama that I could see, no flags necessary at all. A couple of cones flying here and there as they always do. But so far this is a very clean performance and fast too.
Yeah, you can see that the drivers are really confident with their car. They know where the limits are, no shenanigans, and they can keep it on track. They probably had quite some practice before the competition here. It's really nice to see.
Shenanigans, Strathclydians. What was the name you gave Strathclyde? Strathcycle.
Yeah, I made it stressing.
No, we will not do that again. But here we are. I think we hear the Karlsruhe car coming up to the horseshoe and into the sling just before the final straight. One last time accelerating on the final straight for them into the chicane. And they are giving the checkered flag, car number 399 from US Karlsruhe, finishing endurance. Awesome job, guys. Very, very quick times. A very impressive drive from these drivers. Well done.
And barring any penalties from cones, I think Karlsruhe actually managed to pull off the fastest overall endurance time, judging by the purple circle that surrounds the summed up total of the individual lap times.
So now we have the lone warrior out on track from Valencia. They are going into their 17th lap, so less than 2 laps to go for them. Yes, and we can just take a look at the queue already. The historic cars are lining up so they can follow the final 4 this time, as Karlsruhe is being pushed away to a post-scrutiny check. Just to remind everybody, all these finishers and all these times that we're saying is still unofficial. All these cars will have to go to Parc Fermé to do a final post-scrutiny, post-event check for the cars, and penalties can be applied, or in large breaches of the regulations, they can still be disqualified. We obviously hope none of the teams will happen that fate, but we still have to wait until they passed all these checks.
Valencia on their final lap are going into pendulum now. That means they are more or less halfway. Looking at the sector times, it does look like the Valencia car is slowing a little bit.
Please don't let this be another case of a last lap failure.
It was 5 seconds slower, but I think that's just the driver just making sure it's coming home. Bring the car home. Maybe he's tired. We don't know.
I really hope you are right, Mickey. But there are some struggles in Broken Dreams.
Horseshoe also looking a bit shaky in the car, actually.
Come on, 100 meters to go. And slingshot now. Come on.
Shifting again and struggling a bit on the final straight into the final chicane now. Checkered flag is at the ready. Across the line, big cheers from Valencia, deservedly so. They are the last runner before the final 4.
Wow. That was almost heartbreaking.
So close, definitely makes for a good story. We are having a couple of minutes of break here. We already see one of the support cars here out on track distributing fresh drinks to all the marshals who've been baking in the blistering sun here all day already. Once all the stranded cars are recovered and all the marshals are refueled, the final 4 will be ready.
So Jonas, we're standing here in front of the final four. This is always an awesome moment because these are the fastest cars that have set blistering pace yesterday, and I think one of them was especially faster and unexpectedly so, but they surprised us in a very positive way, and I think that was without a doubt the Aachen car.
Absolutely, no, that was the shot out of nowhere yesterday. We were already thinking it's a fast car once we saw it in the driverless disciplines, but no, once they pumped in those autocross laps, we were all dropping our jaws in awe. Once you can measure the gap to the other teams in multiple seconds, I think that deserves a big round of applause just from that pace alone.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously the second car, Green Team Stuttgart, we explained it earlier, they have some issues, so unfortunately they weren't able to make it to the final five, but we do have ETH Zurich as well. I think they were third in my from heart, but maybe it was Trondheim, and we also have Esslingen. What's the common thing that we see on these cars?
Well, for one, it's very tense and focused faces through the visors of all the helmets. All the team members around us are also looking a little bit anxious. It's always a bit of a gamble sending a car out onto the FSG track.
Yes, and I'm just looking at the cars as well. So the fear and the concentration in the eyes, that's you saw that well. But also looking at the aero packages. For example, if I look at the NTNU Trondheim and Esslingen, we see a lot of wings, a lot of standing wings, diagonal wings, so huge amounts of downforce. If we compare that to Zurich, for example, they just have a little bit of less aerodynamics on the car, or am I seeing that wrong?
No, I think there are definitely a couple of classes in terms of complexity that we see here between the various cars. Esslingen, I think what it's safe to say has the most complex setup, probably closely followed by Trondheim as well as Aachen. We had to pause for a little bit for the obligatory commentary selfie before the final four. Continuing a bit on the complexity story here, I think one of the other key differences might be the use of DRS. I don't see any actuators to open the elements of the rear wing in order to save a bit on drag, while I think the Trondheim and the Aachen car I have seen opening the wings.
Yes, and it's also, if I look at the attention to detail of these cars, you never see any glue or duct tape or well, you have to look really carefully. Maybe you will see some tie wraps or some duct tape behind the covers, but for now they look absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, they're looking really clean. Trondheim, of course, with their signature polished look, but also all the other paint schemes are very tidy, no random cuts anywhere in any of the covers. Everything is nicely fitting and sealed up. So also, impressive setup in terms of the overall feeling of the car. This all looks very professional.
And I really like this silence here. It really adds to the tension building up for the final four.
Yeah, most of the team members already stepped away from the car, so now it's just four anxious drivers in the middle of the driver change area.
And four black helmets, they will be getting hot right now.
Yes, and we have just one diehard team member using an umbrella to keep the Aachen driver a little bit, giving it a little bit of shade the car, because it must be really hot in those suits. We've been there, Matthias. We know how hot it can be. You have this fireproof overalls, fireproof underwear. You have a helmet on. There's no wind at all. You're just sweating and sweating, in this kind of conditions.
Yeah, I had a few times that my sunscreen started sweating into my eyes while I was driving. That was not a very pleasant drive.
Did you also think it was raining, or?
Yeah, I had that yesterday as well, so might have been a similar issue.
Yeah, the last Aachen team member trying to provide that ever little bit more shade to the driver to stay a little bit cooler. Temperatures are I've said it so many times today, extremely hot. For those of you playing along at home, we are sweating a lot here. Trying to take a look out on track. There is still a support vehicle dropping off the last few drinks to the well-deserving marshals, trying to catch some shade under some trees. So we're getting ready, but there's also still a couple of minutes before we'll really be setting off.
And 3 cars are running the Hoosier tires. That is Aachen, Trondheim and Zurich. Esslingen is running the Goodyear tires that we do not see that often here. And it's super cool to see the top 4 cars, I would say, have a completely different design. So clearly there's not one concept that conquers them all. There are many ways to get the fastest car here in FSG.
No, the biggest distinctive difference that I could point out is that the Aachen car is just extremely long. At least the chassis of it, the wheelbase underlying that, is still a lot shorter. We saw that to their advantage when they were almost crashing into the tire barrier at the driverless autocross, the nose cone taking the brunt of that impact and sort of preventing damage to the front wing. The other cars, especially the Trondheim but also the Zurich car, are looking distinctively stubbier.
Yeah, if you look at the wheelbase of the Zurich and Trondheim, it's pretty short. Already the Esslingen car has quite a significantly longer wheelbase. That does affect how agile your car is, and certainly on a Formula Student track that can be beneficial. But the longer your car is, the bigger you can make your aerodynamic devices and your floor. So you could gain a few extra downforce points by making your car longer.
These are all little speculations, of course. We now see a couple of team members providing more shade to their drivers. The last thing we want is anybody dropping out because of issues with the heat.
So back in my days, we would actually just throw in some ice cubes in my suit while we were waiting. Unfortunately, add some weight, but it does cool the driver down quite a lot.
And I think the driver is the most unpredictable part of these systems. If the driver isn't up to par, then he cannot extract the most performance out of the car, and then the whole effort is ruined anyway. So keeping the driver as happy as humanly possible is definitely a good idea.
Yeah, and I would expect all these cars to be quite evenly matched on the endurance. So then it all comes down to which driver makes the least mistakes.
We are getting some shuffle in the slippers here. The scrutineers dispersing towards the support vehicle for some ice cream. I thought we were about to get ready to set off, but nope. Yeah, also the officials are just mere mortals who have to try and also stay as cool as possible. They've been out on track all day already, and in full sunshine we've had to swap out some people already.
And the FSG vehicle also standing in line, making it almost top 5, but unfortunately continuing on its way. That was a funny touch.
Yeah, it's a bummer, of course, that Green Team can't be joining us here. They are missing their electrical scrutineering sticker. But it is very good to see in the area just adjacent to the queue that a lot of historical cars are getting ready for their running and another attempt at an FSG endurance.
Yeah, do we know who is going to start with the historics? Are they going from fast to slow or from slow to fast?
I think, judging by the fact that the Munich car is first in line, my guess would be that we're actually running from fastest to slowest. So I think that was done in an interest of getting the fast cars out on track early so that we don't run out of time for the fast cars. But since we managed to run through the current year's teams so quickly, I don't think there will be any risk of having to cut the historic endurance short. We have until 5 p.m. this afternoon, and it is a mere 2:35 now.
Yeah, we won a lot of time during the endurance because we had 7 or 8 cars out on track. Usually at least 4 or 5, but normally we will have 6 or 7 cars out on track, and certain moments even 8. So that means that we gained a lot of time. Maybe it's a good thing for the historic cup.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive to see that many cars on track. Race control keeping everything under control mostly.
So I'm quickly having a look here at the track situation. I think all the marshals and officials are making their way to their post. I do hear some people saying we are ready on the radio, so it's just a matter of minutes now.
Yeah, sounds a little bit like the walk through mission control before a space mission. All the individual marshal posts reporting in their status that they are ready to go. I think even the timekeeping guys are also back in their hidey hole in the timekeeping van, nice and climatized, as opposed to us chumps standing out here in the heat.
I like your comparison with the space mission, because these cars will really be launched onto the track right after each other. I think there's going to be a gap of 20 seconds maybe between them.
Yeah, Esslingen is definitely first. We also see Trondheim and Aachen already firing up the HV. Zurich will be just behind them, I think. Esslingen is already out on track.
Yes, and it won't be long before we have the rest of the cars out on track. They will have all 4 cars out simultaneously. They will not wait 1 or 2 laps in between them. They will send them out after each other as soon as possible.
Yeah, Mickey, I think they wanted to have the Zurich car actually as second, but it seems that they are struggling a little bit getting the car started.
Yeah, Trondheim is out on track as a second car instead. The pace of these cars was so closely matched that releasing them so close to each other is made possible. Aachen is now joining us third. That means that Zurich is staying behind a little bit.
Yeah, but they got their car started, so should be no drama. And they will be joining as the 4th car on track.
Exactly, green flag for Zurich crossing the start line now. Esslingen has already made it into the horseshoe almost. So this is a pretty even spread across the lap, even though Zurich was a little bit delayed.
So guys, any predictions? Can Aachen be dominating the endurance as well?
I would really want to see the first couple of laps of Aachen, but the pace yesterday, the car was just on absolute rails. So far, the car looks just as smooth as yesterday coming into the wing section right now. The slalom was always a bit of a deciding factor, and also the horseshoe was a section where Matti was always particularly impressed how the Aachen driver was handling it. There is a bit of a jump just ahead that disturbs the braking zone, so the trick there is to brake early enough that you can take the horseshoe as smoothly as possible.
Yeah, a little update on the timing. Esslingen did an 87.9 on the first lap. Trondheim an 84.5, but Aachen has a really good first sector. Let's have a look. It's an 80.4 on the first lap. That is super quick. That's the quickest first lap we've seen so far. But AMZ had a similar sector time, so I would guess a similar time from them.
They're coming into the last chicane now and across the line. What is the time?
It's an 82.7, a little slower than the Aachen car, but yeah, super quick time for a first lap. And I think in these second laps, this is where we're going to see the true pace of these cars.
So our first answer we got to the question who will be fastest. I think that's been answered. It's Aachen for now. But we did see the Zurich car, for example, here on the straight lift and coast a little bit, just probably to conserve some energy towards the end of the endurance.
Yeah, of course, there are different strategies that the drivers can apply. Again, slow first stint and seeing where the energy levels are in the driver change, or a fast first stint and then backing off slightly with the second driver. It depends on the preference of the teams, the capabilities of the two drivers that they are bringing here. Trondheim crossing the finish line. What are the times looking like, Matti?
Yeah, so Esslingen is right in the mix. They had an 82.6 in their second lap. Trondheim now crossing the finish line with an 83.0. Aachen is on their way. And that is, that is a 76.9 on their second lap. Already the quickest time we've seen so far here. Amazing.
There's no lift and coast for Aachen for now. They just want to get it done. They don't want to have any confusion about who's the fastest today.
Also, their sector time was so impressive. It's 3 seconds slower than the other cars currently on track. AMZ, meanwhile, also improving to an 81.2 on their second lap.
Of course, the size of the car doesn't always directly correlate to this, but there might be a bit of a difference in battery capacity between these teams as well. That could also play into the equation how much energy Aachen wants to conserve. Well, right now they don't really want to conserve anything, whereas from AMZ we're already seeing quite a bit of lift and coasting. It doesn't look quite as snappy on the straights as, for example, Aachen.
And Aachen is improving on their sector time again, half a second quicker in that sector. So I'm looking forward to the third lap of them.
Yeah, and let's not forget, every cell that you bring with you is additional weight. And if you want to increase the battery capacity, it does add a lot of weight to your car. So do we have an idea whether there's a big difference in weights in these cars?
I can look it up for you, Mickey. But first, the Aachen car across the finish line, 76.2. So they are starting to get into their rhythm. I expect to see more 76s from them.
Zurich looking a little bit tentative through the horseshoe. Definitely not as planted as Esslingen or Aachen, for example. Clipping a couple of cones through the last chicane as well.
And it's an 80.1 for Zurich, so also steadily improving, but nowhere near the Aachen car at the moment.
Back in the good old days when we were team members, the mantra was always, hey, try and hit as little cones as possible during the endurance. Try to incur as little penalty as possible. But most of the drivers here today have actually been not all that clean as I would have been expecting.
No, I was also quite disappointed yesterday on the autocross, seeing that they were hitting a lot of cones. I always say a trophy a day keeps the trophy away. A cone a day keeps the trophy away. And I spoiled my motto. What a shame.
Oh. Looking at the lap times, actually, we see Zurich, Trondheim and Esslingen very, very evenly matched within 1 second of each other almost. Only car that is really faster than the rest is Aachen.
Yeah,
but it's a big difference.
So fast, in fact, that Trondheim is being waved into the overtaking lane. Aachen managing to pull past the slot that they were let out onto the track already. Zurich, by the look of things, falling behind slightly in overall track position.
Yeah, just looking at the lap times of Zurich, it's not bad. It's an 80.1, and actually they're faster than both Trondheim and Esslingen. And they actually repeat that last lap time with an 80.1. So actually they're 3 seconds faster than Trondheim, but they had to let the Aachen car pass. And also the Esslingen car is doing an 80.6. So the fastest of the rest, the best of the rest for the moment is Zurich.
Yeah, Jonas, you had a question about the weight of these cars. Actually, AMZ, Aachen and Trondheim are all very closely matched. They have a design weight of 170 kilograms, more or less. The Esslingen car, though, is a bit heavier, so they will be carrying that weight around all across the endurance.
I'm not sure whether the North Curve I can see. I thought I saw one of the cars drive a little bit slowly, but probably that was only a chicane. So my eyes were deceiving me. Hopefully nothing happens to these cars and they can finish on with a strong pace.
Yeah, Esslingen now making it through the hairpin on the GP lap. Aachen getting out into that same section as well.
I also checked the accumulator capacity of all the cars, and it's all exactly the same. So they are doing with the same weapons.
Yeah, it is a bit of a phenomenon that we see within Formula Student, that once the perfect cell is discovered, and many teams will be running that exact same setup. So that makes it even more interesting that Aachen is able to put down so blistering times compared to AMZ. It might be a driver component involved, but definitely judging by the fact that there is so much lift and coast, at least by the look of things, in the Zurich car, that makes the Aachen performance ever so much more impressive.
Yeah, you can definitely see it on the straight. Just in front of us, maybe 30 meters in front of us, we can actually see the big difference between the autocross and the endurance. In autocross, they were really braking as late as possible, often missing the brake zone. But for now, it's very steady.
Yeah, of course, the last chicane before the finish line has also been slightly diffused compared to autocross. The turns are a little bit less aggressive, so the cars have a slightly easier time maneuvering that turn. Since we don't have any servo steering in these cars, that's a bit of an allotment to the drivers to conserve their arm strength.
MZ is now speeding up. They also joined the below 80 club, 79.0 for them on the last lap, and they just crossed the finish line and improved again with a 78.6. So the driver did find some pace somewhere on the track.
Or probably looked at the battery capacity and said, hey, I can manage a little bit faster lap times without running out of fuel, so why not?
Yeah, in this event we are of course not just evaluating the on-track pace, but also the efficiency rules have been slightly altered compared to the last few years, so that battle is also a lot more decisive than it was in previous years, and that will be the hardest for us to evaluate because we do not have live telemetry from on board these cars to monitor how much energy they are consuming. The less energy you consume, the more efficiency points you score.
Esslingen, meanwhile, they're slowing down a little bit. The previous last lap times were around 86, 85 seconds. You can visibly see them driving a little slower. 2 more laps until the driver change.
Yeah, of course, the interesting thing about the final 5 is not just that they're all released at the same time, they will also be coming in roughly at the same time. So everybody will be piling into the driver change area for about 3 minutes before everybody will leave the driver change area again. So there we can also see some of the differences in what the teams will be doing during the driver change. Some cars have adjustable pedals, some do not. So that time difference, of course, does not matter for the overall endurance run, but it's still a design difference between the cars.
Yeah, and I think Aachen is going to eat the Esslingen car quite soon, and a very early blue flag for the Esslingen car. That might have been on the safe side.
Yeah, Esslingen is dropping quite a bit of lap time because they were doing 80, 82 second laps, but now they are doing 83, 86 and 85 second laps. So they are losing a little bit of time. Maybe they have to lift and coast a little bit more than anticipated. And in the meantime, Zurich has improved on their personal best, only with 600 of a second, but still it's a 78.53.
Yeah, and they're matching the pace of the Aachen car actually at this point. So
last lap sign is out for Aachen. They absolutely steamed past Esslingen, and it does look like progress from Esslingen is becoming a little bit more labor intensive. It does look a little bit less smooth around all the kinks and turns here.
And the Esslingen car is called the Stallardo 23. It's driven by Maximilian Stahle, and their next driver will be Christian, and his nickname is Cone Collector.
That's never a good name to give a driver. We do not want to see these cars hit many cones, because that means our predictions of who will be winning this become a lot less accurate.
Yeah, but when the team members decided to give you the name, then there's nothing you can do. It's a conspiracy.
Absolutely, we're just reading out what people are putting into the commentary form. The little information that they do give us, we try to provide you guys as well.
And the Trondheim car is called Lira. It's also on their rear wing, and it's driven by Matthias and Lasse. I would assume that Matthias is their first driver, and I want to do a little shout out to DHBW Stuttgart for hosting them between FS East and FSG.
Get ready for frenzy inside of the driver change though. The checkered flag is coming out for Aachen through the last chicane and across the line, halfway through the endurance.
Yeah, well done so far from Aachen, but we have the next cars right after each other. So first the Esslingen, car number 494, and then immediately Trondheim, car number 63. And we only have to wait a little bit for the Zurich car. So these cars are within 20 seconds of each other into the driver change area. that should be interesting.
As is deserving of the Final Four, these cars are checked by the officials to the highest possible standards. I see something that looked like a footrest coming off what I believe was the Trondheim car that was briefly obstructing Zurich from driving into their slots. The officials are swarming all of the cars, checking for any leaks within in the wheels, checking suspension for integrity and wobbling the wings, whether they are still properly attached to the car. We've seen some of those things be problems for some of the on-track runners as well, and some meatballs waving cars out already, but I don't think there is any bad news to be seen for the Final Four.
Yeah, and the AMZ car from Zurich, consistently every lap he improved with like half a second. In his 8th lap he actually had a 77.7, which is just a second slower than the top time from Aachen, but Aachen also calmed down a little bit and was driving 77s consistently.
Yes, I'm just walking around in the paddock, in the driver change area, trying to not to stand behind the cars. But already the second drivers are in. You can see that these teams have practiced the driver change as well. You do want to finish it within the 3-minute window, because every second that you take longer than 3 minutes is added to your time. And if you, overshoot by 1 minute, it's actually also DNF. So you have to make sure that you're properly prepared for this and be able to change a driver well within the 3 minutes.
I'm actually looking the Trondheim team, the driver and one of the team members assisting in strapping in the second driver. First driver actually putting a foot on the car to be able to put maximum tension on those belts.
Yes, and I think the most amount of pressure is when you still can just about be able to breathe. That's it. That's the right amount of force that you have to apply.
It might sound rough, but I think the driver will thank his team members to be tightly strapped in. It does help a lot to keep the car nice and steady and at maximum performance when you're out on track.
And just to remind everybody, finishing the driver change faster than the 3 minutes is no advantage, because this is an extra long lap, will be deleted from your time, and only the time spent on track is counted towards your total score.
On-track time is running again for Esslingen. They got the green flag and are out on track again. Definitely a bit more cautious of a setup than what we saw initially. I would presume that there are some energy consumption concerns for them, or temperature-related issues where the electronics in the car are not allowing the full power delivery anymore.
Yeah, definitely on that straight they went quite slowly, so they are managing something. Not the Aachen car, they are going full ham again.
Yeah, they're setting off with continuing their blistering pace. Also getting the green flag again is Trondheim. And I believe AMZ won't be far behind them.
Well, just a little bit of exciting times here for Zurich. I can see the lead team member looking intently at the display of the car. Driver shaking his head just a little bit. The car is not doing exactly what they want to do.
They had a similar issue just at the start of the Final 5. They had a slight delay there before they could start. Maybe it's the same one, and then they can start in a few seconds.
As we predicted, the pace from Esslingen is no match for Aachen. They already pulled past them just before the wings section on their first outlap again. So yeah, Esslingen definitely down on something, not being able to keep up the pace that they had in the first couple of laps.
Yeah, and Zurich frantically trying to restart the car. With all the 3 allowed members, they are resetting the car, booting the car already a couple of times. So these times are very nerve-wracking for the Zurich car. They are even getting some advice from the 4th team member from a bit far away. I'm just hoping that they can get it started again.
Yeah, my guess would be, since the team members are checking all the shutdown buttons and even the inertia switch that's buried in the chassis of the car, it might be an interlock-related issue that is not allowing the HV system to release the power out of the accumulator into the driving electronics.
Yes, we can see the desperation growing from the team members that are looking from behind the fence as well. And I can see the desperation. Yeah, I think they managed to get it started Yeah, there we have it. Wow, that was really exciting. A lot of heart failures here, but here they are, and they're off.
Heart-stopping moments. What are the times looking like out on track, Matti?
Yeah, Aachen as usual, just keep on putting the brilliant lap times in. Esslingen significantly slower, they're about 20 seconds slower than their first run, so they are managing an issue. Trondheim had quite a slow lap for the first lap, but of course that's not really representative for their true pace. And luckily the AMZ car got going. This should be the driver Lucien. Before it was Thomas in the car, and their car is named Castor.
Yeah, looking at the Esslingen car, they are coasting through the final chicane and also coasting on the straightaways. My guess would be that this is a temperature-related issue. Trondheim also not looking quite as punchy as they used to. I think the second lap time should represent that as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's an 84.5. They were doing 81s before, so a little slower. Could still be the driver getting used to the situation. We'll see how it evolves.
And revolves. Very good. I like that one, Matti. You're a genius. And immediately, Aachen car is just putting the pedal to the metal, 77.3. And Zurich, first lap time, 85.9. But I guess they're just glad that they could run in the second stint.
Matti, you had a lot of comments about the prowess of the Aachen drivers in the autocross yesterday. Did you already make any observations as to whether they are able to keep that same clean, clinical driving going?
Definitely. I am confident that this is one of the best drivers that's currently on track, because what I see is that he is accelerating on the straight and lifting before the braking zone. And that is actually the most efficient way to use your energy, something that the other drivers are not doing. And despite lift and coast, he's still putting in the fastest laps.
Yeah, optimum combination, obviously. Couple of cones collected by Zurich as they enter the wings section. I don't see that many cones flying for the other team, so I think the second drivers are trying to keep it a little bit cleaner than the first driver selection from all the teams.
Yeah, and Trondheim very clean, but also improving in lap time. The previous lap was 84.5, but their 12th lap in total was an 82.6, so they shaved off 2 seconds on their lap. And they were closely followed by Zurich, doing an 84.9. So they are still nursing the car a little bit. And I can see the Aachen car just starting finish, very consistent. Let me tell you, 77.4, 77.8, 77.6. So just very...
Extremely impressive. The Aachen car was almost lifting all the way to the straight. I don't get how they do these lap times.
It's a kind of magic. Yes, and Esslingen also quite consistent. Their first lap was really slow, but after that they found some pace. They did an 84, an 83, and another 84 second lap. And let's see, we have Trondheim again improving on the time. Previously they had 82.6, but now it's an 81.8. Will they breach the 80-second barrier?
I think the main question is how they will use their energy to their advantage. So we definitely need to look out for the average lap time here. The top lap time of Aachen, that's going to be so difficult to beat.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting here soon. Zurich is just completing their 12th lap, while Aachen is getting ever so much closer to them, already completing their 14th. I think we have another overtake coming up here in favor of Aachen.
Oh, and Aachen almost beating the fastest lap time. The previous driver had in the third lap, it had a 76.2, and this driver just did a 76.3. So the battle between the teammates is on.
It will be interesting to see how much faster Aachen might be able to undercut the current fastest overall endurance time of the combustion car from high-speed Karlsruhe.
Yeah, and they are at the tail of Zurich currently. I already see a blue flag for Zurich right in time. No drama there.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Jonas, you mentioned whether they will be faster or not. These cars have to coast a little bit. They have to lift and coast and to save some energy, while the combustion cars usually just floor it.
Yeah, exactly. The sensitivity of a slightly bigger gas tank is slightly different than the sensitivity of a slightly bigger battery, just in terms of mass. Usually the electric cars have the leg up in all of the other disciplines, just in terms of raw power delivery, torque vectoring control, etc. But here in the endurance, yeah, maybe we'll see one of the big differences between those two classes arising. Of course, this will also be the last time we are able to observe this. This is the last year of combustion cars at FSG. Behind us we have already the last hurrah lined up in the form of the historic combustion cars that will be joining us here on track once the final four are done with their runs.
Yeah, and I cannot emphasize enough how much lifting the Aachen car is doing. I'm pretty sure that people here in the paddock can see it on the straight just in front of them. Also on the grandstand there's a big straight. You will notice that the Aachen car accelerates quickly and then lifts just before the corner.
Yeah, compared to the autocross, that's a huge difference in accelerating all the way through and now lifting halfway the straight.
Yeah, nevertheless we see that the impact on lap time for Aachen is relatively minimal. They are extremely comfortably lapping close to the 76 to 78 second border. That means it's almost nothing. Previously we saw electric cars well into the 80 seconds, so this pace is still absolutely blistering.
Yeah, and in the meantime, NT and EU Trondheim improving yet again. So they actually have a descending lap time all the way through. And now we have a fastest lap time from Aachen, a 75.58. So the second driver will have bragging rights in the team.
I'm not sure if I saw it correctly or didn't spot it in time, but I think Aachen should have been shown the last lap sign. Or are they? No, they are on their 17th lap now, so there is one more to go. When they come out,
yeah, they are fast, but not that fast, Jonas. But well spotted, though.
Yeah, nevertheless, they are one lap ahead of Esslingen and Trondheim, and Zurich is still lagging behind those by another lap.
Yeah, they were consistently 3, 4, 5 seconds faster than the rest of them. So if you extrapolate that in 10 laps, 9 laps, then it's quite a bit of margin.
Trondheim, meanwhile, starting to catch up on the Esslingen car. I think there was a blue flag waved, but ignored by the Esslingen car. I'm not 100% sure, but still there's quite some space left between the cars, so no issues. I think they'll get a blue flag for the next zone, though.
Yeah, the gap is still considerable. A blue flag would be a little bit premature, but I think now Esslingen is...
And there we have it, the last lap sign for Aachen. They're in their final lap of the endurance, final lap of FSG 2023.
Yeah, this is the moment we've all been waiting for, the end of the endurance, the end of the competition is near. But we've also seen some last lap drama from some other cars. I'm definitely keeping my fingers crossed having said that now, as Aachen pulls into the hairpin for the last time.
Yeah, actually the Zurich team specifically asked not to commentator curse them, so you need to keep that in mind.
Well, that means that we can't really be saying much more other than, yeah, the pace is slowing down a little bit. Any other statements would be probably too much.
Yeah, and just to reaffirm, we as commentators are pro-Zurich because we are neutral. So there you have it.
I think the Aachen car is actually pushing on the last lap. They put their fastest sector time in. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, they're coming just through the horseshoe. Into the final sling, onto the final straight. Would it lift and coast? Yeah, just a little bit easy to the last chicane. Coming up to the line, getting his checkered flag.
And it's the fastest lap, 75.3. Wow, on the last lap.
Yeah, there was no holding this driver back. What an awesome job, what an awesome car, what an awesome team. Congratulations to the Aachen team. Well done, giving them a big hand on the grandstand.
Yeah, huge cheers in the Nordkurve. Of course, that fastest lap time is barring any cone penalties, but what we could see from here, the Aachen drivers managed to keep it extremely clean for their team. We also missed the last lap sign for Esslingen being hung out, and I believe for Trondheim as well.
Yeah, Trondheim still looking quite fast. So it seemed as if they had some energy issues at the beginning of the first run, but no worries at the moment. They actually set their personal fastest lap in a few laps ago, an 80.6.
Yeah, so both Esslingen and Trondheim are in their final lap. And they're just coming up to the sling, not too far away from each other. And I think we have Katarina waving the checkered flag for Trondheim. Congratulations, car number 63 finishing endurance. And Katarina doesn't have a lot of time to wait because there's Esslingen finishing endurance as well. Car number 94 for Esslingen, well done.
Yeah, big round of applause from all around the track, deservedly so. The last runner out on track, Zurich, on their second to last lap currently. They did fall a little bit behind in terms of overall pace. Now making it into the horseshoe.
Yeah, and they were out a little bit late as well because they had some troubles getting going from after the driver change. So here we have Zurich getting the last lap sign. This time it's not upside down as we saw it a couple of times, which was quite funny. But there you have it, last lap for Zurich.
Yeah, and quite a bit faster than the previous lap. I would guess they were managing some temperature or energy issues, but not on this lap. It was an 81.9. Yeah, just to emphasize how quick that Aachen car was. Their overall time is 100 seconds quicker than the Trondheim car, it seems, at least from the info we have here. This is, of course, not counting any cones or off tracks whatsoever.
And also a good 90 seconds faster than the previously overall fastest run from the combustion Karlsruhe car. So impressive nevertheless. We see some practice here with the checkered flag for Zurich already. There's a bit of a competition going on between the marshals who can wave it the fanciest.
Yeah, we are missing Basti, our regular Finnish flag waver. He does have a fancy jump, actually spectacular acrobatic jump, in which he waves the flag 3 times or something like that. So these marshals are probably doing their best, but they will never match Basti's skill set.
Coming from the final straight into the final chicane now is Zurich, checkered flag at the ready, and they're pulling in, having finished the endurance. Congratulations, Zurich. Big swarm of scrutineers and officials is surrounding all the final 4 cars in the Parc Fermé area and the driver change area already. So yeah, it remains to be seen if all these cars make it through that. We've seen the strangest things causing issues for the teams here in the past, all the way from slight leaks to electrical problems. Can still happen, so even though they managed to put down a great performance here on track, we have to wait until the award ceremony tonight to really see who took the cup here.
Yeah, but what a great spectacle that was. Our final 4, I enjoyed it a lot. And I think now the enjoyment continues, but because we have some really spectacular historic combustion cars lined up to do their endurance as well. And it seems like that we will be starting with the Munich car, although I would assume there's a little break maybe in between.
Yeah, could be. Everybody needs to calm down and take a chill pill. My heart rate was definitely going up the entire time that they were running. Indeed, we have the Munich car H31 lined up first, right behind them, the car from Valencia H95. After that, the H16 from Kit. Behind that is, I think, the H69 from Hawks, the H3 from a team that I can't read, and a few more cars queued up right behind there. So we have some more on-track action happening right now as a last hurrah for the combustion class at FSG.
Yes, and we can hear the cars revving their engines. And the first one is already at the start line, TU Munich, with a nice, huge wings on the car, already on track. And this should be very interesting because we not only see these cars being fast, but we can actually hear them and even smell them.
Yeah, I think that's just part of the experience, seeing these positively fossils out on track. For one more time at FSG, many of these have run the gamut here once before. So yeah, to me this is an emotional sight, giving it another kick at the can of the FSG track.
Yes, and the next one is already here, which is the kit car for Karlsruhe, the H16. Also a very nice looking car, and it was really fast in the autocross, and back in the day one of the top contenders.
More huge wings are getting ready, the H69 from Hawks. This car looks extremely sleek and long with that huge rear wing on.
And immediately TU Valencia coming onto the track as well.
Yeah, speaking of the Hawks car, we did invite some of the previous team members up here to the commentary stand to talk a little bit about, well, for example, what made you come here?
We just love Formula Student, and we just want to lift this combustion car once again on the competition, and our actual team helped us a lot for preparing this event with everything, and we just want to have a great time with all the other guys with the old cars. Yeah.
Were there a lot of things that you had to fix to get her back up and running for this?
We had to fix a lot of stuff. We overhauled the whole engine, and tonight we decided to go for suspension setup change. A lot of work, and hopefully we will finish today.
Are there any areas of the car that you're particularly worried about out on this bumpy track?
Not the bumpy track. I think the most problem could be the temperature, just the weather.
Yeah, it's extremely hot out here this year. Thank you very much for your input. I'm trying to make my way through the waiting crowd here. Yeah, you're from Valencia, so similar questions. You came all the way from Spain. How are you feeling being back at FSG?
Dale duro, marico. It's been 8 years I have not been in Valencia. I can see my colleagues cheering up. Yeah, it's an absolutely great feeling. I always like coming back to an FS competition, and seeing our main team as well that finished endurance, so very glad for them. And yeah, we are 16 of us today in the old historic with the old historic car. As you may have seen in the magazine, we were going to bring car number 4 from 2017, but it got burned during testing, so we put our car number 3, the one you're seeing now, to run all together in only 2 weeks. Yeah.
That's very impressive.
I know, and that car never finished an endurance back in its day.
Well, then this will be the litmus test for this car. Are you worried about anything in particular?
No, man. I mean, we've learned all from the young brothers, from the chassis number 3 now up to chassis number 10. So yeah, hopefully we've done the good work, and we should bring back the car to the glory that it deserves.
You already mentioned that the current Valencia car is also here. Do you have any expectations in terms of potentially beating their time?
So there is something I didn't want to comment here, but now that you broke the topic, yes, I think that the team that loses the fastest lap should get the car number shaved on the head.
Oh, that's a very good bet out there. So the gauntlet is thrown down within the Valencia team. Thank you very much for your input.
In the meanwhile, Jonas, quick update. We saw just the first overtake on the track. Hawks Hamburg overtaking the car H16 from Karlsruhe.
Yeah, just before you continue, Jonas, just to give a little bit of an update on the times and the speeds out on track. Fastest car on track, it's the UAS Hamburg. They definitely have wings. Closely followed by Valencia with an 86 second lap. Just behind them it's Kit with an 87.8. Then it's Munich, too fast, with a 91.4. And UAS Stralsund, it's 103.3.
Running further along with the commentary from the team members here, the TU Munich car was the first one out we saw on track. The current team had a little bit of bad luck with their electric car in the endurance earlier, of course. Are you having any worries?
With that car, you always have some worries, to be honest. But at the moment, the last days, it was quite okay. Some bits and bobs there, but overall, the car was running fine today, so we will see.
The autocross time was, of course, extremely blistering. Are you having any expectations about scoring a top time for the endurance as well?
I think we will try, but the target today for sure is to bring the car home. It was a lot of work to get the car running again, so the last 6 weeks we spent a lot of nights, and yeah, from that point of view, we just would be happy if we just bring it home and then party together with the others.
I heard from a bunch of teams that they did spend a lot of time overhauling things. I think there's a little bit of drama out
Yeah,
on
just
track.
going to interrupt you, Jonas, because we just interviewed a very nice person from Valencia, but their car is actually stalled out on track. I'm seeing some marshals around the car, and they're probably desperately trying to get it going again. Not sure what the issue is, but it would be a shame if they would not be able to finish.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with these old cars. The last thing we want is any mechanical issues that need fixing afterwards. Yeah, we heard from other teams that they spent a lot of time overhauling engines to get the car ready. Is there anything else big that took a lot of effort on the Munich car?
Yeah, as you can see, I think we have for sure the biggest wing package over the whole paddock at this event, which is basically down to it's a 2013 car, so the rules back then allowed to build quite big wings, so yeah, we investigated a bit in CFD and then decided to go all in, and that's what came out. Yeah, you can even sit on the rear wing. We did that for the picture. It was, I think, quite impressive to look at.
So it's able to carry a lot of downforce. That's extremely impressive. Thank you very much for stopping by. How is the on-track action looking so far, Mickey?
Well, I think Igor has been watching the Valencia car. What's the update?
Well, looking at a distance, I've been checking it through the binoculars. I cannot see any mechanical issues with it. So I think it might be a problem with the engine, the driver trying to get the car started again, but I see just now that the recovery team has put their hands on the car and the driver is stepping out. So unfortunately, I think that is a DNF for the historical Valencia car.
I think now we have the answer to who will get the car number shaved into the head today.
Yes, I could hear the radio chatter. They wanted the driver to restart the car, but he just wasn't able to restart it, so probably it just stalled out on track and didn't manage to get it going again.
As we see Hawks Hamburg now catching up to Stralsund, probably going to see a blue flag situation in a little bit. And I saw Karlsruhe picking up a couple of cones a little while back, dragging them along the track, depositing them a little bit further down, but now running clean and making it very nicely through the final chicane.
Just out of curiosity, which one of the cars that we see out on track here is actually the oldest?
I believe that would be the vehicle from Stralsund, the one without the wings. Very easy to spot, very easy to recognize from a distance. That vehicle is from all the way back in 2003, a 20-year-old car. Running here with cars that are much newer, so really goes to show how quick the Formula Student cars were from the very beginning.
Yeah, with Valencia out of the running, I think we are going to get at least one more runner joining us here on the infield. Or scratch that, I think somebody has been removed from the queue. I was expecting Freiberg to be able to join us, but I think in its stead the car number H1 from TU Delft, the last combustion car from that team, is making its way towards the green flag position.
Yes, and this car actually won FSG back in its day, just like the 2016 contender from Karlsruhe we see out on track.
Yeah, maybe I can continue with the interview of a few team members. I have a team member from Regensburg here. What was your motivation to make it here to FSG?
Well, our motivation was that last year we finally got together a team of super motivated people to found our alumni association, Alumnix Regensburg e.V. And with the exception of very few, we have almost all of our old cars running, including our very first one. And so with all the different alumni events, FS East here and then Zwickau Meets Friends, we always bring a different selection of cars. And the 2017 one was super successful here, finished 5th place. And it really is a true old-timer with a lot of history, almost 3,000 kilometers on the clock. A lot of ups and downs in its history. If you look closely on the rear wing, you will spot a little steam locomotive that refers to an incident in Austria when we produced a lot of steam, but still managed to finish strong. And then, yeah, we are a strong community. We have a lot of people here just having fun. We take the cars out testing, and now we hope that it finishes strong and can continue the legacy for the combustion cars, since obviously they sound amazing.
The sound is definitely great. If you already had a couple of incidents at other competitions with, well, mechanical or otherwise slight failures of the onboard systems, are you concerned about anything here?
No, never. Just a joke. So, electrically, the cars should be fine because our electrical guys worked hard on making all new electrical systems for all the old cars, so they're interchangeable. Mechanically, of course, things get older, carbon fiber A-arms, carbon fiber drive shafts, things like that, but since we put a lot of effort in the maintenance, the car should be fine, fingers crossed.
How many people are maintaining the large pool of cars then?
I think we are about 15 now. We're just starting to get more people in. Yeah.
Well, good effort from the Regensburg team. Thank you very much for your information.
Yeah, Jonas, just to give you an update, we've had TU Delft out on track, and also Diepholz is joining the combustion frenzy. At the meantime, I think Hawks is still the fastest car out there with an 82.4, and the other cars are pushing but not reaching that time.
I'm also seeing a few team members from Hawks getting ready for the driver change already, so these cars are putting on quite the show and putting on good times too.
Yeah, seeing a little bit of a traffic jam developing now behind the Diepholz car. Probably about to be given the blue flag to allow Hawks and TU Munich to overtake, but we do not see a blue flag just yet.
That could be related to both of those cars coming in for the driver change soon. The last lap signs are now being shown, and finally there's a blue flag for Diepholz as well.
And we see another traffic jam once again, 3 vehicles. Stralsund leading the pack with TU Delft and Karlsruhe right behind them. Stralsund getting out of the way nicely, and now Kit giving the chase to the Dut 010. Kit being shown the last lap flag. Delft also getting the blue flag, and Karlsruhe storming ahead, throwing some cones in the way of the Dut car. And the Dut car, now having had to dead by the Stralsund vehicle, gives chase as well. Regensburg, meanwhile, has been driving on its own for quite a little bit.
Yes, this is so nice to see all the battles between the different era cars. And some of them are still very comparable, and you can just see that the drivers have fun in the car, and especially enjoying overtaking another car. That's the summum for every driver out on track.
Yeah, I think the most emotional part for me to see is that all these cars made it through a form of scrutineering yet again. I'm now being joined by one of the team members for the Delft car. What made you come out here?
Well, we got the opportunity, and it's a pretty unique opportunity, of course, so very cool. We figured we would take the time to see if we could get the car properly up and running, which was already in a good state. Took a bit more time than we might have anticipated, but I think it's a pretty good condition. The only thing we didn't do was buy new tires, so these tires are about 5 years old, and I think it's showing a little bit, but yeah, we're giving it a good shot out there.
Well, afterwards you're always smarter and things always take longer than you expect. Do you have any ambitions for any cars that you would like to beat out there?
Well, to be completely honest, I was kind of surprised by the time difference with Stralsund yesterday. They're a 2003 car, very nice, but you know, they're a bit older, a bit heavier, and they beat us handily in the autocross. So yeah, ideally we would be able to be quicker today than them. We'll
actually, I'm looking at the track, and we have the battle Stralsund Delft on the track just now. So there you have your wish.
Yeah, the battle between Delft and Stralsund is on since both cars are on track. So your wishes are coming true. I'm not sure what the times are looking like right now.
We had a couple of overtakes. First, it was Stralsund that overtook Delft, and after that, it was Delft that overtook Stralsund. So.
Yeah, exactly. Mickey probably just said this, but it looked like that was a bit quicker, but then we overtook them and then got overtaken by Karlsruhe and got stuck behind Stralsund again, but we'll see.
So yeah, these are rivalries that extend past the ages. The Delft car, of course, only about 13 years old, while the Stralsund car is already scratching at the 20. There are definitely still ambitions from all the team members out here.
Delft is pulling away a little bit now, but to be honest, the battery isn't all that great anymore either, so we're a little bit anxious about the restart. We do not have an external jumper battery, so if we get past driver change, we'll be very happy.
Yes, and I just had Frank Ruske, one of the former team members from Stralsund, just next to me. He was not happy that Delft was overtaking Stralsund. He was not happy at all.
These are, of course, rivalries as Stralsund actually pulls into the driver change area. It's definitely good to see that even after so many years, there are still some of the old gang around here in the FSG organization, and now also in the form of the historic teams.
Yes, we see Munich, they had gone into the driver change and are about to make their way out. And Hamburg and Karlsruhe are preparing to come out soon as well for their second stint. And what's it looking like in the queue right now, Jonas? How many more cars can we expect to see in this send-off for the combustion era?
Yeah, I can't make out the numbers for all of them, but at least 5 cars are waiting in queue. Hawks, I think, is being pushed by the team members. I'm not sure if that is for purposes of aligning the clutch or the gearbox slightly. They are in their driver change. I think they are trying to jumpstart the car pretty much. Of course, this would not normally be allowed for the regularly competing cars, but for the historic ones, due to the increased age, there is some leniency given during the driver change.
And there you have it, the difference between electric and combustion. Have you ever tried to jumpstart an electric car? That won't happen.
Yeah, there's 3 team members trying their darndest to start the Hawks car again. They were also doing extremely well in terms of times. 3 people trying to push the car as hard as they can. It might be relating to a similar issue as Thijs from Delft here was already talking about, the starter batteries not being the hottest out on track anymore. Good news for Delft on track. They are getting close to Stralsund yet again. We might be seeing that battle flaring up yet again.
It is Diepholz, I believe. Stralsund is in the driver change.
Nevertheless, all these cars look so similar, and the numbers are definitely not compliant with the current year's rules in terms of their size. So it is a little bit hard to tell sometimes.
And I still can't get over how incredible of a sight it is out on the track. So many times you have past team members wondering and debating which car from which year would be faster. And now for the first, and here at FSG, unfortunately last time, we do at least once get to see these historic cars from different years going against one another.
I have to say I'm also extremely happy about the sound atmosphere that's created here. All these old cars, of course, underlie slightly less stringent regulations than the current competing cars do. So I think some of the exhaust systems are also turned up a little bit.
Yes, and we see some confusion between the Braunschweig car and actually the Stralsund car were given the go-ahead at the same time. So there we have it, Braunschweig out on track. The Lions racing immediately followed by Stralsund. And we see a little bit of desperation in the kids area, driver change. I'm not sure whether the car is being able to restart or not, but the clock is ticking, unfortunately.
Stralsund now comes back onto the track as well.
Clock is also ticking for Hawks. The team members still trying to push start the car or trying to coax the starter into action. It's not looking good for Hawks.
Meanwhile, out on track, we see proper battle ensuing between the Stralsund car and I think it's in the Munich car. I'm not sure where Frank Ruske is, but he's not looking too happy probably, because I think Munich car is catching up to Stralsund, and I think Stralsund will be given the blue flag.
Yeah, speaking of Braunschweig, I have one of the team members standing next to me. Of course, you've already done a few laps. Are you happy with the performance of the car so far?
We are really happy. We had some small problems because it's an old car, it's an old lady, but it's running really, really good for the year.
What was the hardest thing to fix before you came to the competition here?
We had some problems with our brake. We had a leakage, and it's a really, really high performance brake where you can't get so easy some parts, and that was our biggest problem before.
Okay, so lead time of parts, I guess these days is always a little bit difficult. Did you set any goals for yourself coming out here?
Wanted to have fun, and we wanted to show what Lions Racing could build in the past.
Right, so it's a last hurrah basically of the combustion car. I don't think you have a current team that was out here on track this year, right?
No, sadly they couldn't come here, but we hope next year we can come with our electric car again and come back and drive the endurance with the electric car.
Yeah, amazing you're holding the Braunschweig flag up high here. Thank you very much.
Sorry for interrupting there a little bit, Jonas, but we're seeing yellow flags being waved in the distance, just coming onto the GP part of the track. That appears to be the car from Braunschweig stalled on track, but they get going again. And we have now a bit of a blue flag situation developing. Munich has caught up to Regensburg.
The Braunschweig car slowing down in the hairpin section again. I hope that's not another yellow flag situation. I think the driver is working particularly hard. Is there any information you can tell him about that?
He's the first time that he drives a combustion car in an endurance. It was a dream from him because we built since 2010 is he in the team, and he built a lot of electric cars. And we make the driver training with the combustion cars, and his dream was to drive a lap on the FSG with a combustion car, and that's what he's doing now.
Yeah, it's yet another case of an amazing sight to see these cars out on the FSG track once more. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we new cars joining the track as well. We have Hanover coming onto the track as well. Already a couple of laps while you're doing the interviews. And I think that Braunschweig is having a tough time. I think they stopped a couple of times already out on track. Not sure what's going on. In the meantime, the rest of the cars are doing pretty well, Igor.
Yes, we saw Regensburg come in for their driver change just now, and Delft should be coming in for their driver change at the end of this lap.
Yeah, end of the lap. I see some frantic timekeeping guys actually fiddling with the equipment. I don't think the last lap was properly registered. Are we having any issues?
We saw one of the officials waving the checkered flag, unfortunately have a little fall. They were trying to be very flamboyant with their checkered flag, entertaining both us and the drivers.
Yeah, I don't think it was an official. It was one of the guests. Probably one of the guests that was involved with these teams, actually waving the checkered flag a bit enthusiastically, as Diego mentioned, and tripping over the timekeeping. So it's not only the cars that have it out for the timekeeping, but also the guests.
Yeah, it seems to be the theme of the competition this year.
The battle between Stralsund and Delft was raging. I'm now here with one of the Stralsund team members. Did you expect to be racing anybody in particular here this year?
Just a Just a second, because we have Braunschweig, unfortunately DNF'd and pushing off the car, off the track. So there you go, Terence.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. What were you saying?
No problem. We didn't think that we would be able to compete this well with the other cars. The driver in the car right now is particularly fast and kind of brought me in the problem that I'm running in the top 5. So I was expecting to be overtaken quite a bit because he's certainly faster than me. Yeah, I hope that we will finish and that everything goes well. And one word to Ulf Steinfurt. Sorry for breaking your drill press and your cordless drill. I hope the workshop is clean enough for you.
Well, of course, being the scrutineer that we said goodbye to yesterday, one of the founding fathers of FSG, are there any particular issues that you hope won't put a line through the efforts here for the endurance with the car?
Sadly, the car is quite thirsty. So yesterday, for 6 laps of autocross, we used about 3 liters of fuel. So we modified the fuel tank over the evening and today, early morning, to get about 1 liter more in. And yeah, I hope that we can get it over the finish line.
So fuel consumption is one of the issues that I really wasn't expecting to be a problem.
You ask Frank on the design of this engine.
Yes, if the engine is as thirsty as Frank is usually, then I can see what it's coming from.
Years old. The car, we put it in the garage 20 years ago, and unfortunately we have no laptops or computers who connect it to the ECU anymore. Everything is out of service, whatever, so we are not able to get into the map. So we have to run as we leave it 20 years ago, and I guess it was something like a lot of fuel consumption for a good power output, and for some driver training and whatever.
Yeah, these are issues that you wouldn't be expecting as a current team member to run into 20 years down the line. No computer can run the software anymore.
Just Jonas, just to interrupt you, to give you a little bit of an update about the race itself. We've had driver change trouble for Kit. We haven't seen them out on track, although we see the driver change for Delft, which was successful, and we also have the default car in the driver change area.
Yes, and Eckensberg has also made it out of the driver change and are already on the track. And back to what Dijs, the team member from Delft, was saying, I saw the Delft team members breathe a huge sigh of relief, hand on heart, when the car restarted. The battery did have enough voltage to give the car one more jump, and they're about to go back onto the track.
So I'm here with one of the team members from the Hannover car. What did motivate you to come out here into this blistering heat at FSG?
To get a good power for the combustion, because it's said that this is ending today with our cars. So we thought we'd get the opportunity. We drive our car pretty regularly, the 2012 car and the alumni events, and therefore it was not a big job for us to come here and do a show.
Yeah, so do you think this is a proper send-off so far? I'm really liking the noise atmosphere around the track. It's a good sight to see. Do you think this is a proper send-off?
It should be. It should be.
Is there anything that you're hoping for your car to achieve in particular here?
Not to burn down.
Well, that's a very noble goal. Do you have your sights set on any particular times or other teams?
What?
Do you have your sights set on any particular teams that you would like to beat?
I would say our active team, but they beat us quite by a margin compared in the autocross. But no, we think it's out here to have fun, get some rubber down, burn some fuel, and tonight have some fun.
All right, good. Definitely good to have fun, especially when you're here with a car that you might be struggling with some reliability things, or was that not a concern for you guys at all?
No. We drive it a lot, but in this kind of heat we didn't have the experience of our cooling system, but it's related because 2012, 2 weeks after FSG, we had a big engine failure and the entire car burned down, so therefore it's completely rebuilt.
So did you nickname it Phoenix since you completely recovered it from the ashes?
No, its nickname is Totti because it's one of our founders died at the beginning of the season, so to wish him well, that's the only car from us with a nickname.
Very emotional send-off then here, both for the team member and for the combustion. Thank you very much for your kind words.
Yes, Jonas, great interview. Also, really nice to see the answers that are given. Let me just give you an update on the situation on track. I think the München car has completed 17 laps already, so they are fast and furious going into the final lap.
So we will be vigilant for their crossing of the finish line, because that would mean the first car to finish the classic combustion. In the meantime, if I look at their lap times, one of the fastest cars out there now is Regensburg, doing an 87 lap as well. Delft was fast as well, just before the driver change, with an 86. And also to give you an update, Frank has just admitted to me he has never been so nervous as he is right now.
And Mickey, just to give a small update from the driver change area, I heard a cheer from the Hawks Hamburg crew. They have managed to restart the engine and should be joining us on track again soon.
Yeah, Eindhoven also joined the track. I think this is one of the cars that the Delft team members were also a little bit nervous about. Due to the significant age advantage that the Delft car had, they had high hopes of beating their Dutch colleagues here.
Munich finishing endurance. Wow, well done. We said we will be vigilant, and we saw them finish the endurance line, car number H31. Awesome job, well done.
Yeah, celebratory engine revving as the driver pulls into the finishing area.
Hawks seem to be having some small issues with the engine again. Let's see if they can restart it one more time.
Yeah, as I was saying, Eindhoven out on track. How is the battle between the old Dutchies now looking?
Well, Eindhoven is in their first lap, so really can't tell anything yet. Delft is doing 88, 89 second laps, which is actually faster than most of the teams out there, but also Regensburg is really fast. Stralsund just doing a 103, but they only have 2 more laps to go.
Yeah, I'm just chatting to some of the other team members here. It's definitely interesting to see that most of the car responsibles here are just as worried as they were the first time around when they were out here for an endurance. So even this many years later, there is still some leg shaking going on. Will the car make it is always a big question when you're at FSG on the endurance track.
Well, yes, now here Erlangen revving up in the queue, soon to join the track as well.
Yes, and it's final lap for the Stralsund car. I have a very nervous, agitated Frank Ruske next to me. He was one of the team members that built this car, and he can't wait, he can't look. He's so nervous, he doesn't want to look at the track because Stralsund is in the final lap. He doesn't want to jinx it. We're not going to jinx it either, we just have to wait.
I think we'll have a new contender out on track pretty soon. Car number H74 from the Uni Erlangen was revving their engine a second ago, but managed to stall it again before they reached the green flag. Further down in the queue, we will see the Uni Bochum car number H48, Deggendorf the H73, and I think that is the Schweinfurt car, the H97, waiting patiently in the queue.
Yes, and we're just going to follow the Stralsund car, Baltic racing car, the very first Formula Student team in Germany. Actually, the founders of that team, or the team members of that team, were actually also the founders of Formula Student Germany. So this is a very historic moment. Just Stralsund coming through the final horseshoe for the final time, getting into the sling. They're closely following Hanover. So Hanover will continue the endurance, but Stralsund is just at the final chicane, getting the flag for finishing endurance. Frank is happy. I think Frank can go home happy now. Stralsund 2003, well done. Big congratulations to them. Well, awesome job.
Big cheers all around, and also very nicely waved double checkered flag for the Stralsund team.
Yes, and you were asking about the battle of the Dutchies. At the moment, Delft is doing an 88 second lap, and Eindhoven is doing a 95.6. Obviously, they have to get into their rhythm because it's only their second lap, but I'm sure they will be able to improve a little bit. In the meantime, I think we have a couple of cars inching closer to the finish, which is Delft and Regensburg, and also Diepholz is on their 14th lap.
One observation that makes me very happy is that there are very little on-track drama in terms of any breakdowns or issues so far. I think we've seen very few yellow flags out on track, so that's definitely also a huge positive. I'm now joined by one of the team members from Erlangen. I think the car is doing pretty well. What are your expectations and are they being met so far?
Yeah, we want to finish endurance here. So 2011, as we competed here, we didn't finish endurance, and now it's our the target to finish here. And then it's just it's very great to be here again, to get the chance, and so we're really happy, and so many people from the former season are here, and it's really great. Yeah.
As we had just now Hanover coming to the driver change area.
Yeah, so the Erlangen expectations are obviously high. You're out here for vengeance. Is there anything in particular on the car that we should be looking out for in terms of potential failures?
Yeah, maybe our drive shaft. So we had 2 failures this event already. So we have spare drive shafts with us, and if there is anything, we'll try to change them. So it should be done in 5 minutes. So we're hoping for the drive shafts that they last, and then we'll see what happens.
It's very interesting to hear that. I've heard varying answers so far from each team member. None of the cars is having exactly the same issues. Some are engine, other mechanical parts related. Are you proud to be back here as a combustion alumnus?
Yes, it's very great to get here, this chance, and to be here 12 years after the original season. And we're really happy that FSG made this possible.
We just now saw Eindhoven coming into the driver change area. It does seem that Eindhoven came into the driver change a little bit too early. Not sure what the situation is.
Yeah, we're seeing a few issues on the Erlangen car now being pulled into the overtaking zone so that Delft
and
Diepholz, the car behind, can actually pull past. Do you have any ideas what might be wrong?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So if it would be the drive shaft again, he wouldn't be that quick, despite he's not very quick. So I'm not sure. So we had issues with starting off now, and we didn't experience this so far. I'm not sure. We changed something on our brake, but we have been testing this on the practice area this morning, so I'm not sure what's going on. So I hope the best, but we'll see.
Was there anything in particular that took a lot of preparation leading up to this event?
We had some failure on our water pump, and then we contacted our sponsor and sent them an email, and they built up a water pump in their proto shop for us. So it was really amazing. So this was maybe the thing that took the most.
Yeah, it's awesome to see even old sponsors jumping in to make this possible.
And I think we are about to see the last lap sign for the DAT 10 as it makes its way around the last few corners.
Yes, and in the meantime, while we're waiting for the last lap sign to be given, we have a little bit of a drama for Eindhoven. We saw the driver coming into the driver change area. He got out of the car. He indicated something wrong with the pedal box. So I'm pretty sure there was some brake pressure, lack of brake pressure or something like that. So unfortunately, they're inside and looking at the car. Maybe they can fix it and go out again. I'm not sure what the hold-up is, but I'm pretty sure that they want to go out safely and otherwise not at all. And just before you go on with the interviews with, I think it's Fast Forest guys, we have finishing Regensburg, car number 62. That's an amazing job from Regensburg. Well done by them. And I think also we have Delft coming up for their on a final lap, so let's not miss that one.
Yes, they're just coming into the infield. They're about to catch up to the car from Deggendorf, I believe, age 44. So I think we will expect to see a blue flag in the final blue flag area.
The Dutch brethren in the driver change area, meanwhile, are arms deep into the pedal box of the car.
Delft doing a power slide around the horseshoe on their last lap.
Unfortunately, no blue flags, though.
No blue flags, but that doesn't matter as Delft sees the checkered flag and finishes endurance.
Big cheers from even current team members cheering the car on. I think they have all helped to get this car on the road here. I see big smiles from everybody involved with the Delft car. Congratulations for finishing yet another endurance.
Yeah, just a final update here for now. It's Schweinfurt is coming out on track, and we have a couple of cars that still are still in the driver change area, trying to fix the car and maybe go out there. It is Hawks. Hanover has just completed the driver change, and also Kit is still trying to get the car running. And of course, the drivers from Delft are being congratulated by officials and former team members as well. So that's the updates from the pit area. And on the track, we have a couple of cars, but I think we have another interviewee.
Yeah, exactly. The car from Deggendorf has made it out onto the track. So far, the pace looks a little bit cautious. Is there anything that you're worried about that might not last?
The driver. Yeah, basically, we took this old car and wanted to restore it for this event. And yeah, the other alumni warned us that you need arms like a bear to steer it. But we didn't have any guy who fit in the car with those arms. Yeah, we have to take what we can get.
And Jonas, I just have to give a quick update. Sorry, I just have to give a quick update. Karlsruhe, after a while, has finally restarted their engine and they're back onto the track.
Yeah, indeed, it looks like the Deggendorf car is struggling, especially through the tight hairpins. There's double checkered flags for Diepholz. I think they have managed to complete the endurance as well.
Yes, big congratulations to Diepholz. So, yeah, well done for that team. Any team that finishes here has done an awesome job. So, big hand for Diepholz.
Yeah, indeed, I was alluding to the arm strength that is required to drive the Deggendorf car. Was there anything in particular besides the driver you had to focus on to be able to get the car driving here?
Yeah, basically we lost the airbox. So we took it from another car that had an engine failure but had the same engine. And yeah, we had to modify it. It took us weekends to get it tight and airtight. Yeah, that was really, really hard. But yeah, we somehow managed to get it running. Yeah, let's hope we can finish it.
Yeah, a lot of weekends are going into old Formula Student cars. They tend to behave just unlike wine. They don't get better over time. How are the times looking so far, Igor?
The times are looking as follows. We have the Schweinfurt car just beginning, lapping with around a 112.5. Deggendorf in the 124s. Bochum also in the mid 100s, 105, 106. Erlangen started out quick with a 98, but now settling in at around a 107. And Hanover returning to the track, previously running in the low 90s, now for the second driver starting out with a 107, but I'm sure they will speed up as we get on.
I think I'm seeing, well, both blue flags for Deggendorf in order to let Bochum past, and also a meatball flag at the ready. So I think we might have a mechanical issue out on track that warrants further investigation for safety reasons. One of the things that Deggendorf is known for is for having lights installed on the car. Are those operational right now?
Yeah, those are operational. We have two headlights with 1,500 lumens each. And yeah, we need to have them. They were typical for this car, and we tried to find the exact ones, and we managed to do it.
Awesome, yeah. Even the old features are running.
In the meantime, we have Erlangen coming into the driver change area. They were shown a meatball, so that means something safety critical needs to be checked on the car. So we have the team members looking at it. We have Kevin, one of the head scrutineers, looking at it. They see some kind of drive shaft being loose a little bit, and I think they're going to get some tools to fasten it, to lift it up and to fasten it, because I think the rules here are a little bit like that they want to finish all the cars having finished all of the endurance. So if they can fix it, then they will be allowed to go out there. And I think we have a nice surprise, because we have Braunschweig back. Car number 61 was pushed off the track earlier on today, and they are back. They fixed the car and they are back, and they are already out on track. So well done by Braunschweig.
Yeah, obviously this is slightly different to the current endurance that we saw earlier, a bit more leniency in favor of seeing amazing cars pull another endurance. Hawks is also still here in the driver change area in hopes of getting their engine going again to potentially finish the last laps that they had left on the clock.
See a wheel now being taken off the Erlangen car. I think they're trying to come up with a fix to see if they can get it back on the track. The real symphony of noise coming from the track right now. A lot of different engines, a lot of different notes. And for many, of course, this will be the first and the last time they're hearing these notes on the FSG track, so enjoy them while they're still here.
Yeah, and we can see the smiles from everybody here. Everybody is having a big smile on their faces. They're so enjoying this. We should do it every year. Let me get an update from one of our scrutineers.
Yeah, I have another team member here in the meantime from the kit car. Your car is one of the newest things here. Did you have to fix a lot of things to get her going again?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we did. The last time the car was running at FS East last year, there was a damage inside of the engine, which we had trouble diagnosing correctly for quite a time. We thought it was a ECU that is supplied by a different manufacturer. We didn't do it ourselves, and it turns out it was just a sensor in the engine, so we had to take apart the engine, and while we were in there we noticed other parts were worn. We had to have them manufactured again. But now, I mean, the engine is running fine. Now we only have trouble with the electronic throttle body, which works when it's cold but doesn't like working when it's hot.
Yeah, so the trend continues. Every car having slightly different ailments coming back on track here. Of course, one of the newer cars, one of the more advanced aero packages here. Did you set yourself any goals for this competition?
So the goal for this competition was to finish endurance with this engine we developed together with the Joanneum Graz and AMG. We finished one endurance at FSG with this engine, but were disqualified, unfortunately. So the goal is to finish endurance at FSG, and currently it's looking good. It wasn't looking good just before, but now it's good.
Best wishes. Yeah, we're gonna dive into a couple of other interviews. Thank you very much for joining us up here. There is more emotions to be had out in the driver change area. I think one of the previous Delft drivers who also raced for a couple of other teams in the past is being chased down for an interview.
Yes, and just to give you an update, while I'm walking past the Uni Erlangen car, they actually are changing one of the drive shafts which failed during the endurance. So there you have it. It's almost like a Le Mans type of setting where they can change parts of the car and go out again. So that's really charming. Yeah, so I'm just approaching one of the very tired-looking guys. I think it's Eric van den Berg. How was it out there today?
That was a blast. The car understeered like a pig, but there's a solution to understeer. That's a lot of throttle.
And I guess these tires helped in that.
Yeah, these tires were, I think they're cooked now at the rear. Like, I think you fry an egg on that. But yeah, that was so much fun driving this old car. I hope we gave a good show.
Definitely. So I'm going to interview a couple of more drivers, Jonas. If you're, yes, I get a thumbs up.
So can I interview one of the drivers that were just out there? How are you feeling?
For this one, pretty exhausted. Yeah, it was a tough race, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, just you're from the Regensburg team.
Yeah, from Regensburg, and I had a lot of fun. Thanks to everyone who made this possible, who invited us to this nice race, and I really loved it.
Well, you guys gave a hell of a show for everybody, so well done, guys. Good job.
Yeah, quick interruption, Mickey. We have good news for the Hawks car. It sounds like they got the engine going again after being stationary for what feels like absolute ages. They're trying to get the car into gear to leave the driver change area after what must have felt like an eternity since the driver was in the car for this entire time. As I say this, though, the engine has died again, so I think you can continue with a couple more interviews.
I will. We have an old friend here from Eindhoven. How are you? How was it out there and what happened with the car?
So it was nice to drive, but the brakes jammed, so it was not really safe to continue. And then we were the luckiest team here, I think, because when we parked the car, one of the connection rods broke. So I think if I did 2 more full brakings, I would have had the wheel completely off. So
yeah, that would have been a shame because you're driving this car in a lot of alumni cup, I heard. I saw a lot of stickers on the nose.
Over 20 events already so far, so also back then with you with the Dutch Open and so on. So yeah, it's being used.
Dutch Open, that's 15 years ago, and you're still driving this car. That's amazing.
Yeah, but nice and exhausting.
Yes, I hear that from a lot. Thank you. You gave a hell of a show with the team, and good to see you here again. Thanks.
One quick observation from out here on track. I think the Bochum driver is really enjoying his time. He's the last lap for this driver before the driver change, and he's actually taking this last lap as an opportunity to wave at everybody in the grandstands. So all of the historic teams are definitely having the time of their lives out here at the endurance track.
Yeah, I'm just standing next to the Diepholz driver. Interrupt me whenever there's something happening on track because I can't see it here. We have another sweaty driver from Diepholz. Yeah, we don't share sweat here. How you feel? What was how nice was it?
It was great fun with the combustion car and the sound. Also, you hear the other cars, and we push as hard as we could. And our tires are great. We would drive another one. So maybe later on, when the party is, we go on the track again to have some more fun here.
Yes, actually, I'm missing donuts later on, so maybe we could do something like a donut competition. I'm pretty sure you would compete, right?
Of course we would.
Maybe you have to refuel before you go again.
If you pay the fuel, no problem for that.
It's all about the money. Thank you very much. Have fun today.
Quick update from the driver change area. It sounds like Hawks has yet again been able to fire up the engine. Let's see if they can get it into gear and are able to move to the green flag. There is some hesitation in the gearbox, but now the car is at least rolling forward slightly.
And we have Bochum waving to the checkered flag official and pulling in for their driver change.
The driver can't believe it. I think the waving and just the overall atmosphere here is overwhelming, especially for the previous team members that no doubt are operating these cars here after so many years of being in storage. Hawks, meanwhile, still hasn't managed to get going perfectly just yet.
And we have seen the last lap sign for H16 from Karlsruhe. After their troubles in the driver change, they're now 1 lap away from completing the endurance.
Yeah, Deggendorf out there being a little bit of a roadblock. I think the Hannover car being stuck behind them for quite a bit. I think the blue flags are being readied so that they can overtake in the last straight.
I'm just going to wait for the car to finish the last lap, Jonas, but the moment you do, please notify me because I have Frank Ruske here who looks very relieved.
Yeah, plenty of time. Hannover has just received the last lap sign, so you have a couple of minutes to do an interview.
Okay, just a quick one then. I think Frank is used to quickies anyway, so Frank, a weight has been lifted from your shoulders. A weight has been lifted from your shoulders. You feel...
Yeah, exactly, after 20 years.
finishing in Hockenheim. So when we built the car, we never dreamed about racing in Germany, and now we finished in Hockenheim Endurance with a 20-year-old car, 30-year-old engine.
Yeah, so you went to I think you went to Australia, you went to US, and now you finished in Germany. The circle is round.
It was all around the world for one time finishing in Germany.
Quick interruption.
Awesome.
Karlsruhe managed to successfully navigate the 18 laps of the endurance here. They are just now pulling into the driver change area for the last time. Big cheers from all the team members, the ones that I've interviewed, and the other supporting members as well. Congratulations to them.
And I see a little bit further back, just like Braunschweig before, Tio Valencia has returned to the queue as well after their unfortunate DNF earlier.
Yes, and Udi Erlangen has replaced their drive shafts even, so they're just torquing their wheels and they'll be out on track again if everything goes well. The scrutineers are just making the final checks on the car. Let's hope they can continue the
checkered flag now falling for Hannover as well. I believe that was indeed their very last lap. They also managed to complete the 18 laps of horror here.
And Mickey, I see that there is a leaf blower being used on the Hamburg car. Could you tell us a little bit about what's happening there?
Yes, I think they are trying to cool the engine as much as possible because it's probably overheating a little bit, and then it's difficult to start it again. They managed to start it a couple of times, but it died, and I expect some kind of cooling problem.
Yes, and we see now, unfortunately, the car from Braunschweig has stopped on track once again. Let's see if they can get it going as Erlangen returns to the circuit.
Good news for Deggendorf as well. They are on their last lap of what I believe is their first stint. They are lapping pretty slowly, but I'm sure they will make it eventually. Braunschweig got going again. They are making their way through the last chicane here. It's really good to see the cars driving and being allowed to return and to keep driving as well. The leniency here is really appreciated by all of the team members. Big thank you to the organizers for allowing this. The running here, I think, will stop at the end of this allotted time slot at 5. But since we have still 52 minutes to go, I hope that cars like Hawks still manage to get the car going again.
Yes, hopefully Valencia will be able to return to the track too.
Just pulling into the driver change area, I believe, as well as Schweinfurt for their stint to swap out the driver.
Yes, can I do a quick chat with the KIT driver because they just finished the endurance?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, here we go. So, here we are with the KIT driver, sweaty as hell. What happened and how did you manage to fix the car and go out there?
Yeah, we have the big opportunity to have two very talented students or students or full-time employees who really know the car well by the time, and they managed to fix all the electronic issues we had with our throttle in the driver change, which was quite a long driver change, but yeah, nevertheless we finished. That's the main point, I guess.
Yeah, how difficult was it out there?
I was not sure if the engine temperatures were right or what our brake temperatures do, so I was really focusing on putting it on the ground in the corners, but in the straights, chilling a bit. And then I think in the end it paid out, so we finished endurance as the main point, and everything else we will see.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations. Awesome job, guys. Thank you.
And in the meanwhile, we saw Braunschweig get their car going again and receive the last lap sign before the driver change, and Deggendorf pulling into the driver change as we speak.
Interestingly enough, I'm watching some of the cars pull away. The Hannover car being pushed away with a fire extinguisher following very closely behind. So I think Hawks is not the only team contending with some temperature-related issues here. As I say this, they are getting the engine going for a third time. Let's see if they're able to move off finally out of the driver change. It's looking pretty good.
And yes, Hamburg does make it back onto the track. I see on the Bochum car the nose cone has appeared to be shaken loose by the violent action on the track. Hopefully it stays securely connected.
Hawks was stuck in the driver change for what I think is a record 2,708 seconds.
Well, maybe they just wanted a little bit of a clear track for themselves.
Huge drift through the horseshoe for the Erlangen car. I think the last lap sign is being readied for them, but I also see a meatball coming out for what I think will be the Braunschweig car that is being pulled out.
It's not for Braunschweig, it is, I believe, for Bochum, because, as I mentioned earlier, their nose cone is looking a little bit shaky.
I see a car pulling the wrong way into the driver change area. The Braunschweig driver clearly a little bit disoriented. That was not motioned by the officials, and is a little bit of a concern in terms of safety.
It is indeed. It is their correct lap for them to pull in. They have completed one half of an endurance now. But yes, indeed, pulling in from the wrong side.
Yeah, given the fact that these are historic cars and older team members, I think the officials are just being very lenient, pushing the car back into the appropriate change box. So everything will be just fine. Perhaps they will also allow him to drive back out and come in the appropriate way.
And we see Bochum about to receive a meatball flag. It is for that shaky nose cone as Hamburg continues on their way. And Jonas, Bochum pulled in just now. What can you see a little bit closer on that car?
Yeah, the team members immediately tending to the nose cone. I think the tape was at the ready, so they will swiftly try and temporarily fix the nose cone in place with some duct tape, and then probably send the driver out straight away again.
Yes, only 2 cars out on the track at the moment, but I think 2 or 3 more should be joining them soon. Erlangen about to get the checkered flag. And I believe that is the first half of endurance complete for them.
Yeah, Braunschweig also completing the driver change from the correct approach angle now. And Bochum is about ready to set off again with a couple of stripes of duct tape on the nose. I think that will have fixed any wobbling issues for good.
Yes, Bochum just about ready to get the green flag, and there they go, coming back on.
Hawks is out on track. They were lapping as one of the faster cars earlier. I'm looking at their times now. I think the second driver is distinctively slower. He's lapping in the hundreds of seconds, whereas the first driver was in the high 80s.
Yes, it's been looking a little bit sputtery. They actually got a blue flag to let Bochum overtake them just before Bochum pulled in for the meatball.
I don't think that's a bigger surprise, though, given the struggles that they've had to get that car going again.
No, definitely not a commentary on the quality of the driver, just a little bit trouble with the car.
Yeah, they do come to a stop just at the end of the horseshoe here. I really hope they can get it going again. Otherwise, that will be quite the push for the rescue teams to get the car back into the driver change area for any potential fixes that are needed.
Yes, and as you were talking about, Hamburg, Schweinfurt has come out of the driver change and for the second half of endurance.
Good news for Deggendorf. They have completed their driver change and are rolling towards the green flag position. I'm also looking a little bit further into the queue. Valencia have indeed returned. I think they are installing a driver again to set out on the quest of beating the fast lap.
And some yellow flags being waved around the Hawks car right now, struggling to get it going again. Bochum being waved around, getting around slowly and safely, and setting off again. Let's see if Hawks can get it going again. Hopefully they can. Tape holding nicely on the Bochum car, no wiggle from that nose cone at all as they throw it around the track.
Yeah, looking towards the GP section of the lap, the Deggendorf car was never one of the fast lappers here, but if my eyes don't deceive me, they have definitely slowed down significantly. So this being the second driver, I do hope that they manage to pull all the way towards the end.
I think they might be keeping pace with the last few laps they had with the first driver. Mickey, how's it looking for Deggendorf?
Well, looking at their lap times, I think they have had quite a long driver change, but not too bad. And I think they're in their 10th lap as we speak. I'm not sure what kind of lap times they'll be able to do. We'll just have to wait.
looking over into the driver change area. Erlangen is getting going again towards the green flag. They have installed the second driver. And also for Braunschweig, the second driver is almost all the way in, and they'll be joining us soon.
Yes, Erlangen roaring back onto the track. We now see a little bit of a double yellow flag situation. Deggendorf having been caught up by Bochum, both now being signaled around the still stranded Hawks car. And Deggendorf surely will be about to receive a blue flag to let Bochum go past. But just as I say that, Bochum seems to be sputtering out on the track and coming to a standstill.
Yeah, just in front of the overtaking area outside of the horseshoe. Driving these old cars is not easy. We heard from the Deggendorf team member that it takes a bear to move the steering wheel, and something similar might have happened for the Bochum car in terms of clutch. When the car has to slow down behind Deggendorf, that might have proved difficult for the Bochum driver to pull off.
Indeed, especially for these older cars, once you knock them out of the flow that they've established, it can lead to some difficulties. We see the Hamburg car now being pushed back towards the driver change area by the recovery team. We'll see if they'll try to get the car going again. Bochum still waiting out on the track as Schweinfurt is about to reach them. And Erlangen not too far behind as well.
And too bad for Bochum, because they were already on their 14th lap, so well on their way towards the 18 lap mark. I'm not sure whether they can get it going again, but at least we have a couple of other cars driving, which is Deggendorf and Schweinfurt, going well, reasonably fast here.
And in fact, we might be about to see both the cars that DNF previously return to the track very soon. TU Valencia has the engine running and just waiting for the go signal for the green flag approach. Braunschweig also nearly complete with the driver change, steering wheel being installed, seat belts are being checked, so they should be on the go in a few seconds as well.
Trouble in the spot where Bochum was stranded. I think that's Erlangen stranded on track. Deggendorf having to move around them, of course.
At exactly the same spot, which is on the jump just before the slingshot.
Now maybe the drivers are trying to back off in anticipation of the jump and are then met with engine issues.
Deggendorf still trundling along very nicely. We see Hawks have made their way back to the driver change area, and I think the team will try their best to get it started again. As we see Braunschweig rolling onto the green flag. And Valencia has already been running for half a lap as well.
Yeah, the recovery teams are definitely putting in the legwork. The driver from Bochum giving everybody a big cheer. I think they will try and rejoin the track. It's definitely good to see everybody being appreciative of all the work that the marshals are putting in. Thank you very much for the show that the historic cars are allowed to be putting on here.
Yes, as cliche as it might be to say, the spirit of Formula Student is really flowing through everybody present here. Of course, everybody here is still young at heart, and it's great to see the inner child come out for everybody participating.
Yes, and you could just definitely see the driver from Bochum. Yeah, he was obviously disappointed not to be able to continue, but he was actually cheering and thanking everybody for their support. And you could actually see his big smile, even with a helmet on. I think the helmet distorted a little bit, so that big of a smile was beneath the helmet.
Yeah, even underneath the balaclava, it was definitely noticeable. Erlangen now also being pushed towards the exit. Deggendorf needs to be taken into account. I don't think they'll be making it towards the exit before the single guy pushing the Erlangen car off the exit will.
But he's getting quite a bit of speed on that Erlangen car, and I think it is actually a trend that combustion cars are actually a lot easier to push than electricals.
Those rescue teams have quite some horsepower behind them as well. Want to do a short interview with the Bochum driver, Jonas?
Yeah, absolutely. The driver was motioning for me. I'll give them the chance to tell me what's going on. How was it out there? You were having such a big smile.
Yes, it's great fun to drive this old car. Yeah, now it's 9 years ago that I drove it here on the same track, and it was really fast, really funny. Same with the whole tires; they are also 9 years old, so a very perfect drive. But now we have electric issue. Its the battery is empty, so I can't start it again. So yeah, when the motor stalls down, it completely turns off, and yeah, then I roll out. Sorry for that.
Well, all right, we've seen some leniency from the organization. Maybe you can get it going just in time. We have 40 minutes left in the session. Who knows? We hope to see you back out on track to finish.
Okay, we will ask some electric guys in the pits, and yeah, then we start it again and flat out.
Were there any other issues that you encountered with the car?
Sorry, I don't understand it.
Were there any other issues that you encountered with the car before you came here?
No, it's just a perfect car, yeah. Very robust, very fast, very funny. Just okay, yeah. Not top 10 car, but very fast.
Great to hear. This continues my streak. There is a different issue for every car, and a non-issue also counts as a different one. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, what a great interview, Jonas. You could hear the happiness from this driver, and the last send-off for the combustion cars is a memorable one for sure.
Yeah, there were big smiles from ear to ear, also from all the team members. Erlangen has got the engine going again. They were pushed in here a couple of minutes ago. I hope they will be motioned forward towards the green flag soon.
Yes, on track we have some action as well. We have Braunschweig overtaking Deggendorf. Actually a small miracle that Braunschweig is still running, because they were DNF'd and pushed off the track, but they managed to fix the car somehow and they come back and rejoin the endurance. This is such a lovely event.
And just as Valencia, Mickey, they also DNF'd and got pushed back to the track and are now running very well.
Yeah, Valencia, of course, is out to get their current team. One of the few that I think have a decent shot at doing that for this occasion.
And Hawks, unfortunately, seems to be rolling away from the dynamic area right now. Maybe we'll see them return yet.
Perhaps it is just too hot. We saw the team members definitely trying to cool certain parts within the rear compartment down with a big leaf blower. It is still blisteringly hot here at FSG. The historic combustion definitely also affected by the temperatures.
Erlangen now were about to join the track again, but have had a little bit of a stall. Some final checks being made. The go-ahead is given, and they should be on the track soon.
Yes, the scrutineers was just checking the Erlangen car. There was some fluid coming out of it, but as far as I can tell, it's water, which is okay. Oil or fuel is more difficult. So Erlangen is restarting again, and guys are cheering on the driver not to let the engine die again. And there we have it, Erlangen back. For the first time in a long while, we don't have any cars in the driver change area fixing their stuff, fixing their cars. There's nobody in the queue, so these cars that are here are probably the last ones that we'll see today.
Yeah, indeed, they might be closing out the sessions once the running concludes here. We did see a staggering amount of cars actually finishing in the first go as well. Very few cars actually having issues that took longer to fix in the driver change. Some yellow flags now being waved on the GP track. Deggendorf having to slow down. I can't quite make out why though.
As far as I can tell, I think it's
as far as I can tell, Mickey's microphone batteries have run out. I still can't quite spot who is causing the yellow flags.
Let me take a look with my handy-dandy binoculars. Yeah, the car is just out of sight. But I think we had 4 cars running. I still see Deggendorf moving. I see Valencia. I see Erlangen.
Well, as you say that, Erlangen is slowing down, but got going again.
And I think I see Schweinfurt moving in the distance as well. Could it be Bochum that has slowed down?
Bochum is already out. So that leaves Braunschweig, I think.
Yes, indeed. I'm not seeing the distinctive red of the Braunschweig car anywhere, so it probably is them that are causing the yellow flag situation.
Yeah, I see some marshals pushing the car. The camera tent is in the way.
Just checking again, I've seen through my binoculars, Jonas, that Braunschweig is indeed still running.
Yeah, I think I briefly caught a glimpse on the radio that it was Erlangen who received a DNF.
So we're seeing now the last couple of laps from these historic vehicles. Deggendorf on their 16th lap, Schweinfurt on their 16th lap, Braunschweig on their 14th lap, and Valencia, having restarted from scratch just a little bit ago, is now only on their 6th lap. So still a couple of laps, a couple of minutes of entertainment for us to see.
Of course, the vibes here are slightly different than the very serious setup that we had for the normal competition endurance here, but it is also ever so much more emotional, at least from my point of view. I was a little bit skeptical when I heard of the combustion send-off when it was initially pitched, but especially now during the running, I'm more and more convinced that this is definitely a worthy send-off of the combustion class from FSG.
And we see now both Schweinfurt and Braunschweig slowing down at the end of the Nordkurve. Schweinfurt does get going again. A couple of track marshals running over to the Braunschweig car, but it starts moving as well.
Another observation that I think is worthwhile sharing is that the track is definitely getting rubbered in way more than what it was when the final 5 were running. You can now very clearly see the outlines in black. That was definitely not the case when the normal teams were running here. So all the combustion cars definitely putting down some good rubber. Smells good, looks good. Everything's fine.
And we have Schweinfurt coming around the last few corners. They should be about to see the last lap sign.
Slightly holding up Erlangen in the process. I see some blue flags being prepared.
That is Braunschweig, in fact.
So we still have the 4 cars left, which is Schweinfurt, Deggendorf, Braunschweig, and I think it's
Valencia.
Valencia, there you go. And Valencia still has a long way to go, although I'm not sure how many laps they will get, because they already did a couple of laps before they failed. So I'm not sure whether they start with a clean sheet or not.
Well, judging by the time they started with a clean sheet and comparing to Braunschweig, who had a similar situation with an early DNF and a restart later, they are now doing the full 18 laps again, so perhaps Valencia will get to do so as well. Schweinfurt on their last lap, coming up on the hairpin at the end of the Nordkurve. And Deggendorf, meanwhile, also making their way through the last few corners with those blinding lights, about to see the last lap sign.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see those lights being on in the first stint, but I think since it is their signature move to have blinding lights on the car, they were so kind as to turn those on for the second stint.
The driver giving a thumbs up in recognition of the last lap sign. And as Braunschweig comes around, the official with the last lap sign does a quick 180 back to the track. Schweinfurt slowing down a little bit in the last few corners, but getting back. Valencia seeing the last lap sign before the driver change. as Schweinfurt now makes its way around the last little bit of the chicane, roaring back over the finish line, and they have completed the endurance. Congratulations, Schweinfurt.
Good vibes from the team members. Big smiles that they managed to pull this off yet again.
As we see Deggendorf now coming back into the infield, going considerably faster than they have been in the past, sounding a lot louder as well.
Blue flags now being readied.
Yes, Braunschweig being overtaken by Valencia.
Of course, Valencia on the last lap before their driver change. I think Valencia will be the car we'll see in the closing stages here the most. They might get some alone time on track.
Well, it is a very nice sounding car, so an appropriate way it would be to close out the combustion era of FSG.
Actually, I've just been informed by Aaron here, is that actually they won't be doing a driver change. This is the second stint that they will finish. So that means that Valencia, first Deggendorf getting the checkered flag, but just behind them, it's Valencia getting a checkered flag and the last lap sign for Braunschweig. So well done to Valencia and Deggendorf finishing their endurance.
Yes, and maybe we can be a little bit quiet now for a second to hear the full spectrum of noises coming from the last lap that we will see from a combustion car at FSG.
Only the sound of my tears are being heard right now.
Braunschweig now back in the infield, and Mickey, as you were around during those early days of the combustion vehicles, having driven quite a few of them yourself, I think we'll let you do the honors.
Thank you very much. Actually, this is very similar to their last competition back in 2008. They were the last car out on track as well for 3 laps. So this is very similar. The circle is completely round now with Braunschweig coming up to the horseshoe and just over the jump for the final time. Combustion car into the slingshot, final straight, giving it everything for the last time. Braunschweig navigating the last chicanes, coming over the line, checkered flag for H61 Braunschweig, final combustion car of Formula Student Germany.
Yes, checkered flag for the combustion era at FSG as well.
Yeah, this concludes finally the endurance event. Overall of FSG23 as well. We've come to the end of the regularly scheduled dynamics events with this. Thank you very much everybody who was here on the grandstand still supporting the historic endurance. We also saw a lot of support during the regular running of the current competing cars, of course. Yeah, we had a good time here on the commentary stands. I see agreeing nods from all my colleagues.
Yeah, let's do a final words from each of us, I guess. We have Matthias here. He has been working hard all week. He's sweating as well. He was in the morning session, afternoon session as well. Any final comments, any final words, Matthias?
I had a blast. It was amazing to see all these cars running and to be able to give my opinion, even asked for it. Thank you very much for giving the chance to be here. And I had an amazing weekend.
Thank you very much. And you, Yegor, for you it was also the first time here as a commentator. Tell us.
No, indeed, a fantastic first experience for me. Extremely new, seeing all of the chaos, all of the hullabaloo that goes on behind the scenes that you don't get to see as a participant here. So, phenomenal first experience. An honor also to get to commentate the closing out of the combustion era at FSG. And yeah, hope to be returning for many more years to come.
Well said, Jonas, as well. I think Igor and Jonas, you already any final words, quickly maybe?
Yeah, final thoughts are, well, kudos to all the historical teams for for putting in so much effort, fixing all kinds of issues, making it out here. I think everybody in the commentary team had an absolute blast seeing you guys try and put in your best foot forward for the combustion class. Also, a big congratulations to all the teams that did manage to get the cars driving here. All the dynamic events were full of emotions. It's always good to see teams pushing the cars to the fullest potential as they can. And yeah, with that, I think we're signing off here from the commentary stand for the last time.
Yes, and from my side also, I had a blast with you guys. It was amazing to see the final round of the combustion cars and tough competition between the regular cars as well. Last but not least, danke Ulf. It was your final year as well. We hope to see you back as visitor in the next couple of years. And it was really nice to see all the old Gs coming out, especially to honor the combustion class and honor Ulf and a couple of people that are actually retiring. But we'll be back next year for sure, with more word jokes, with more information.
More commentary forms.
More commentary forms to nag you a little about. And until next year.
Goodbye.